Drac's back! Written by P.M. Mahoney. Narrated by Luke O'Neill. Chapter 1. Saturday Night Bite. In a dark Sydney park, lit only by eerie moonlight, the click-clack of a woman's high heels broke the silence as she made her way along a deserted path. A strange howl sounded somewhere in the distance, but close enough to feel unsettling. Was it a wolf's howl? Surely not. Not in Australia. It was probably a large dog, Serena thought. A cold wind blew, and Serena quickened her pace as she scurried along towards the safety of her apartment. She wore a captivating, flowing red dress and red heels for her night out on the town. However, tonight was very different from any other she had experienced in her 28 short years on Earth. She instinctively put part of the crucifix necklace she wore in her mouth, a nervous gesture she'd had since childhood. Serena wished she hadn't gone out tonight, or at least that she hadn't attracted his attention. In the dark shadows, she could see the black pants of a man she knew, Drac. He wore black shoes to match his pants, a white shirt and a red-lined cape. He appeared elegant, sophisticated, and greying. The George Clooney of the underworld, with a cool Transylvanian accent. He could pass for being in his early 50s, but in reality he was in his early 550s. He saw Serena and licked his lips. "Ah!" Serena screamed. She panicked and ran. As she fled, the fragile crucifix necklace broke loose and fell to the ground quicker than a horny man's pants at a brothel. Serena sprinted, hoping she could put some distance between herself and Drac, but she had forgotten about his ability to transform. Poof! There was a puff of smoke, and Drac was no longer there. Instead, a bat hovered with menace on its mind. Below it, on the ground, were Drac's shirt, pants, and the red-lined cape that fell over his shoes, the same black shoes he had stood in a moment ago. The bat grinned like a malevolent flying rat who had found a lump of cheese. It flew after Serena, and in a moment it was above her head, its wings dangerously close to touching her hair. Serena swatted at it as she raced towards a concrete underpass. "Ah! Leave me alone!" she yelled as the bat flew a little bit higher out of her reach, past her, and then bang! The bat slammed into a low-hanging sign that read, "Mind your head." The bat dropped to the ground, stunned, and "Ow!" it screeched. "Watch where you're stepping, you clumsy cow!" it said in a high-pitched Transylvanian accent as Serena accidentally trod on one of its wings. "Ah!" Serena screamed as she fled in horror. The bat was airborne again in what seemed to be no time at all and fluttered after her. High up in a tree, watching all of this with its curious green eyes, was a black kitten. Nearby, Will, a shabbily dressed wino in his 40s, was polishing off a cheap bottle of Plonk when he heard Serena's screams. With his judgment already clouded by alcohol, Will decided to investigate. He ambled over in what he thought was a straight line, but in reality he zigzagged towards where he thought her screams came from. He stopped for a second, looked at the ground, and then threw up. Being violently ill was an occupational hazard many a drunk has had to overcome. Will used the bottom of his T-shirt to wipe his mouth dry. It took a while for him to recover, and for a moment he stared in amazement at what he saw. There were peas amongst his vomit, and he wondered how that could be, when he couldn't remember eating any for ages. Will continued on his way to where he felt he was needed. He had been a disappointment to many people in his life. Perhaps now was the time for him to be a hero. But as Will scanned the area, he couldn't see a woman. It was then that something shiny caught his eye. It was Serena's crucifix necklace lying on the ground. He bent over and pocketed it, and that's when he noticed them. Drac's clothes sat in a pile not too far away. Will moseyed over to investigate. He scanned the area, but there was no one around. He held up Drac's cape. That looked pretty cool. The white shirt wasn't a colour Will would usually choose, but it had to smell better than the spew-stained t-shirt he had on. And Drac's black slacks had to be better than the pea-stained pants he was currently wearing. Will sized up his foot against Drac's shoes, but realised they were way too small. Will wondered if there was a correlation between shoe and penis size. If there was, Will felt sorry for whoever left the shoes behind. If there wasn't, it was a pity they were too small, because they looked like good quality shoes. Will left the shoes where they were and staggered away, happy with his new wardrobe, but utterly unaware of who he had stolen them from. A large, furry, wolf-like creature hid in the shadows and waited until Will departed. It then trotted over to where Drac's shoes remained. It sniffed at them and considered chewing them or running away with one. But instead, it lifted its leg, peed into Drac's shoes, and howled a lonely, mournful howl. Chapter 2. A Dog and a Pasty White Backside. A few hours later, knock, 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 Drac banged his fist on the front door of the dilapidated-looking old house he lived in. Everything about Drac's home was uninviting, from the dark colours and the ghoulish facade to the grotesque gargoyles that were hung near the entrance and appeared to be vomiting. The tiny black kitten with the curious green eyes had followed Drac home, and it watched Drac intently from the vantage point of a tree. "Renfield, hurry up!" Drac shouted as he hammered on the door, but there was no response. Knock, knock, knock. Impatient, Drac used the heel of one of his black shoes and thumped it against the door. "Quick, Renfield, let me in!" It was just then that Derek, a dog walker in his 40s who wore a neck brace, strolled by with his little chihuahua, Chico. He glanced in Drac's direction, and his pupils widened as he saw Drac's pasty white backside. Drac appeared to be totally naked and desperately wanted in. "Knock! Knock! Knock!" He pounded at the door with the heel of his shoe a few more times before sensing he had been seen. Drac slowly turned around, making sure his other black shoe was strategically placed to hide his manhood. He leaned back against the door, acting nonchalantly, as if being locked naked outside your front door was an everyday occurrence. "Nice night for a stroll," Drac said. It was just at that moment that Renfield opened the front door, and Drac, who was still leaning against it, fell inside backwards. "Ow!" Derek shook his head in disbelief and continued his walk, muttering to himself about why he had to find an old guy naked outside his house when all his fantasies had been about finding a gorgeous-looking young woman locked outside of her house naked. "Not again," Renfield said when he saw Drac sprawled naked on the floor. "Lucky I sewed a name tag in your cape this time." It was then a smell like dog or perhaps wolf urine hit Renfield's nostrils. "And what's that smell?" Drac scrambled to his feet and swiftly closed the door. A moment later, Drac opened it again to peer outside to ensure that Derek the dog walker had moved on. "I just want to make sure he's gone. I don't want him hanging around. He probably thinks I'm a weirdo or something," Drac said. "Which is way off the mark, because anybody who knows us knows that I'm the weirdo in this house," replied Renfield. Drac nodded in full agreement. Renfield was servile in nature and as weird-looking as a weasel in a dinner suit. Drac excused himself and headed off to put on some clothes. A short while later, Drac returned wearing his signature outfit of black pants, a white shirt, and a red-lined cape. He made his way to his home office, sat at his desk, and squinted as he studied some papers. Renfield entered and poured some tea for Drac. After doing that, Renfield fumbled for something from his pocket before finding the mysterious item and handing it to Drac. "I got you these, master," Renfield said. He handed Drac a pair of tortoiseshell glasses. Drac stared at the glasses that Renfield had offered him with disdain. "Who do you think I am? Elton John?" "Glasses are nothing to be ashamed of, master. It's all a part of getting older, and I am not getting older," Drac shouted, before he tossed the glasses into the bin and stormed out of the room. Renfield watched as Drac exited. Renfield's dull, distant stare couldn't hide the sadness he felt inside of him. Yet again, one of his plans had backfired. He sighed, moped over to the bin, retrieved the glasses, and put them back in his pocket. Chapter 3. Lucy Westenra loves tofu. The next day, outside a store's front door, a newspaper's front page showed a photo of Serena with 2 bite marks on her neck. The headline read, "Killer on the loose." However, Lucy Westenra had not noticed it as she walked past. In her 30s, she was intelligent, vibrant, and looked somewhat like a hippie with long flowing hair. She carried a packet of tofu in a string bag. Vegan and proud of it, she was not afraid to speak her mind. However, her mind was elsewhere at the moment as her intense green eyes scanned her phone for tofu recipes, and she wondered what delectable dish she could make tonight. A short time later, Lucy was home in the townhouse she rented, cooking up a storm in the kitchen. She felt a great sense of satisfaction as she pulled her tofu bean casserole out of the oven and presented it to Wilhelmina Murray, her housemate, who was also in her 30s. She preferred to be called Mina, and was everything Lucy wasn't. Brash and outgoing, Mina was the type of girl your mum warned you about. Mina warily studied Lucy's tofu concoction as if it had a giant cockroach in it. Lucy noticed that Mina appeared nonplussed with her home-cooked meal. Smell that. I love tofu, don't you?" Mina didn't bother to smell. Instead, she gave Lucy a look as if to say, "Are you insane? I love men. I love bonking. I love booze. And I'll love it if you found something else to love. Loving tofu is just weird." "But eating vegan's the new in thing," Lucy said. She dished up a plate and offered it to Mina. Mina sniffed the meal offered to her, and a wrinkle of disgust curled across her lip as the smell of beans hit her olfactory senses. "Which is precisely why I'm eating out," Mina said. She pushed her plate aside and grabbed her keys. "You want to come?" Lucy shook her head no. "Okay, but tomorrow night you're coming out with me. No ifs, buts or maybes. Deal?" Mina asked. "Oh, I don't know. I'm not into discos," was what Lucy had planned to say, but before she could, she'd been cut off by Mina. "I said deal," Mina stated as she offered her hand to shake on it. Lucy knew what Mina was like. When Mina wanted something, she got it. It didn't matter if it was a job, a guy, or an STD. What Mina wanted, Mina got. There was no point in arguing, and Lucy knew it. "Okay, but..." "No buts," Mina said as she shook Lucy's hand. "We're going out on the town tomorrow night." Mina put on her coat and exited, leaving behind a somewhat disappointed Lucy. Lucy stared at her tofu bean casserole. Mina didn't even try it, she thought to herself. Chapter 4. Ding dong, a crowbar to the groin. Serena looked beautiful, lying in the open casket, wearing a Stella McCartney dress. Her eyes were closed, and her arms crossed across her chest. She looked like she was asleep, and appeared angelic, except for the bite marks on her neck. Tearful mourners respectfully filed past her body, until Karen, a woman in her 30s, approached Serena's casket. Unlike the other mourners who had filed past to pay their respects earlier, Karen appeared angry, not sad. Others had said words to Serena such as, "I'm so sorry," or "I'm going to miss you." But Karen was different. "Now, I'm never going to get back that grand you owe me, you money-grabbing bitch," Karen vented before she elbowed Serena's coffin in frustration and moved on. Her friend Jan approached Serena's casket to say some final words, but then she saw what Serena was wearing, and her face turned crimson. "Great! That's just effing great, isn't it? You borrow my red dress, get yourself killed in it, and get bloodstains all over it. What the hell am I going to wear on my next date? And then, if that isn't enough, you're getting buried in my Stella McCartney dress that I didn't even get a chance to wear before you conveniently borrowed it without my permission from my closet. If you weren't already dead, I'd kill you myself, you skank." Jan spat the words out like a volcano vomiting hot lava. Jan felt like slapping Serena's face, but she looked behind her to see other respectful mourners patiently waiting to approach the casket. Instead, Jan moved along. Nigel, a tearful loner in his 20s, approached Serena and whispered to her, "Oh, Serena, I always loved you, but never had the guts to tell you. I wish I had a second chance to say." But before he could say anything more, Jan rushed back, bumped him out of the way, and tried to strangle Serena. "And what did you do with my crucifix necklace, you bitch? Where is it? Where is it?" bellowed Jan as Nigel and some other mourners tried to wrestle her away. Renfield watched this as excitedly as if he was at a heavyweight title fight. He clenched his fists and motioned left, right, left again. Renfield had been to plenty of viewings and funerals before, but none of them had been like this one. It had it all. Tears, drama, violence. The only thing missing was the sex, and depending on how the scuffle involving Jan and Nigel worked out, well, you never know. He only wished he had the foresight to bring along a big box of popcorn so he could really enjoy the show. After Nigel and a few other mourners got the better of Jan and moved her on, Renfield finally approached the casket. He leaned over and whispered to Serena, "See you soon." Renfield rubbed his hands together, gave her a little wave, and was off quicker than a yogurt left out in the hot summer sun. That night, at one of Sydney's largest cemeteries, a lone figure with a lantern in his left hand and a shovel draped over his right shoulder made his way along a path to where Serena had been buried. It was Renfield, and when he reached the freshly dug grave, he held his lantern in front of the headstone to reveal Serena's name on it. He had made the mistake of digging up the wrong corpse before and wasn't keen to repeat the experience. Placing the lantern carefully on the ground, Renfield set a timer on his phone. He had a schedule to work to, and so he would have to be quick. It wouldn't be long before it would be the witching hour. Renfield set the spade into the ground and dug deep. The earth moved freely. This was a good sign. Much better than the time he dug into a grave to find that someone had put some plaster, asbestos and bricks from their home renovation job there. Or the time before that when someone had buried some dog turds as a final gift from the deceased's beloved pets. Renfield dislodged the soil off his shovel next to Serena's headstone, and as he did that, thunder boomed, lightning struck nearby, and the wind picked up. A cold, heavy rain began to pelt down, and for the briefest moment, Renfield thought, "Why does this always happen to me? Why do bad things happen to good people?" A few hours later, large mounds of dirt, mud and slush surrounded Serena's grave. Her gravestone was now barely visible. With great difficulty, Renfield extracted himself from the grave. He hurried to the car to retrieve the crowbar he had forgotten to bring. He dodged puddles of water and slippery mud as he scurried back from the car. His timer went off and ding-dong! The first bell ring on his timer went off. That meant he only had mere moments to get the coffin open. He quickened his pace. Ding-dong! The alarm sounded again, and in his rush to get back to the grave, he slipped on a muddy patch and went head over heels into the grave, landing heavily on Serena's coffin and knocking the wind out of himself. Ding-dong! The alarm sounded again, but that and his heavy fall weren't the worst thing that had happened. No, the worst thing was that Renfield had kept a hold of the crowbar, and when he landed, the upturned end of the crowbar had hit his groin with full force. "Oh!" he moaned in a high-pitched tone as ding-dong! His alarm sounded again. Renfield had once been kicked in the groin by a disagreeable horse, and the pain he felt at this moment reminded him of that, and ding-dong! The alarm sounded again. Renfield wheezed, rolled over and used the upturned end of the crowbar to search for the edge of the coffin lid as ding-dong! The alarm sounded again. Like a screaming toddler, it wouldn't shut up. But unlike a screaming toddler, he couldn't just hand it back to his parents and say, "Ugly baby," or "I traded in for a puppy." The other reason why it was different from a screaming toddler was that Renfield wanted to beat the alarm, whereas with a screaming toddler, he just wanted to be as far away as possible in case they needed their diaper changed. Ding-dong! The alarm sounded again, and Renfield put the hook end of the crowbar into the underside of the coffin lid. Ding-dong! Renfield pulled with all his might. He pulled harder than he had when he was a teenage boy, left alone to play with his only toys, which were his lustful imagination and his ding-dong. The alarm sounded as the seal of the coffin lid broke, and ding-dong! Renfield pulled the coffin lid up to reveal Serena, and suddenly the heavy rain and frightful storm that accompanied it stopped. Ding-dong! The alarm sounded again. Renfield held out his hand and said to Serena, "Ding-dong!" "Blasted alarm!" Renfield cursed in a high-pitched voice as he switched off the alarm, extended his hand again and said, "Arise, your master awaits." Serena's eyes opened. It was as if she had just awoken from a peaceful slumber. She looked at Renfield, wet from rain and sweat, covered in mud. "Did I really come back from the dead for this?" was the first thing that went through her mind. "Arise, your master awaits," Renfield repeated, and this time his voice had returned to its normal pitch. Serena stared at her casket for a moment and weighed up the two choices she had before her. She took Renfield's hand and got up, not entirely sure that she had made the correct choice. If you've ever seen how deep a grave is, you'll know that getting out of one isn't exactly easy, and in this case, this was no exception. Renfield looked at the walls. The wall where he had got out the first time had become too slippery. "Why didn't I bring a rope? I always forget the rope. Why is that?" he thought to himself for a moment, and then he had an even better idea. "Can you give me a boost?" Renfield asked Serena. She rolled her eyes, no doubt thinking to herself that it seemed like a terrible mistake to come back to life. Chapter 5. Nightcrawler's Disco and a Left-Footed Llama. Music blared. The place was pumping. Wearing her signature-style hippie-like clothes, Lucy looked both out of place and out of her depth as her friend Mina led her through the mass of party people. Abe was in his 40s and could best be described as a bearded, hairy, Chris Farley-sized wallflower dressed in brown corduroy pants and a drab brown long-sleeved T-shirt that looked like it came from an opportunity shop. He scratched his itchy beard, wondered if he had fleas, and watched carefully as Lucy and Mina passed nearby. Neither Lucy nor Mina noticed him, but he couldn't help but notice Lucy. In fact, she was the only reason why he was here. Abe discreetly followed Lucy, unsure where Mina was taking her. He was unaware that there was a second dance floor in an underground basement. It was packed with people dressed as 16th century courtiers who followed the lead of one guy who owned this crowd. The crowd tried to imitate his dance moves as if they were backup dancers in a Michael Jackson music video clip like Thriller. But it wasn't Michael Jackson they were following. It was a man dressed in black pants, a white shirt, and a red-lined cape. It was Drac. As Toto Collio's catchy song, Dracula's Tango, blasted out through the nightclub speakers, Drac moved through various dance styles, ranging from tango to hip-hop and everything between with ease. Lucy and Mina entered the basement. As soon as she saw him, Lucy was instantly mesmerized as Drac dazzled everyone with his flashy dance moves. Mina grabbed Lucy's arm and gestured for them to move on. "Come on, I want you to meet someone." "Wait, this guy's fantastic," replied Lucy. They watched as Drac oozed class like Fred Astaire. It wasn't long before a smoking hot lady joined him. It was Serena, queen of the undead. Together they moved like they were the winners of Dancing with the Stars. Drac twirled her away and then grooved with another woman, then another. Lucy's eyes widened. She was enthralled, but so too was Nigel from the funeral. He stood next to Lucy. But his focus wasn't on Lucy or Drac. It was on Serena. He couldn't believe it. His secret love was alive. But how could she be? It was just 12 hours ago that he saw her lying in a casket, spoke his last words to her, then had to wrestle Jan away after she attacked her, and watched with tears in his eyes as her coffin was being buried. How could Serena be here? Nigel stared at the beer in his hand, then back to Serena, then at the 5 or 6 empty pint glasses next to him that he had drunk earlier. He put his drink down, determined to approach Serena. Meanwhile, Mina dragged Lucy away to meet her friend. On the dance floor, Drac continued to dazzle everyone, and it wasn't long until Bertha, a supersized, sassy woman in her 50s who had had a bit too much to drink, clumsily fell into Drac's arms. "Dip me," she said. Drac shook his head, no, because he was already having trouble supporting her weight, even though she was almost in an upright position. "I said, dip me," Bertha demanded in an authoritative tone. Afraid of the consequences if he didn't follow her instructions, Drac did as he was told. As he did, there was a loud crack, and a short burst of pain surged through Drac's spine. "Ah, my back," Drac said. He unceremoniously dropped Bertha to the floor and held his back in pain. Renfield rushed over to assist him. "Renfield, who let her in? How many times have I told you nobody with more left feet than a llama allowed?" Drac said. "Master, it's no longer the 1800s. We can't say body-shaming or animal-shaming things like..." But before Renfield could finish his sentence, Bertha stood up, unimpressed. She bitch-slapped Drac so hard it almost knocked him senseless. "Where the hell do you get off calling me a left-footed llama? You ain't no spring chicken yourself, Grandpa. And what's the big idea of dropping me on the floor? Do you want your ass whooped?" Drac shook his head, no, and tried to back away, but the dance floor was crowded, and Bertha grabbed his throat and began to squeeze it. Renfield tried to protect Drac by getting between them to stop them from fighting, but it was too late. Drac tripped backwards, causing all three of them to fall, with Bertha landing on top. "Help! Get her off me!" Drac yelled to Renfield, but Renfield was squished between the two of them. "That's what I was going to ask you, Master," Renfield replied. Serena watched Bertha, Drac, and Renfield wrestle on the dance floor, unsure if the three of them were performing an exotic new dance move or if this was a threesome and they were about to get down and dirty. She had once travelled to the Netherlands, and whilst there she visited a discreet club in Amsterdam where she'd seen that happen once before. She had also seen that happen during a stage play in Rotterdam and wondered if that was a Dutch thing, like clogs, windmills and tulips. Perhaps it was an acquired taste, like Dutch licorice. Nigel approached Serena and was not certain where the words had come from, if it was the copious amounts of alcohol he had consumed since Serena's funeral, or if he had been listening to too much 70s music and had somehow gotten a Partridge Family song stuck in his head. But the only words Nigel could blurt out to Serena were, "I think I love you." Those were the first words Nigel had ever said to Serena, and now it was too late. He couldn't take them back. A declaration of love is hardly what a rational person would say to a woman the first time they'd met, at least not unless you wanted to scare her away. And that was just the effect it had on Serena. She scanned the area. "What made you say that?" she asked. But Nigel couldn't answer her. He had no idea what to say. He only knew that he had loved her from afar for far too many years. Serena's eyes darted this way and that. She looked nervous, as if she wanted to escape from someone, the club, or the city. Serena grabbed Nigel's arm, gestured to Drac a few yards away, still wrestling on the dance floor, and asked Nigel, "Can you help me get out of Sydney, away from him?" Nigel glanced at Drac, then nervously nodded. Serena pulled Nigel in close to her. She was so close that he could smell her perfume. It smelled like summer rain, a warm rain that you wanted to wash over you again and again and again for the rest of your life. She was in his personal space. Her tantalizing lips, covered in blood-red lipstick, were only inches from his own. He figured that now was his moment. It was now or never. Nigel closed his eyes, leaned in, and puckered his lips. But as he leaned in, he didn't feel the firm, warm pleasure of Serena's lips responding to his. Instead, he felt her index finger against his lips. He opened his eyes, and they met with Serena's dark, mesmerizing eyes. They were like a vat of luscious dark chocolate that he wanted to dive into. No kissing on the first date. I want to give you something special, so everyone knows you're mine," Serena said. Nigel didn't have a clue where this was going, but he wanted to find out. Serena seductively turned Nigel's head to the side to reveal more of his neck. He smiled happily as she came closer to him to give him what he assumed would be a love bite. Nigel had never been one to impress the girls, so he didn't know what a love bite actually felt like. Was it like what was happening now? He smiled, a look of exquisite pleasure, but it soon evaporated from his face. His face turned pale, as if drained of blood, and he collapsed. Further over, in a different section of the Nightcrawler's disco, Arthur Holmwood, a guy in his 20s who looked so much like a Greek god that he made Fabio look ugly, munched on some garlic bread. Arthur sat with his friend Quincy Morris, who was built like a brick outhouse, but unfortunately had the intelligence to suit. Mina pointed towards them, and she and Lucy ogled them. "That's your guy," Mina said as she pointed to Arthur. "His name's Arthur, and he hasn't had a date in ages." Lucy gave Mina a quizzical look, obviously not buying that story. Okay, he hasn't had a date since last week," Mina corrected. Lucy still didn't look convinced and held her stare. Okay, it was last night," Mina finally confessed. "But I really like Quincy. Just do it for me, please," begged Mina. "What about that Jonathan guy you were dating? He seemed nice," Lucy asked. "Jonathan Harker? Are you crazy? If I ever start getting serious about him, hit me over the head with a bag of hammers or send me off to the nunnery, 'cause that guy has no idea. He couldn't get a root if he was in a brothel, if you know what I mean." Lucy did, but before she could say anything, Mina continued. "I think I like Quincy. I really do. Come on, be a sport. Just do it for me. Please. Pretty, please," begged Mina. Lucy reluctantly nodded, and they joined the men. As forward as ever, Mina sat on Quincy's lap, while Lucy sat beside Arthur. "Fancy some garlic bread?" Arthur offered the plate to Lucy, but she politely mouthed the words, "No thanks." Then a waitress appeared with another plate of food. "Did someone here order the garlic shrimp?" Arthur signalled to her that it was his, and the waitress sat the meal and some cutlery in front of him. Wasting no time, Arthur tried a piece. "That's divine. Want some?" Arthur asked as he offered some to Lucy. Lucy caught a whiff of his breath and was immediately repulsed. She shook her head, doing her best not to gag. Further away, in the shadows of the nightclub, Abe scratched his itchy beard as he watched all of this and planned his next move. Chapter 6. An arm stuck up a nose at the hospital, California. The hospital's emergency ward was busy like it was every Saturday night, dealing with drunks, drug overdoses and sports injuries. Drac sat in an uncomfortable hospital chair and watched as Renfield chatted with a busy nurse, who muttered something to him and then abruptly left. Sure, when hell freezes over. Just remember that when that happens, there's going to be a long line of women already waiting for me," Renfield said. He had heard that line many times from other women, and he was already looking forward to the day when that occurred. Renfield strutted over, as confident as John Travolta, and sat next to Drac. Drac's chair was attached to 3 other hospital chairs. The hospital attached chairs to one another for 2 reasons. Firstly, strange as it may seem, is that some people think stealing chairs from a hospital is no different than taking a complimentary napkin or salt sachet from a fast food restaurant. The second reason was that some patients also thought it was perfectly acceptable behaviour to pick up a hospital chair and hurl it at the nearest doctor, nurse or hospital employee who disagreed with them or was just trying to do their job. Attaching chairs together was the obvious solution. Comfort for the sick was secondary. After all, you don't want sick people feeling comfortable at a hospital, because if they felt too comfortable, they might not want to go home. Drac sat next to Renfield, and a bit further along was someone that Drac and Renfield just referred to as the nose guy. The nose guy seemed to be in his 30s, and it looked like he had something plastic protruding from his nose. "And you know why they call it the Hospital California?" the nose guy asked Drac. Drac didn't even know it was referred to as Hospital California, let alone why it would be called that. In fact, all the signs he had seen seemed to suggest it wasn't called that at all. But before he could reply, the nose guy answered his own question. "Because it's like the Hotel California. Once you're in, you can never leave." Drac scratched his forehead, unsure if that was because the man had previous experience here and had been admitted due to a severe accident years ago, or if it was because the hospital had a psychiatric wing attached to it. Although, the more he thought about it, the more Nose Guy could be right. Drac and Renfield arrived a couple of hours ago. After an hour or so, Drac got an X-ray, but he'd been forced to wait ever since then. The Nose Guy was a friendly sort of chap, and Drac wondered if he should ask him why he had the right arm of what looked to be a Barbie doll stuck up his nose. At that moment, Dr. Seward, an old-school type of doctor in his 70s, a virtual walking encyclopedia of medicine on legs, entered the room and saw the Nose Guy. "How on earth did that happen?" asked Dr. Seward. I think it was more hygienic than using my fingers, the nose guy answered. Dr. Seward took some tweezers from his coat pocket. I'm glad you didn't have intestinal worms. Follow me, Dr. Seward said. The nose guy followed Dr. Seward into a cubicle, and Dr. Seward drew the curtains behind him to give them privacy. Although the curtains were drawn, the lighting within the cubicle allowed Drac to see their silhouettes and what was happening. It was scary to watch, even for a vampire. Drac was certainly glad that the nose guy didn't need an enema. Drac watched as the nose guy sat, and Dr. Seward approached him, tweezers in hand, and "Ah!" screamed the nose guy as the doll's arm was retrieved. A moment later, Dr. Seward pulled another foreign object, possibly a doll's leg, out of nose guy's hooter, eliciting another enormous scream. "Ah!" That was enough for Drac to realise going to the hospital was a bad mistake. Drac stood and tried to flee, but he didn't get far before his arm felt like it was wrenched out of its socket, and he landed heavily on the floor. He looked up in amazement to see he had been handcuffed to the hospital chairs that had been bolted to the floor. Drac stared at the handcuffs, then at Renfield, who winked at him. "I always bring them along on a Saturday night, just in case I get a date," said Renfield. "Next!" Dr. Seward yelled as he opened the curtain and sent the nose guy on his way. Drac looked to Renfield for reassurance and got a thumbs up in return. Drac's voice quavered as he asked Renfield, "Can you come with me?" Renfield's face brightened, and he gave Drac the double thumbs up. It was as if he had been waiting the whole night to be asked this. Renfield undid the handcuffs, then shadowed Drac as he made his way to the cubicle. "Please, take a seat," Dr. Seward said as they entered. Drac sat, but Renfield grabbed a chair instead and began to walk away with it. "What are you doing?" quizzed Dr. Seward. "I was just—" "Put it back and sit down, you fool," Dr. Seward interrupted Renfield. "Otherwise, management will start chaining the goddamn cubicle chairs together as well." Renfield did as he was told, and replayed the conversation in his mind several times to see what he had got wrong. After he did that, Renfield still couldn't understand why Dr. Seward had told him to take a chair and then told him to put it back. Renfield thought maybe it would be an unsolvable mystery, much like what exactly goes into a dim sim or a hot dog. Dr. Seward was reading a medical history, presumably Drac's, which didn't hold Renfield's attention, so Renfield took his mobile phone out of his pocket. Dr. Seward looked at the medical form in front of him. In the age column, Drac had been listed as 585 years old. Dr. Seward put a decimal point on it to change Drac's age from 585 to 58.5, then chuckled as he spoke to Drac. "You know, most people stop counting in halves by the time they turn 10. Anyhow, I've got some bad news for you," Dr. Seward said. Dr. Seward held up an X-ray image for Drac to see. "You've got advanced osteoporosis, the worst I've ever seen." "Funny. That's what people usually say about my selfies. The worst I've ever seen," Renfield chimed in. Dr. Seward glanced over to Renfield, who, despite wearing pants, was taking selfies of his groin region. He chose to ignore Renfield and instead focused on Drac. "I've seen 100-year-olds with better bone density than yours. You need more vitamin D. I'd recommend getting out in the sun more often." Option 2? Drac asked, knowing that following option 1 might not be the best for his health. But there was no option 2 forthcoming. Instead, Dr. Seward took an old-fashioned back brace from a drawer. It looked like a cross between a corset and some metal rods. Dr. Seward blew some dust off it and looked Drac straight in the eye. "As a precaution to avoid further injury, I'm going to fit you with this." Drac was about to answer, but before he could, Dr. Seward commanded, "Now strip!" Renfield got up and slowly unbuckled, then took the belt from his pants as he hummed an old stripper tune. Da-da-da-da, Ba-da-dum, da, ba-da, ba, ba, da, da-da-da, ba-da, boom, boom, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum-da-dum. As he hummed, Renfield gyrated with his belt between his legs before he began to peel off his shirt in a provocative manner. Dr. Seward watched in amazement for a moment, then yelled at Renfield, "Get your clothes back on and get out!" Renfield was dumbfounded. Why would the doctor ask him to strip and then tell him to get out? Maybe this doctor was going senile or something, Renfield thought, as Dr. Seward shoved him out of the cubicle. Renfield sat at one of the change chairs and wondered, if he had been allowed to perform for another minute or two longer, would Dr. Seward have stuffed a $5 note down the front of his underpants? That would have been really cool, Renfield thought, as today was Saturday, also known as Fresh Underpants Day. Meanwhile, inside the cubicle, Dr. Seward tightened the straps on the back contraption, which forced Drac to sit more upright than a virgin groom's erection on his wedding night. Despite his improved posture, Drac appeared miserable. "There, that should do it," Dr. Seward grunted as he pulled with all his might to tighten the last strap. "Do you exercise much?" Drac shook his head. "You need to join an exercise group with people close to your age." "That might be a little difficult, Doc." "Nonsense. You just have to be willing to give it a try." The next night at the Twilight Hours nursing home, a group of senior citizens in their 80s, some in wheelchairs and some with walking frames, were in a jazzercise class. They exercised with light weights to an Olivia Newton-John song from the 1980s called "Let's Get Physical." Drac was in the back row. He wore black shorts that looked suspiciously like his black pants had been cut off just above the knees, his white shirt, and his trademark red-lined cape. But with his back brace on, he struggled to keep up with the other oldies or even bend over. "Renfield, this isn't working," Drac moaned to Renfield, who was right beside him. But Renfield was loving it. Dressed in bright yellow shorts, he had on a headband and wore a T-shirt that read, "Let's get physical, physical." Chapter 7. Nightmares at the Supermarket. In a small supermarket, late-night shoppers strolled the aisles looking for snacks or something easy to make for dinner. Bob Seger's song, "Night Moves," played over the store's intercom in an attempt to put shoppers in the mood for shopping. Renfield had suggested songs such as "Eat It" by Weird Al Yankovic or "Food, Glorious Food" from the Oliver musical, but neither of these was ever adopted by management. Management had been particularly wary of Renfield's song suggestions after they learned what the lyrics to "Afternoon Delight" really meant. A customer in his 50s approached the register where a bored Drac stood and scanned items. That's right, this is what Drac did for money. Ever since the debacle of Renfield investing Drac's dough into Kodak, Blockbuster and then Enron, funds had been a bit tight, which meant Drac had to come out of retirement. Not surprisingly, there weren't many jobs going for account in Australia, so getting employed on the night shift at a supermarket seemed the next best thing Drac could do to earn a living. He could count how many items of each product customers would buy and how much change he gave to them. He could even count the number of people who had lined up in the 12 items or less line by mistake. Surely regular humans must have wished they had Drac's counting skills. If they had counting skills like him, they would know not to stand in the 12 items or less line when they had 13 items to purchase. He found that people who purchased fruit had the worst counting skills.
"But it's only one bag of grapes,"
a shopper would complain. "Yes, but it contains 243 grapes. This is the line for 12 items or less," Drac would reply. Then he would point the customer towards the correct register, where 8 other people already stood with their trolleys full of food, waiting to pay for their weekly shop.
Just forget it.
the grape purchasers often yelled before storming out of the store, forgetting to pay for or even take their grapes with them. Drac often wondered if there was a link between dementia and grape consumption, because grape consumers seemed to be not only quite forgetful, but also very easily irritated. The same thing applied to those who wanted to buy cherries, strawberries, or blueberries. It was obvious to Drac that fruit had a lot to answer for. Drac and Renfield had a good routine going at the supermarket. Drac would scan products at the cash register, while Renfield would pack the groceries. Renfield had always found bread squished into funny shapes fun to eat. Assuming everyone else liked squashed bread as much as he did, Renfield was always careful to pack bread at the bottom of the bag with heavy items like canned goods or potatoes on top of it. He was thoughtful like that. Drac scanned the first item for an arrogant customer who couldn't help but notice Drac's cape. "Ha! Nice cape, jerk," the arrogant customer said. "Thanks. My mum bought it for me, so, you know," Drac countered.
Ain't working the checkout register a job for chicks? The arrogant customer asked. You'd have to be the ugliest checkout chick I've ever seen, he goaded Drac. Drac slyly pointed to Renfield, who struck a pose like Betty Grable's famous World War II swimsuit poster. The customer looked at Renfield, then back to Drac. Make that the second ugliest.
"That will be $10, please,"
Drac said. The arrogant customer handed Drac the cash and then carefully checked the receipt. Hey, you overcharged me $1. Give me my money back.
"And I want my life back to how it used to be," Drac moaned. "Will you give me that?"
But you overcharged me.
"No, I did not. I charged you a $1 tax for being a boorish buffoon who tries to make himself feel better by making fun of others."
Drac's eyes glowed a demon-like red. He bared his large fangs.
"And I'm not the checkout chick. I'm a scanner of souls, and I want yours. Come here!"
Drac hissed in a menacing tone as he bared his long, oversized canine teeth. The eyes of the arrogant customer widened, and in fear of his life, he dropped his receipt and fled.
"Hey, you forgot your receipt!"
Drac yelled, but it was too late. He was already long gone. Drac thought for a moment.
"I wonder if he eats a lot of grapes."
It was a slow night, and their supervisor had often nagged at Drac and Renfield to keep the place looking clean. Drac left his register to pick up the docket from the floor. As he did, crack! His back cracked, and a spasm of pain shot up his spine quicker than Usain Bolt in an Olympics final. Drac closed his eyes as he grimaced in pain.
This damn back brace doesn't work. What use is eternal life if it's one of being in constant pain? Love's the only cure to this curse, Renfield. You have to either find me a bride or someone who can treat me better than those stupid hospital quacks."
"Yes, master," Renfield replied, hoping that Drac wouldn't ask him where Serena was. At that moment, Rob, a scruffily dressed teenage guy, put a bottle of Pepsi on the belt and handed Drac a $5 note. Drac opened the register to make the change. But as he did, Rob pulled out a gun and pointed it at Drac. Renfield saw this and immediately put his hands up. "Give me all your cash," Rob demanded. Drac yawned and pretended to be bored as he mocked Rob. "Oh, no, don't do it." "The money. Hand it over," Rob demanded. "Money, money, money. Give me the money."
"No. As a matter of fact, you're not even going to get your change back because you're acting like a real rectum hole," Drac said.
"A what?" "Give me the cash now, or you're going to die."
"If only it were that simple." "Frick off," Drac replied.
Rob leaned over and snatched a handful of money from the still open till, lowered his gun, and pointed at Drac's chest inches away. "So long, sucker." Rob pulled the trigger. Bam! 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 Rob stared in amazement as Drac stood there with 3 holes in his chest, blood spurting out of each one of them like a fountain. Drac nonchalantly tasted his own blood.
Yummy. Could use a little more salt, though, Drac said.
Then he rubbed his hand over his chest, and the 3 wounds magically healed. Rob's pupils dilated. He panicked and ran for it.
No, stop, come back,
Drac said in a bored manner as he rolled his eyes and sighed.
Here we go again.
There was a puff of smoke, and Drac became a bat again. His clothes and his back brace dropped to the floor where he had stood only a moment ago. Renfield giggled as he retrieved a baseball bat from behind the counter and said, "Batter up!" As Rob fled the supermarket on foot, a bat flew above and slightly in front of him, and as it did, it had a wee. With the aid of the light breeze, some of the urine landed on Rob's face. "Yuck, that's gross," Rob said when he realized what had happened. Poof! A large puff of smoke erupted in front of Rob. Rob saw this and stopped dead in his tracks. Then Drac's face suddenly appeared from within the smoke. Rob froze in fear. "How did you—" The smoke dissipated, and Rob glanced downward at Drac, then covered his eyes because Drac was naked. "Oh, mate, can you put some clothes on? I don't want to be looking at your wrinkled-up ancient junk, old man." Wham! From behind, Renfield walloped Rob with the baseball bat, knocking him unconscious, and Rob fell to the ground. Later, the blue lights of a police car flashed as Quincy cuffed Rob and then shoved him into the back of the squad car. Sitting behind the wheel of the vehicle was Quincy's work buddy, Arthur, whom Mina had tried to fix up with Lucy. Arthur looked with interest towards the supermarket, where Drac stood and was now fully clothed. Drac was with Yolanda, an efficient, friendly investigative journalist in her 20s, with long dark hair and curves that could kill. Arthur's face contorted, as if he was unsure whether to smile or snarl. Quincy sat beside Arthur and gestured towards Yolanda. "You know her?"
"My ex. She's a crime journalist, but she's batshit crazy. I doubt if even she could find a story here."
As he was with any young, attractive woman, Drac was fascinated with Yolanda as she wrote notes in her notepad. "Thanks for your story. I'll—"
"Want to go out for a drink later?"
Drac asked, interrupting her. Yolanda was stuck between a rock and a hard place. She wanted to be nice, but didn't want to give him the wrong impression. After all, he looked old enough to be her father, maybe even older. And he was dressed like he was auditioning for some theatre play or something. He had on a red-lined cape. For Christ's sake, who wants to date an old has-been actor? She thought of what she could say to make him lose interest. Perhaps, "Thanks, but I have a boyfriend. I'm a lesbian," or "I'm a Scientologist." But instead, all she could manage was, "Thanks, but I don't date victims."
"You should,"
Drac replied, then muttered under his breath,
"Some of my best dates have been with victims."
But Yolanda didn't hear what he said. Instead, she noticed the blood on Drac's shirt. "What's that?"
"Ketchup. I'm a messy eater," Drac lied. "I had a meat pie earlier, and some of it must have landed on my shirt."
"Not exactly selling yourself, Drac," Yolanda replied. It was at that time that Renfield came over, and Yolanda thought now was as good a time as any to get going. "Look, Drac, I've got to be honest with you. You seem nice, but you're not for me. Why don't you try Tinder or someone a few decades older?" Renfield caught the last part of the conversation. Drac wistfully gazed at Yolanda's backside as she turned and left.
"Where's Serena?"
Drac asked Renfield. Renfield could feel his anxiety growing wild like a weed in a vegetable patch. He couldn't keep it in any longer and finally confessed, "I think she's flown the coop. Or should I say, the bat cave?"
"Damn,"
Drac cursed.
"Eternity's hell if you've got no one special to share it with."
Arthur and Quincy sat in the front of the cop car, watching Drac and Renfield. Neither of them were lip readers, but you never know what you can learn by watching somebody's body language. Rob sat in the back of the cop car, his hands cuffed. He also watched Drac. "That guy there, with the cape, turned into a bat, I tell you." Arthur and Quincy looked at Drac, who had noticed them staring in his direction, so he gave them a friendly wave. "A bat? What are you on?" Arthur asked Rob. "Nothing, I tell you. He was flying, naked," Rob said, "and he peed on me. Smell my hair." "I'm not smelling anything of yours. You stink," Arthur snapped back at him before telling Quincy, "He must be on LSD. Let's go." "But I'm telling you the truth," Rob argued. "Maybe they just knocked a few screws loose when they knocked him out. Sent him a bit loopy, you know," offered Quincy. "There's nothing wrong with my brain," yelled Rob. "That guy's a bat." "Oh, chill out, flower flipper," said Arthur. "It must be some really bad shit, those drugs. We got to catch that dealer, Quincy, and put him away." Quincy nodded, and as they drove out of the car park, they saw Will, the wino, stagger past wearing Drac's cape that he found the other night in the park. Nearby was a woman in a onesie dressed as a cat. Arthur turned to Quincy, and their eyes met. "I swear the fashion trends here get weirder every day." "Yeah, I saw a guy at the train station dressed like Elvis the other week." As they drove, they were unaware that Nigel and Serena, the undead, were in the car ahead of them, also heading north. Nigel had 2 bite marks on his neck, and his complexion was much paler than the night before. He drove as Serena sat beside him. Deep creases on her forehead indicated how worried she was. "We need to find a place where I'll fit in. Bloodsuckers like us were outcasts," Serena said. Nigel thought about this for a moment, and then an idea hit him like an overdue credit card fee in January. "I know the exact place where we can go. They're going to love us, I guarantee it," Nigel said confidently. Serena wasn't so sure, and Nigel turned hard on the wheel so he could do a U-turn and head south. They passed the cop car that Arthur and Quincy were in, going in opposite directions. When she realized they had noticed her, Serena ducked out of sight. "Hi, did you just see that woman?" Arthur asked Quincy. "Yeah, her face looks sort of familiar." "Maybe we should check the missing persons file, or see if she's connected to any other cases." "Oh, that's what you meant," Quincy said. "Sorry, I thought you meant she looked like a porn actress or something. I could have sworn I'd seen her in Muffy the Vampire Layer or E.T. the Extra Testicle." Hello in there," said Rob, sitting in the back of the squad car. "What about the guy who turned into a bat?" "No, I don't think he was in any porn movies," replied Quincy. "Not unless it was White Men Can't Hump," Arthur said. This caused him and Quincy to both crack up laughing, while Rob buried his face in his hands, wondering if there was any way to get these 2 boneheads to believe him. It was then that Arthur turned on the radio, and turned it up, as Meatloaf's Bat Out of Hell played. Chapter 8. Everlasting Love for Freaks. Renfield stabbed a mammoth-sized cockroach with a chopstick and giggled as he ate it, enjoying every satisfying crunch. Even though Renfield had explained to Drac the amount of protein that bugs had, Drac felt disgusted every time he saw Renfield eat insects. "Maybe it's time, Master." Drac gave him a quizzical look and was unsure what Renfield meant. "For you to settle down, get married, and have offspring that you can be thoroughly disappointed in," Renfield said. Drac sighed. "Alas, I feel the hand of fate has finally given me a signal." This time it was Renfield's turn to not have a clue what Drac meant. "This signal," said Drac as he clenched his fist, then extended his middle finger upwards. Renfield stabbed another cockroach with his chopstick. He put his arm around Drac's shoulder and offered the cockroach to Drac, who was nonplussed and politely declined. "Who needs a woman? You and me, best buddies and confirmed bachelors, living it up together forever. What do you say?" Renfield asked. "On the other hand, there is something to be said for finding that someone special," Drac said. Drac broke away from Renfield and went to his PC. He did a Google search and then clicked on a website titled Everlasting Love for Freaks. "I'll make a profile. Would you say I'm a day person or a night owl?" Drac asked. Renfield hooted like an owl. Then curiosity got the better of him. He looked over Drac's shoulder as Drac clicked on a photo of a woman in a bikini. "She's nice. What about her, master?" "Look at her tan. It'd never work. You know what I'm like in the sun." "How about that one, master?" Drac stared at the image of a truly hideous woman. "I know I said that looks aren't important, but I didn't mean they're that unimportant." "What about her?" Drac stared at the image on the screen. It was a very hairy female hand. "What do I look like to you? A werewolf? I'd rather date a werewolf in London than a woman with hands like that." "Forget it. I'm going to bed," Drac said. He stormed off towards the basement. Renfield followed him down a landing. Midway down the flight of stairs stood two coffins. One was bright candy pink. The other was larger, with a more sombre dark wood stain. Drac opened the pink one, hoping to be surprised, but it was empty. "Are you sure Serena's not coming back?" Renfield nodded regretfully. A dull ache caused Drac to grimace and hold his painful back. "You know the curse, Renfield. My back's just a symptom. If I don't find love, I'll be in pain forever." Renfield rummaged through his pocket, taking out a dirty handkerchief that contained a huntsman spider, a centipede, a huge cockroach, and some pills. Here they are, master. Some painkillers." Drac swatted them away. "I don't need drugs. I need love, Renfield. True love. Is that so hard to understand?" Drac opened his coffin, the large one with the dark wood stain, stepped into it, then pulled the lid closed so hard it slammed. "Sleep well, master," Renfield said as he gently patted Drac's coffin. However, the coffin was balanced so finely that even Renfield's light touch caused it to tilt to one side and overbalance. Renfield tried to stop it, but he was too slow, and clunk, 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 it bounced down the stairs. Drac's muffled voice could be heard from inside it. "Ow! Ow, ow, ow!" The coffin came to a rest at the bottom of the stairs. "Renfield?" "Yes, master?" "Book an appointment for me to see someone about my back, will you?" Chapter 9. Surely I can't be the only one with dandruff down there. 3 small shops that had probably been built in the 1950s stood in a tiny suburban shopping strip. Over the years the shops had changed hands many times, and what they sold had also changed. They had been butcher shops, a fish and chip shop, a corner store, a hairdresser's, a tattooist, and a massage parlour. But that was all in the past. The 3 shops now operated as a naturopath in the first, PC Repairs in the second, and Chen's coffee shop in the third. Dressed in his trademark brown corduroy pants and drab brown long-sleeved t-shirt, Abe chewed gum happily as he exited Chen's coffee shop.
He carried 2 takeaway cups as he made his way towards the naturopath shop and entered. Inside the naturopath shop, blinds blocked out the harsh morning sun, and a hand-drawn painting of Lucy hung behind the reception counter. Lucy watered some potted plants as Abe strolled in carrying the 2 hot beverages. A decaffeinated green tea, no sugar, with a hint of ginger for you, and the same for me. You shouldn't have, Abe. Here, let me pay you, Lucy said. Lucy reached for her purse, but Abe waved her away. I wouldn't dream of it. But you never let me pay. And what about your store? Did that guy just walk in there? Abe checked his phone, which was linked to a security camera inside his store. Nope, he replied. He showed Lucy the CCTV footage of his empty store on his phone. Honestly, sometimes I think you spend more time here than you do in your own shop. I wish I could afford a fancy-pants security system like yours. You never know. Maybe one day you'll get a security camera. Mind if I put some of your organic almond milk in my tea? Lucy shook her head. You know where it's kept. Abe headed towards the kitchen. And you're always so chipper in the morning. How do you do that? God, I hate mornings, Lucy moaned as Abe exited the reception area. Abe rushed into the kitchen and tripped over a vacuum cleaner that sat on the floor. He absolutely hated vacuum cleaners. Always had, always will. After he got up, Abe closed the door to ensure Lucy would not know what he was doing. Then he kicked the vacuum cleaner right in the hose. Abe regained his composure and stared at the ceiling momentarily, then got out a piece of chewing gum and chewed as fast as he could. Then he took a chair and used it as a step to get up onto the bench counter. Abe took the gum from his mouth and stuck it to a cornice. Then he took a fake plastic spider out of his pocket, stuck it onto the chewing gum, and smiled. His work done, he got down off the counter and made his way back to reception. Abe ambled back in as Lucy fussed with a flower display. That spider on the kitchen ceiling seems an environmentally friendly way of getting rid of insects, Abe said in a matter-of-fact manner. A spider? Really? I hadn't noticed one in there, Lucy said. Abe scratched an itch on his neck. I wouldn't get rid of it. I'd leave it there. It was at that moment that Renfield entered the store and approached Lucy. My master, he... And for a moment, Renfield was dumbstruck. As soon as he saw Lucy, he had a feeling of déjà vu. It was almost as if he had seen her somewhere before, but couldn't place her. Had he seen her at a funeral, laid out on a slab at a morgue, or somewhere else much scarier, like an engagement party? Your master? Lucy asked. Renfield did his best to cover his mistake by putting on a fake Australian accent. I mean, my mate, he hurt his back throwing a shrimp on the barbie, or was it a prawn? Anyhow, can I book an appointment for him for tonight at 7 p.m? I close at 6, Lucy said. I can pay double. I don't think... But Renfield cut her off before Lucy could finish her sentence. Triple! My master... It was then that Renfield noticed how Lucy looked at him, and he realised his fake Australian accent had slipped away. Renfield tried using his fake accent again. I mean, my mate's in a real bad way. Real bad, like if you put a slab of free beer in front of him, he wouldn't be able to pick it up. That's how bad it is. And he can't get here until after dark. Please, you're my last hope. Lucy gave Renfield a doubtful look. Money's not the issue. There's my security to consider, Lucy said. I can hang around, make sure you're all right, Abe offered. But you shouldn't have to do that, Abe. No, I was going to work back late anyhow, Abe lied. Lucy turned to Renfield. Okay, bring your friend in here at 7, but if there's any funny business, I'm calling the cops. Don't worry, miss. There'll be no funny business. He hates jokes. Well, he hates jokes that he doesn't tell, and the ones he does tell aren't funny. So, either way, there'll definitely be no funny business. Renfield was about to leave,
but then he paused. "Do you have anything to treat dandruff?" "Have you tried Head and Shoulders?" "The dandruff's not up there, it's down there," Renfield said. He pointed to his groin. Lucy did her best not to gag, but the thought of dandruff in that region was too much even for her. "Surely I can't be the only one to get dandruff down there, on my pubic hair." It was then that Lucy was hit by the stench of Renfield's breath. She thought it smelt like he had swallowed a dead rat, which wasn't far off the mark. Lucy was so repulsed by it she couldn't speak. Abe stepped in between her and Renfield. "I think it's time for you to leave. You're acting a bit weird," Abe said. "I'll have you know it's no act. People who know me don't think of me as a bit weird. They know that I'm a whole lot weird."
Chapter 10. There's lots of places your finger has been. Renfield drove Drac's vehicle, which was a long black hearse. Drac sat beside him and glanced at the clock on the dashboard, which displayed the time, 6:50 p.m. "She's supposed to be the best?" Renfield said in an effort to break the uncomfortable silence. "The best? And her office is out here?" Drac asked. "Well, she's the only one who'll see you at this time of night, so yeah, that technically does make her the best." Renfield handed Drac a business card. Drac squinted at it in the dark and read it aloud when they passed under a streetlight. "Lucy Westenra, naturopath." "She reminds me of someone I've met before, but I can't put my finger on it," Renfield said. "There's lots of places your finger has been." Drac took a sideways glance at Renfield, who had his finger in his ear as he attempted to clean some wax out. "None of them good. So I don't want you putting your finger on her or anyone else. Got it?" "Yes, master," Renfield said. Renfield took the offending greasy finger out of his ear, stuck it in his mouth and sucked it. After a moment, Renfield then pulled it out of his mouth and gazed at it lovingly. He admired how he could still see the wet saliva on it. "All clean now, master." Drac rolled his eyes. Abe sat in a chair in the reception of Lucy's shop and sipped some Pepsi while he browsed on his phone. Lucy tidied up the reception area but was unsatisfied. It still looked too bare. "It's missing something," Lucy said. She grabbed a rolled-up poster from behind the counter and stood on a chair. "I think I'll hang this up. A lady from a nearby dance school dropped it around the other day. It's their annual ball, and she asked if I could help by displaying it." Lucy unrolled the poster, and Abe watched as she used blue tack to stick it onto the wall. The poster read, "Beauty and the Beast Ball." "Looks good," Abe said. He stared at the poster that showed the outline of a huge, hairy beast and Belle, an attractive young woman. "Thanks for helping me out tonight, Abe. I really appreciate it," Lucy said. She got off the chair and looked over to Abe. "I'll be honest with you. Business sucks at the moment, so this consult will really help." "No problemo." Lucy stood back to admire the poster, but didn't think it was level, so she got back on the chair to adjust it. As she did, she gazed at the poster of Belle dancing with the beast. "Do you dance, Abe?" "I never really learned how." "Oh, it's a great skill to have. There's nothing more romantic than a waltz or a slow dance, especially when it's with that special someone." She glanced at Abe, and he noticed this. "Is there a special someone in your life at the moment?" Lucy asked him. Abe's eyes lit up as he gazed at Lucy. The speed of his heartbeat increased as if he had just taken some illicit pills at a rave party. He felt slightly woozy. His stomach tickled from inside
like it had butterflies in it, and his tongue felt like it had been coated with peanut butter and stuck to his mouth. There was an awkward moment of silence, but he was determined to answer her. Yeah, she's... She? Yes, of course she's a she. Oh, right, I just thought the way you dress and your big furry beard that you were... That I was what? That you were... Oh, never mind. Tell me all about her. Do I know her? When can I meet her? Abe's heart sank when he realized that Lucy wasn't even aware that he had feelings for her. For a moment, he was lost for words. He didn't have the nerve to tell her that she, Lucy Westenra, was the special someone in his life, the one that he dreamed about each night, that he longed to hold and kiss and be his forever. Abe looked at the poster on the wall. Was she the beauty and he the beast? Would he have to try and steal her away into the night and keep her captive forever? Or would she somehow, perhaps magically, fall in love with him? He could feel her eyes upon him, waiting for an answer. He felt an itch on his hairy belly and scratched it. A nervous reaction, he figured. Abe fumbled around, trying to find the right words to say. It's a bit complicated. We've not dated yet, so I haven't had the chance to tell her that I love her. But I will. For God's sake, Abe, whatever you do, don't tell her that on your first date. She'll probably freak out and think you're some kooky stalker or something. I know I would, Lucy said. You would? For sure, Lucy said. She looked at the poster once again, trying to determine if it was level or not. What's she like? Abe gazed at a caricature of Lucy that hung on the wall. Intelligent, beautiful, runs her own business. Sounds impressive. She is, but I'm not sure what she really wants in a man. Maybe you could help me out. What sort of things do you look for in a guy? Nothing. They're all liars. Lousy goddamn liars. It was then that Lucy saw Abe's worried expression. Sorry. Let's just say love's not been kind to me. It's like me and men. We're just not suited to be together. We're like chalk and cheese? Abe asked. More like night and day. Vain, lying, cheating arseholes. That's all I seem to attract. Oh, I'm sorry, Abe said. Lucy continued to adjust the Beauty and the Beast poster. She lowered the left side. It's not your fault, Abe. But if you were to date a guy, what would you look for? Abe asked. Lucy had her back to him as she focused on the poster. Now that it seemed too low on the left, she adjusted the poster again. As she stood on the chair, her buttocks were at Abe's eye level. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't look away. They were fabulous. She was everything he ever wanted in a woman, and the temptation to touch them was almost too much. He silently wished that she'd ask him to squeeze her backside. I don't know, Lucy said. I guess I'd want someone mature, sophisticated, charming. I like to sleep in a lot, so an early riser would be no good for me. I suppose I want a guy who knows how to treat me like a lady and can dance. I dream of being like Belle in Beauty and the Beast, dancing with my one true love. You know, sometimes I fantasize about a guy walking through that front door and sweeping me off my feet. At that precise moment, the front door flung open, and there at the doorway stood Drac. The first thing Drac noticed was Abe leering at Lucy's backside. Drac glared at Abe, who, realizing he had been caught, glared back at him. Drac looked up to see the Beauty and the Beast wall poster that Lucy was hanging. Please, come in, Lucy said as she turned to face Drac. It was then that Drac saw Lucy's face for the first time. To Drac, she looked like an angel, lit by a heavenly light above her. It's you, Drac and Lucy said in unison. You're the guy from the disco who can dance. I mean, really dance. Lucy said. "I thought I'd never find you," Drac said. As he spoke the words, Drac's mind took him back in time to a different place, a different country, a long time ago. Chapter 11. Transylvania is cool for flashbacks. Drac's mind wandered back in time to his Transylvanian castle 60 years or more ago on a dark, scary, yet somewhat romantic night, when romance lingered in the cool air along with the smell of pickled onions from a nearby factory. As wolves howled in the distance, he finally got to kiss the beautiful peasant woman with intense green eyes. Her eyes looked remarkably similar to Lucy's, as did her face. In fact, everything about her reminded him of Lucy. The lovely, lonesome howl of the wolves was broken by a chant that seemed to carry fear across the open fields. He could still hear the words, "Kill the beast! Kill the beast! Kill the beast!" That was the chant that was repeated over and over by an angry and unruly mob getting closer. The stench of the unwashed horde grew more and more nauseating. The peasant woman froze in fear, and it was then that Drac saw them. First he saw the flames they were carrying, then the angry mob. There were dozens of them. Pitchforks in hand, their spiteful faces were lit only by the torches they carried. Those ugly faces showed nothing but hate, malice, and vengeance. Just like a school reunion organized by kids who bullied you at school. Drac knew the person leading the angry mob was none other than Abraham Van Helsing, a fierce and determined vampire hunter who was dreaded all throughout Europe. Not only was he dreaded for killing vampires, but for also having his way with many a young lady, and for going missing in action when it was his turn to pay for a round of drinks at the pub. "Kill the beast! Kill the beast! Kill the beast!" chanted the angry mob. Drac knew the danger that they were in, and that he had to buy some time to ensure her safety. There was only one possible solution. He had to put his own life at risk and face the angry mob alone with no weapons, cologne, or even a bar of soap to fight the unwashed and unruly throng with. "Run! I'll find you," he said to the peasant woman. She hesitated, not knowing whether to stay with the one she loved or flee. But then Drac repeated what he said, this time with more insistence. "I said run! I'll find you." She kissed Drac passionately, then fled. Drac yelled to her, "Love of my life, I'll find you. Go!" As she dashed to safety, she yelled back to Drac, "Meet me at the Linz Coffee House in Austria, okay?" Chapter 12. Back to the present. Just in case you had no idea. "Okay, that looks good," Lucy said, as she admired the Beauty and the Beast poster she had just hung, and then got down from her chair. When she spoke, it seemed to snap Drac back out of his distant memories of another time, another place. Drac stared at Lucy in disbelief. "I've searched for you for years. I can't believe I found you again," he said. Lucy's eyebrows furrowed. "What? We've never even met," she said, puzzled by Drac's words. "Do you believe in love at first bite?" Drac blurted it out, hoping that would change the topic. Lucy stared at Drac, as if to say, "WTF? I mean, at first sight," blundered Drac, when he realized the look Lucy gave him was one of uncertainty and wariness. Abe also noticed Lucy's concern. Instinctively, Abe grabbed a stick from a potted plant, ready to drive it into any part of Drac's body if he should threaten his beloved Lucy. Drac noticed the tension in the room. It was worse than parent-teacher night of a failing student. He knew he had to talk his way out of this and do it quickly.
Sorry, my medication. I get confused. I meant I lost your business card and had trouble finding you, your store. It seems like I've been driving around for years trying to find a spot to park.
There was something about Drac and his words that intrigued Lucy. Your accent seems familiar. Where are you from? Lucy quizzed Drac.
Transylvania. I moved here a while ago. I still haven't picked up an Aussie accent, though.
Ha! You probably never will. My grandma's from there as well. She's been here for over 50 years and still hasn't lost hers.
Really? She's from Transylvania? It'd be nice to meet her one day.
Lucy warmly smiled at Drac, then gestured for him to follow her. Come through this way. Drac and Abe exchanged dirty looks with each other, and after Drac passed by him, Abe imitated shooting Drac in the back. Drac followed Lucy into the consultation room, where New Age blended with Feng Shui, complete with lemongrass and lemon myrtle-scented candles. Lucy gracefully sat on a large pink exercise ball and gestured for Drac to sit on a large sky blue one opposite her. Drac tried the same, but was anything but graceful. He felt off balance, constantly afraid that he would fall off as he wobbled this way and that. Yet Lucy could sit on the ball with no concerns at all. In fact, she even pulled her feet off the floor and sat cross-legged on the ball, maintaining perfect balance. Drac tried the same, overbalanced, and fell backward onto the floor.
"Ugh!" he moaned in pain.
Inner balance can be achieved once we balance our body with our thoughts, Lucy said. Drac got back up, sat on the ball again, and made a mental note to keep his 2 feet planted firmly on the floor. He did his best to remain cool, but felt anything but that, as he occasionally raised an arm to stop himself from overbalancing and falling. Lucy spoke. Now, I should tell you a little about me and what I do here. I'm a practicing vegan, so, as well as not eating meat, I always suggest...
Do you have to practice to be a vegan? Or is it that you just can't afford to buy meat?
Drac interjected, and chuckled to himself before he noticed Lucy's stern frown. She remembered what Renfield had said about Drac's jokes not being funny.
Sorry, some humor to lighten the mood. The hospital quack said I had osteoporosis.
Lucy studied Drac's posture. I think the problem could be that you're not straight.
I am straight. I've always dated women. I never even look at a man unless I'm in a change room or a urinal and I want to just compare my...
Sorry, I mean you're not sitting straight. It looks like you're leaning to one side because you're experiencing pain or discomfort. Lucy pondered this for a moment. Relaxation massages might be beneficial for you.
Do you do those?
Drac eagerly asked. Lucy nodded.
I'm in. Can I have one now?
Drac asked. He quickly ditched his cape, took off his belt, tossed it across the room, and began undoing his pants.
When you say relaxation massage, is that anything like a happy massage, where I feel all relaxed and just want to sleep at the end of it?
Hold on, Tiger. Put your clothes back on. I don't massage on a first consult. Understand? And I certainly don't do the type of massages I think you are after.
Oh,
Drac said disappointedly as he got the message. He bent over to retrieve his belt with great difficulty and began to dress again. Lucy carefully studied him as he did this. You look a bit stiff, she said. Perplexed, Drac stared down at his groin region. Lucy laughed. No, I meant your back. You're walking stiffly.
It's this damn back brace that hospital quack gave me to wear.
What? Let me look at that. Drac unbuttoned his shirt, took it off, then turned around, and Lucy's mouth fell open. She was horrified. That brace looks like it's from the last century. It's for scoliosis. They should never have issued you that. Let's get that off right now." Lucy undid Drac's back support, and as she did, Drac sighed loudly with great relief. In fact, it was so loud he could be heard at reception. Abe sat at reception, and his face reddened when he heard Drac sigh in what sounded like ultimate pleasure. Abe's lips curled, and he involuntarily crushed the empty can of Pepsi in his hand as he heard what he thought was Drac moaning in pleasure. "Oh, that feels so good already," he heard Drac say. It stopped for a moment, and then, "Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, that was such a relief. If I were up to it, I'd ask you to do that again." When Abe heard that, his face turned beetroot red, and he snapped the stick that he had taken earlier from the potted plant in half. Meanwhile, in the consultation room, Lucy dumped Drac's old back support into the bin. "There's something else I think you might like," Lucy said. She pointed to a pole that was in a corner of the room and fixed to the walls. Drac had seen pole dancers before, but usually the poles they used were vertical, floor to ceiling. However, this one ran parallel from one wall to another. It looked suspiciously like a pull-up bar. "You want me to do some chin-ups?" Drac asked. "No, I want you to try hanging upside down for a minute or two, sort of like a bat, to see if that will relieve some of your back pain. It will help to stretch your spine and decrease the pressure on the discs and nerve roots." Drac stared at her suspiciously. Had she already clued on to who he really was? "Trust me, you'll like it," she said. Drac remembered the time, many centuries ago, when his mother had said that to him. "Trust me, you'll like it." That was just before she gave Drac a large spoonful of cod liver oil. It was no wonder that he had trust issues. Yet something about Lucy made him trust her. He wasn't sure if it was because of her innocent eyes, her fine features, or her beautiful smile, but he did trust her. "Okay, so how do I do this?" Have you ever seen a kid hang upside down from the monkey bars? Drac didn't venture outside when the sun was up, so he had never seen it in real life, but he remembered seeing a kid do it once in the Cat Stevens song clip for "Remember the Days of the Old School Yard." There was a girl in a blood-red T-shirt who hung upside down for a moment in that clip. Was that a monkey bar she had hung from? "Of course I do," Drac said, with much more confidence than he actually had. With Lucy's help, Drac soon had both of his legs hooked over the bar, and he held on to the bar, lowering his head so it was pointed towards the floor. "Grip tight with your legs, and once you feel confident, let go of the bar with your hands," Lucy said. Drac tensed his calf muscles as he tried to make them come closer to his hamstrings. "That's it. Now let go with your hands." Drac did as she said, and hung there upside down with his arms folded across his chest and his cape touching the floor. But he didn't mind, because the world suddenly looked different from upside down. A few minutes ago, he had secretly wished Lucy had worn a low-cut top, but now he wished she had worn a high-cut skirt. Even Lucy's ankles were beautiful, he thought to himself. Gravity meant blood rushed to his head, but he didn't mind because it felt good, really good. There was no backache. In her presence, Drac knew one thing for sure. There was no pain. This was bliss. Later, after he had got down from the bar, Lucy said, "If you don't mind, I'd also like to take some blood from you to do a live blood test."
"You collect blood?"
Drac swooned for a moment as he imagined church bells ringing at midnight, himself standing in a church at the front of it, with Lucy beside him in a wedding dress, and a priest saying those words every groom loves to hear.
"You may now bite the bride."
Drac imagined himself lifting Lucy's veil, ready to bite her luscious neck. "Once your blood's analysed, I'll be able to recommend other treatments," Lucy said. She got a plastic pouch out of a drawer and prepared a syringe. Her words snapped Drac out of his daydream.
Do you, take blood samples often?
Drac asked. It seems like all the time lately.
Oh, my,
Drac said. He licked his lips and began to breathe heavily. Lucy pointed to his arm. He got the message and held it out as she joked, "Yeah, Mum says that I must be part vampire or something."
"You don't say,"
Drac replied. Later, Drac strutted past Abe, who had waited on the sofa at reception, still holding the broken stick. As Drac was about to leave, Abe muttered under his breath, "You're not welcome here." But Drac had heard him. He stopped, turned around and said, "That's not what she says." Abe stood, sucked his gut in and puffed out his chest. "Are we going to have a problem, old man?"
"I don't have a problem with you. I have a problem with anyone who gets in my way,"
Drac said as he exited. Abe gave him the finger behind his back, but swiftly pulled it away so Lucy wouldn't see it as she entered the reception area, ready to lock up. "There's something about that guy I don't like," Abe said to Lucy. "Relax, he's just a harmless old guy. He was feeling a bit stiff, so I helped release some of the pressure for him." "So I heard," Abe replied in a jealous tone. Chapter 13. A Taste for Blood and Termites. Renfield drove Drac's black hearse while Drac rode shotgun.
"It's her. I'm sure of it,"
Drac said.
"It can't be, Master. That was over 50 years ago."
"But it is. She looks just the same, but somehow she's lost her accent."
"Are you sure it's really her?"
"I've waited over 500 years to find true love, Renfield. It's her. I know it is. Once I win her back, we'll spend eternity together, and my pain will finally be gone. There's only one problem. A guy. A big, hairy one. I sense he's trouble. Do a U-turn. I'm hungry."
"Are you going to kill him, Master?"
Drac licked his lips. "Let's just say I've got a little taste for blood."
A short time later, Renfield and Drac sat in the hearse opposite Lucy's shop. They watched as Lucy and Abe locked up, then left together. Drac waited a little while and then checked to ensure the coast was clear. They made their way swiftly across the road to the front door of Lucy's shop. Drac pulled a lock-picking tool from his pocket and deftly used it to open the front door. Drac was soon inside Lucy's shop. He made his way to the kitchen and opened the fridge door. To his delight, a bountiful supply of blood products in plastic pouches sat inside. Drac took a handful of them and sat at the kitchen table. He greedily bit into one and sucked from it like a kid with a juice popper.
This tastes so good. I wonder what one would be like if it was frozen,"
Drac said before he shoved a blood pouch into the freezer. High on life and in the mood to party, Drac played a song on his phone, by Right Said Fred. But he changed the lyrics for the main chorus as he sang,
"I'm too sexy for my cape."
Meanwhile, a few streets away, Abe looked at the sign that hung over what used to be a church hall. It read, "Elegance Dance Club." Butterflies felt like they were dancing inside his ample hairy belly, but despite this, Abe summoned the courage to enter and approached Gabriella, the caring and elegant dance teacher in her 40s who had immigrated from Argentina several years earlier. Abe put cash on the table and slid it towards her. "Can you teach me how to dance? Not just dance, but dance real good. Like Dancing with the Stars good?" Back in the naturopath kitchen, empty blood pouches lay strewn all around, on the table, floor, and sink. Drac felt as satisfied as someone who had had a huge Thanksgiving dinner and somehow got through 3 helpings. Renfield pointed to his watch.
"Master, we can't be late for work."
Bloated as a tick who had feasted on a lazy dog, Drac got up.
Okay, I'm coming."
As Renfield drove towards work, they passed a park with lots of trees. Drac stared out into the darkness and saw a tree with an almost horizontal branch.
"Stop!" yelled Drac. "Pull over!"
Renfield did as he was told, and Drac got out of the hearse.
"But master, we'll be late for work."
"This will only take a moment. I want to show you what Lucy taught me tonight."
Drac went to the tree he had spotted and took a firm grasp of the horizontal branch. It wasn't a very thick branch, but Drac was able to pull himself onto it with relative ease. He then hooked his legs on the branch and leaned back so his head was facing the ground, just like he had done at Lucy's clinic. Confident, he let go with his hands, tensed his calf muscles, and hung his arms crossed over his chest and his cape touching the ground.
"I want to do this every night, Renfield, because it feels so good," and
snap! The tree branch broke, and Drac fell towards the ground, and clunk! He hit the ground head first and knocked himself unconscious.
"Oh, look at that,"
Renfield said. Renfield rushed over to the tree.
"Termites!"
When the branch snapped, it exposed hundreds of termites that had obviously weakened the branch. Renfield stuck his tongue in and out of the hollow branch like a hungry anteater as he greedily gobbled up as many termites as he could.
"Oh, my head!"
Drac moaned as he regained consciousness. Renfield stopped feasting, firstly because Drac was now conscious, and secondly because he could no longer reach any of the delectable termites with his tongue.
"Master."
"Yes, Renfield?"
"If you want to do that every night, wouldn't it be quicker if I just knocked you out using a baseball or cricket bat?"
"Shut up, Renfield. We're late for work."
Renfield helped Drac get to his feet, and they made their way back to the hearse. Meanwhile, back at the Elegance Dance Club, a small attentive crowd, mostly couples, watched as Gabriella, the dancing instructor, waltzed across the floor with her dance partner Max. They moved together like interest rate hikes and rental prices. It was as if Strauss was playing for them alone. As they finished, all of the students, including Abe, applauded.
"Está bien. Now partner up and let's see how you go," Gabriella said.
Everyone soon had a dance partner, all except for Abe, who looked a bit bewildered. It was like being at school again. He was always the last one selected for anything, sports, school projects, you name it. And he was always the odd one out, and felt like a heterosexual member of the village people. For many years since then, Abe had tried to forget those feelings and how he felt, how the only ones who ever seemed to show him kindness were the female teachers who took pity on him. At that moment, yet again another female teacher, in the form of Gabriella, came to his aid. She extended her hand to Abe.
"May I, senor?"
The music started, and although Abe was keen and had been paying close attention, his ability to put new skills into practice was somewhat lacking. Despite his genuine efforts to dazzle on the dance floor, Abe seemed to have 2 left feet. Not only that, but both of them appeared to be in competition to see who could stand on Gabriella's toes or kick her in the shins the most often.
"Ow! Ow!"
Gabriella cried out when Abe stood on her toes yet again.
"We may have to book you in for a few more lessons, okay, senor?"
Abe nodded, perhaps a little too eagerly, for he didn't take this as a signal of his poor dancing skills, but rather a sign that he must be pretty good because she wanted more dance time with him. This calls for a celebration, Abe thought, so he decided to buy a dessert on the way home. Little did Abe realize that when he entered the grocery store, someone else he knew would be there. Abe walked up and down the shop's aisles, trying to decide between a chocolate mud cake, a frozen apple pie that he could top up with custard, or rice pudding. Each had their own distinct advantages. Theoretically, a chocolate mud cake could be eaten over several days, and you could take a slice to work for morning or afternoon tea. However, this rarely happened, as Abe would often devour most of the chocolate mud cake in one sitting. On the other hand, the apple pie had fruit in it, and Lucy had often commented about how important it is to eat fruit instead of so many processed products. And if he poured a layer of custard on top of the apple pie, Abe incorrectly thought that would be like adding more protein to an already healthy snack. Whereas the rice pudding came in several different flavours, including vanilla, caramel, chocolate, and banana. Banana was a fruit, and Lucy had encouraged Abe to eat more fruits. Rice was also a staple product of many different Asian countries, such as China, Korea, and Japan. In most of those countries, obesity was not an issue, so Abe was leaning towards a rice pudding. Abe looked at the mud cake once again. A clear plastic container protected it from harmful germs, but also allowed Abe to stare at it in its perfect form, shape, and colour. The lure of the luscious-looking chocolate icing on the chocolate mud cake was far too much for Abe to resist, so he grabbed the last one on the shelf and made his way towards the cash registers. It was only when he got to the cash register that Abe saw Drac serving another customer. Abe was next in line, and he intended to enjoy this conversation. "Ah, so you do this for a living?" Drac had already been blasted by his manager for being late to work. He had a throbbing headache from his tree mishap, and now he had Abe to deal with. He remained silent, inwardly brooding as he scanned Abe's purchase. The cost showed as $4.95 on the display. Abe handed Drac a $5 note and chuckled, "Keep the change, old man. I think you need it much more than I do." Drac gave a fake smile. As he went to hand Abe the mud cake, he turned the container upside down and dropped it on purpose, so it hit the floor. "Oops, sorry, clumsy me," Drac smirked. Abe picked up his mud cake, which now looked a bit smushed. Half of the rich-looking luscious icing was now stuck to the top of the container, and the other half remained on the cake. To Abe it no longer looked like a prize-winning cake. Instead, it now reminded him of a dark-coloured dog that had patches of fur shaved off it, so it could be operated on by a vet. On any normal night, Abe would have returned the damaged cake back to the shelves. But he knew that there was no point in taking it back to try and swap it, as he had purchased the last one. His stomach growled, and he looked forward to the luscious chocolate taste. Nothing that a rice pudding or apple pie could satiate. With the damaged mud cake in hand, Abe stormed out and shouted, "Loser!" at Drac. At precisely the same time, Drac shouted, "Loser!" to him. "Loser!" Chapter 14. Broccoli-flavoured lip balm. Abe daydreamed about having a blossoming romance with Lucy while he listened to Don't Be Stupid, a Shania Twain song on his Spotify list. He unlocked the door to his apartment and turned on the light. Life-sized photos of Lucy adorned the wall. These were snaps that Abe had taken of her over the years. Some had been taken with her permission, but many had obviously been made without her knowledge. Lucy had never been to his apartment, and Abe had never told her about his obsession with her or the photos he had secretly snapped. Perhaps that would be a nice surprise for when we start dating, he tragically thought, blissfully unaware of how most females would react to seeing their photos plastered over some guy's walls. "Honey, I'm home," Abe said as he entered. He kissed one of the life-sized photos of Lucy on the lips, just like he did every day. But today he sensed something was wrong. He stared at the image of Lucy on the wall with pouty lips, then touched his lips. Something was definitely not how it should be. Deep in thought, he scratched his back, finding the good spot. Abe sat his damaged mudcake on the table, then opened the door to his fridge. A variety of lip balm sticks in different flavours were on the door shelf. He looked through them. Blueberry, grape, banana, mint. They were all good, well, all except for the broccoli-flavoured one. But you live and learn, is what Abe figured. He kept searching through the flavours. Strawberry, watermelon, coconut, and then he found what he was looking for, a cola-flavoured lip balm. With lip balm in hand, Abe returned to the life-size picture of Lucy that he had kissed moments before and carefully applied the cola lip balm to Lucy's lips. Abe then kissed her image again. Much better, Abe said as he nodded in appreciation. Despite his shabby appearance, Abe was a very methodical man. He liked to save time, so he rarely bothered to shave or get a haircut. Sure, sometimes his hair might get so out of control that he looked like a shaggy dog, but that didn't bother Abe. As long as he saved time, he was happy. After all, whenever someone was close to death, didn't they always want a little more time? He was pretty certain that they wanted more time, much more than a haircut. Abe had noticed many people wasted time choosing what clothes to wear. Some people spent 5 or 10 minutes every day trying to decide what to wear, while others would waste half an hour or more. Imagine what you could do if you added up half an hour every day for a whole year. That would add up to 7.6 additional days every year that you could put into something useful like sleeping, eating junk food, going on holidays, or snooping on Lucy. One day, while watching a David Attenborough program on TV, Abe noticed that David often wore the same colour and style of clothes. It didn't matter whether you were watching a current episode about dung beetles or one from years ago. David Attenborough always seemed to be wearing similar clothes. David Attenborough's shows often showed Abe a unique outlook on life. Before then, he'd never known that a grizzly bear was the offspring of a male polar bear and a female grizzly bear, while a growler bear was the offspring between a male grizzly bear and a female polar bear. That alone was a potential match winner at any trivia night. Or at least it would be if Abe ever ventured out to go to a trivia night. Abe silently hoped that David Attenborough would one day have an episode on different wolf breeds. Living alone like he did, Abe felt he was sort of a lone wolf, but he hoped that one day in the not-too-distant future, Lucy would join him, and together they could form a wolf pack. Abe decided he couldn't copy David Attenborough's beige look, so he purchased 7 sets of clothes instead. The fact that they were all the same didn't worry him in the least. He wore a pair of brown corduroy pants matched with a drab brown long-sleeve T-shirt. He had bought them when they were on sale at Kmart due to an end-of-year clearance. Theoretically, he had a new set of clothes for every day of the week. However, in reality, he usually wore the same set for 7 days in a row and pulled out the second set come wash day, whether it was needed or not. Wash day was on Friday nights, which was theoretically also date night. If he ever got the courage to ask Lucy out, she would no doubt smell him in fresh clothes, as Friday night was the day he put on his second set of clothes. He would wear them until the following Friday night, when he would alternate back to the first set. Abe figured that if he kept this routine going, it might be another 2 or 3 years before he had to worry about using his third set of clothing. By the time he got to use his 7th set of clothing, it might be a decade away. So, in the meantime, he would have saved thousands of dollars by not wasting it purchasing new clothes. He would also benefit from having an additional 76 productive days in his life, as opposed to worrying about what new clothes to wear or buy. Abe sat down, opened his journal, and looked at a page titled Goals. The first item on the list was lose weight. Abe looked at his mud cake and decided against it. He rummaged around in the back of his cupboard and found a dessert that read 99% fat-free. Abe almost inhaled it and quite enjoyed the flavour. When he looked at the best before date, he noticed it was a couple of years ago. He wondered to himself about the miracle of sugar as a preservative. Abe looked to the second item on the list. Learn to dance. He stood and did a few dance steps before he tripped and woof! He landed heavily on the floor. When he got back up, Abe stared at the last item on the to-do list. Marry Lucy. It was underlined, highlighted in bold, and had asterisks around it. Abe grabbed a red glitter pen and drew a large love heart around the words, Marry Lucy. Abe was an eternal optimist, and he knew that with every day that passed, he was a day closer to marrying the love of his life. Abe noticed it was nearly 10 p.m., and it was time for bed. As he proceeded up the hallway, he passed by a photo of Lucy that he had taken from behind her when she had been bending over. Cheeky girl, Abe said. He slapped Lucy's photographic backside and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. A short time later, Abe was in his pajamas in bed. He gazed at the wallpaper opposite him. On it was a massive photo of Lucy that covered the entire wall. Good night, sweetheart, he said. Abe reached over to tap his touch lamp, and darkness descended. Chapter 15. Online Love and the Weird Sisters. Drac yawned. It was almost dawn. He waved at Renfield. Good day, Renfield. I'm going to sleep. Maybe today I'll dream about her. I don't need a woman to be living the dream, Renfield lied. Renfield watched as Drac departed downstairs, then waited a few moments. He checked to make sure Drac was not coming back, then snuck over to the PC and clicked the mouse. Renfield couldn't remember the website that Drac had used the other night. Was it Everlasting Love for Freaks, Tinder, or Grindr? Renfield didn't know much about going online, but he figured there was no harm in trying them all out. So he created a new account, entered his credit card details, then clicked on a website and was immediately fascinated with what he saw. Which girl for me? This one's interesting, he said to himself. It was a photo of a thin woman dressed as an emo goth, all in black. Her black lipstick and eyeshadow contrasted sharply with the white powder covering her face. She had what looked to be a permanently sour expression on her face. Renfield studied it intensely. I don't think I like bubbly. He clicked on another photo. It showed a stunningly beautiful woman who listed that she could speak 7 languages: English, Spanish, Italian, French, German, Russian, and Romanian, the official language of Transylvania. He read her advert. I'm looking for a good time with someone who can speak Romanian. If you want a good time with no questions asked, feel free to call me anytime. Renfield stared at her photo. She was absolutely gorgeous. Everything he could ever dream of. She spoke 3 of the sexiest languages on earth. She even spoke French, Italian, and Spanish as well. How good was that? Renfield thought. She was even looking for a good time, and so was he. That was another thing they already had in common. But then he reread the advertisement, and he felt his heart sink. He knew it would never work, because she stated, a good time with no questions asked. No questions asked? That was the one that blew Renfield out of the water, because he had plenty of them. Questions like, what was her name? What was her phone number? What hobbies she had? Would she like to go out for a date? And where would she like to meet? He already had 5 questions, yet she specifically stated no questions asked. Pity, he thought to himself as he scrolled on. He clicked on the next photo. It was the Weird Sisters, 3 females who wore dowdy polka dot blouses and appeared to be the results of lobotomies on sale. Weird Sisters. Renfield was intrigued and failed to notice any of the Adam's apples the Weird Sisters had. He uploaded a photo of himself with a large raven next to a headstone at a cemetery. Renfield pondered momentarily as he tried to find the right words to describe himself. Then it came to him in an instant. He typed, "Sure, I might look ugly to you, but I can assure you I sound ugly too. Beauty is only skin deep, but my ugly goes right to the pustules." Okay, that's something about me. What can I say in my message to them? Think, Renfield, think, he said. Renfield paced up and down the room. Occasionally he would stop pacing to stare at the image of the Weird Sisters. I got it! He jumped for joy before he sat down to type a message to send them. Imagine what a team we'd make with your looks and my brains. No, wait, my brains and your looks. No, wait, that's not right either. He clicked the send message button before realizing his mistake, but it was too late. If there was anything Renfield had learned this century, it was that you can't cry over spilt milk, autocorrect stuffing up your sentences, or sending instant messages you didn't really mean to, especially late at night after having a few too many drinks. Chapter 16. Extra Cream and the Break-In. Abe stared at an extensive selection of mouth-watering pastries on display inside Chen's coffee shop. As always, Chen was her usual happy, smiling self, always friendly. "The usual?" Chen asked. Abe nodded and then pointed to a sugar-encrusted apple turnover topped with fresh cream. "And that as well, please." "An apple turnover, 1 decaffeinated green tea, no sugar, with a hint of ginger, and 1 hot chocolate with extra cream to go coming up. That will be $15, please." Abe swiped his credit card, and once payment had cleared, Chen took the apple turnover from the display case that Abe had pointed to, grabbed a can of whipped cream, and squirted even more cream on it. The pastry now looked like a heavy snowstorm had hit Mount Everest. "I know you like extra cream," Chen said. "I like it very much," Abe replied. Chen served the apple turnover on a plate to Abe and started to make the beverages. Abe wolfed down the apple turnover as quickly as possible. It was almost as if he was worried about being seen by someone. A few moments later, Chen handed Abe his hot drinks. Abe pulled the top off his hot chocolate, added a couple more servings of sugar, stirred it, and then put the lid back on. He took a marker out of his pocket, wrote "decaf green tea" on the side of his hot chocolate, and exited the store. A short while later, Abe sipped his hot chocolate as Lucy's grandma ambled into his store, carrying something in a bag. She had intense green eyes, like Lucy's, but unlike Lucy, she had a strong Transylvanian accent. She took a ginger root from her bag and gave it to Abe. "Can you give this to Lucy? She needed it for a ginger tofu recipe she wanted to make." "Bleh," is what Abe felt like saying when she mentioned the tofu recipe, but instead he asked, "You're not going to wait for her?" "Got to run. I have to take you-know-who to her Weight Watchers class." And with that, she turned and left. Abe was used to this, as it wasn't the first time Lucy's grandmother had left things for him to drop off to Lucy. Abe was glad she trusted him because her leaving things for Lucy gave him another reason to go and see and be with her. A short while later, Lucy parked in front of her store. As always, she wore dark sunglasses as she approached the front door. Lucy inwardly moaned to herself how much she hated mornings. For a moment, she thought that perhaps, instead of opening at 9 in the morning, she would be better off opening in the afternoon and closing later at night, like she did the night she met Drac. As soon as Abe saw Lucy pull up, he exited his store carrying the ginger that Lucy's grandma had given him to pass along with the tea he had purchased from Chen's. "Your grandmother asked me to give you this," he said. Abe gave Lucy the ginger her grandmother had dropped off only minutes ago. "And I got a tea for you as well." "Aw, you're so sweet, Abe." Abe almost felt as if his heart had increased in size, and it seemed to pound stronger. "You're a real lifesaver, Abe. I don't know what I'd do without you." A million thoughts seemed to run through Abe's head all at once. Should he act cool, say something witty, or maybe even ask her out? As Abe silently debated the various options inside his mind, Lucy looked at him and at his ample-sized stomach. "I've been meaning to ask, how are you coping with the sugar-free diet I put you on?" "Good, really good," Abe lied. "I'm eating more fruit, like you said to. Just had some apple about 10 minutes ago," which was technically true, but he neglected to say that the apple was served between sugared pastry and covered in an extra layer of whipped cream. "I bought you some tofu for lunch," Lucy said. "I'll put it in the fridge for you." "You shouldn't have," Abe said. "It's no problem at all, Abe." Abe muttered to himself. "No, I mean it. You really shouldn't have." Abe's mind raced as he thought of possible ways to change the topic from tofu to asking Lucy out. Lucy went to unlock the front door, but then noticed it wasn't locked. "What in the world is going on?" she thought. She was sure they had locked it last night. Lucy hurriedly entered. She scanned the reception area, which seemed okay, so she hurried into the kitchen. "Ah!" Lucy screamed, and Abe dashed towards the kitchen to see what was wrong. Abe entered the kitchen to see Lucy frozen to the spot. It was obvious that she was in a state of shock. The fridge door was wide open. All the blood products that had been in it the night before were empty, damaged, or strewn on the floor. "Why would anyone do this?" Lucy asked. "Why would someone break into the premises, not steal anything, but damage all the blood samples?" There was a moment of silence as they both surveyed the damage, unsure what to think of the situation. A thought crossed Lucy's mind. "What did you think they did with the blood? Poured it down the sink?" she asked Abe. Abe didn't answer. He inwardly cursed himself for not asking Lucy out before she started rabbiting on about tofu. God, how he hated tofu. Could he salvage this somehow, he wondered? Abe glanced upward at the fake spider on the cornice. It was still in its place, and Lucy obviously didn't see the hidden camera or suspect a thing. "The bastards!" Lucy cursed. "Now, I suppose I'll have to shell out my hard-earned money for security cameras." "Nah, I wouldn't bother. It was probably just kids," Abe said. "Maybe you just left the front door unlocked." Abe lied, knowing full well that Lucy had locked the door last night when they left together. "I'm just going to check my store, just in case. Be back soon." Abe rushed into his store and logged onto his computer. He watched the spider cam footage from Lucy's kitchen in real time as she surveyed the damage. He hit the rewind button until he found something of interest. Abe sat down and watched, amazed as he saw Drac's distinctive cape and clothes, but not Drac himself. Pouches of blood seemed to float in mid-air and appeared to be drunk by nothing. "What the... how could that be?" Abe wondered. "Can Drac make himself invisible?" Abe stared perplexed at the screen and saw Renfield enter the kitchen. He seemed to talk to Drac's clothes, and then he and Drac's clothes both left. Abe picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello? Police?" At the nearby police station, Quincy re-entered the office just in time to catch Arthur yelling into the phone. "Either get off whatever you're on or get yourself another dealer. That shit he's selling you is messing with your marble-sized mind. It'll kill you. Mark my words." Arthur slammed down the phone, then complained to Quincy, "Another druggie hallucinating about seeing a vampire. Must be some pretty nasty shit out there. We got to catch whoever's dealing it." Quincy nodded in agreement, but in the back of his mind he thought, what are the chances of finding them? Arthur's mobile phone rang, and he saw the screenshot of Yolanda. He quickly answered it. Sitting opposite Yolanda was Rob, the teenage would-be robber who had been arrested by Arthur and Quincy the other night, and was then promptly released on bail after receiving what amounted to a slap on the wrist by a lenient judge. Rob still claimed Drac was a bat. It hadn't taken Yolanda long to track him down. Yolanda glanced at the front-page news of Serena's death from several days ago. "Arthur, we need to talk." Meanwhile, back in his store, Abe stared at his phone in dismay, then put it down. "What can I do if the police don't believe me and won't act?" he thought to himself. Chapter 17. Sydney, and the massive cock-up. The sun had set a short while ago, and darkness took over the sky, much like an extrovert dominating a conversation with an introvert. Drac's alarm clock rang at 6:30 p.m. like it did every night in winter. Now it was safe to come out. Drac's coffin lid opened, and he stepped out, looking and feeling the most alive he'd felt for ages. "What a refreshing day's sleep! For the first time in years I feel alive. I finally have something to live for. She's the one, Renfield! She's the one!" he shouted in glee. "Are you sure, Master?" "Yes, I am certain. She's the first one since—" Renfield knew that look and the tone in Drac's voice. Renfield slouched, and he nervously cleared his throat. He was worried he was about to get his ass kicked. "I couldn't believe how much you stuffed that up, Renfield," Drac said. Drac thought back to Transylvania 60 years ago, and the moment when he kissed the peasant woman and watched her flee before the angry mob of villagers arrived. "Meet me at the Lynn's coffee house," she yelled to me before she fled. That was just as that blasted Van Helsing led his smelly renter crowd with their flames chanting, "Kill the beast! Kill the beast! Kill the beast!" like a bunch of inbred Habsburg morons. Drac glared at Renfield, and then took a moment to compose himself before he continued. "Now, I ask you, do I look like a beast to you, Renfield? Of course not. I led those witless morons away from the castle and escaped their clutches, but only just. And then when I went back to the castle to find you in the cellar that was full of half-eaten cockroaches and cobwebs, what did I say?" Renfield knew the answer, but he didn't want to say it. Drac had had this conversation with him hundreds of times before, and he knew how it would go. Drac cleared his throat. "What did I say, Renfield?" "You said—" "I said, Renfield, make arrangements for us to travel to the Lynn's coffee house in Austria." "Austria. And what did you do?" "It wasn't my fault, though, Master." "Oh, really? Please, do share with me what exactly transpired. How is it we ended up in Australia, instead of Austria, Austria?" Renfield had never told Drac the whole truth about what had happened,
and he wasn't sure if this was the best time to tell him, but it was too late to stop now.
Well, you see, it was like this, Master. There was a long line of people with letters and parcels to post at the Transylvania post office that day, being that it was Friday, and what with there being a public holiday on the Monday due to Labour Day, and
"Just get on with it, Renfield," Drac said impatiently.
"Yes, Master, and so I was the only one who stood in line with a coffin-shaped box. And I started calculating what it would cost to buy 2 train tickets to Austria and what it would cost to post us there. And the post seemed to be much cheaper. So when I finally got to the front of the line, the postmaster asked me what I wanted, and I said I wanted to post this parcel, which was your coffin with you in it, and myself, to the Lynn's Coffee House."
"You wanted to post yourself?" Drac asked. Renfield nodded enthusiastically.
"That's exactly what Sydney, the postmaster, said. Well, that and you're crazy, you know that." Of course I said thank you, because it's not every day that someone pays me a compliment.
"I'd hazard to guess it's not even every decade," Drac said.
And then Sydney, the postmaster, handed me a pen and said, "Just write the address label while I double-check the cost." And while he was checking the rates, I started to worry, because, as you know, I'm not very good at spelling.
"Must admit you're the only one I know who spells spelling with a silent H," Drac said.
So then I asked Sydney if he could help write the labels for me, but he pointed to the long line of customers behind me and said, "Look, I'm busy here. Just do your best. I'm sure it'll be fine." And so I wrote up the 2 labels. But because I wasn't sure of the spelling, I wrote Sydney's name on them so he could double-check them for me.
"Oh, no," Drac said when he realized where this was heading. "Renfield, tell me how you spell the name Sydney."
"S-Y-D-N-E-Y," Renfield said proudly.
"And how do you spell Lynn's Coffee House, Austria?"
LynnskoffeehousAustria.
"With a silent L in Austria?"
"I told you I wasn't very good at spelling. And then I paid for the postage, stuck 1 label on your coffin along with the stamps, and watched Sydney use a hand stamper to stamp it with a postmark. It was my turn next, and I didn't think to bring any wrapping paper to post myself, so I stuck the mail label on my forehead along with the stamps. The last thing I remember was Sydney, with his hand stamper in his hand, pulling it back, ready to stamp my forehead, and then he brought his hand forward very quickly and everything went black. And when I woke up, we were on a boat already out at sea."
Drac shook his head as if disappointed. "Renfield, Renfield, Renfield."
"Then, 3 months later, we landed," Renfield said.
"And what on earth did you think when the boat sailed under the Sydney Harbour Bridge?"
Renfield opened his mouth, then considered what he would say, lest he get in trouble.
"I distinctly remember Vienna looked a little different than I imagined it would. And when I got off the boat, it was daylight, so you were still in your coffin. I asked this guy if I was in Austria, and he said it's pronounced Straya, mate." "Straya?" I asked, and he said, "Yeah, Straya." So I just thought Austrians spoke a little funny, which kind of makes sense because I remember seeing newsreels of them wearing their funny little helmets and walking a little funny with that goose stepping and whatnot. So I pointed to your coffin and told him my friend and I were looking for a girl, and she was going to meet me at Lynn's Coffee House.
"This keeps getting worse. You know that, don't you, Renfield?"
So this guy points to a coffee house where an ugly bag lady was sitting, and he asked me if that was the woman. And I said, if it was, she didn't travel well. When I went to ask her if she was a peasant woman, she said she had never been so insulted in her life and slapped me so hard across the face I lost consciousness. When I woke up, the coffee house was closed, so I went to the pub next door and waited until it was dark, ordered some food and let you out.
Drac nodded in agreement. I remember the waitress, a cigarette in her mouth, handing us both a hot dog each. I remember looking at it because it was the first hot dog I'd ever seen, and I distinctly remember thinking, it's not the part of the dog I was hoping to get, Drac said.
It must have been a pretty impressive dog, Master.
Indeed, it would have. Then after that the waitress plonked a bottle of tomato sauce on the table and said, just in case you want some. I looked at it, and I thought I was in heaven.
I still remember you saying, "Look, Renfield, complimentary blood. I love this place." Then you tried to scull it and spat it out in disgust.
I remember thinking those Austrians have such foul-tasting blood. It's no wonder why the Habsburg dynasty collapsed. I was still convinced that she would turn up, that she'd meet me here. And you said,
"Well, look on the bright side. Maybe she's just dead or something," Renfield chimed in. And then that guy asked if you were using the dead horse, because he wanted some for his dog's eye.
How was I to know that it meant he wanted tomato sauce for his meat pie? I mean, who talks in rhyming slang? Drac said.
Maybe he was a poet and didn't know it, Master. I remember instead of him calling you mate, he called you China plate.
All I remember was thinking, I knew Austrians had a different accent, but this was ridiculous. I had no idea what he was saying, so I said, "Sorry, sir, but I'm not Chinese. I'm from Transylvania." Transylvania. And I told you that finding the love of my life in this Austrian hellhole might not be as easy as I thought.
And that's when the waitress overheard you and said, "This ain't Austria, honey. This is Australia. Australia," Renfield said.
I remember glaring at you. And what did you say? Drac asked.
"Oopsie."
Drac stared at Renfield. And for the past 50 years I've been searching for her because of your massive cock-up and incompetent bumbling.
Maybe just think of it as the ultimate hide-and-seek game, Master.
Never mind, my dear imbecile. All your idiotic mistakes will be forgiven soon, once I have her in my arms.
Drac held up Lucy's business card and gazed at it lovingly.
With her in my life, all my aches and pains will be gone.
Chapter 18. Seen any leeches? Lucy moved her vacuum cleaner out of the way and then led the policemen, Arthur and Quincy, into the kitchen. "I didn't know you were cops," Lucy said. "And I didn't know you gave me your fake number, but you did, and here we are," Arthur replied. "Sorry about that. So you think someone broke in and stole blood from your fridge? There's no other possible explanation." "Mosquitoes?" suggested Quincy. "Are you insane?" asked Lucy. "I'm just saying let's not rule out all possibilities. Seen any leeches?" "Leeches? Well, there's fleas. They also like blood, and they're super strong for their size. Not sure if they could open a fridge door, though," said Quincy. "I think what my colleague is trying to say is that we're prepared to look at all possibilities," Arthur said. "How about we try humans first instead of all this paranormal science fiction sort of rubbish?" suggested Lucy. A few moments later, Lucy led Arthur and Quincy to reception, where Abe waited behind the counter. He watched jealously as Arthur handed Lucy a card and said, "If there's anything else you think of, please feel free to call me on this number, day or night." Quincy rummaged for something in his wallet and also handed Lucy his card. "If there's any time you feel like going out, feel free to call me night or day." "Aren't you supposed to be going out with Mina?" asked Lucy. "Maybe. Maybe not," Quincy said. He winked at Lucy, and the two cops exited. "That was a bit unprofessional, wasn't it?" Abe said. "Maybe, but it's flattering," Lucy guiltily admitted. Lucy ogled Quincy's incredible physique as he made a phone call outside the store. Abe saw this and tried to suck his gut in. He frowned when he realized that it was no use. Who was he kidding? He could never look as good as Arthur or Quincy. "Lucy, I need to talk to you," Abe said. "Sorry, Abe, but I've got to call my insurer. Then I've got to get those clients back in here and take some more blood samples. We'll catch up later, okay?" As Lucy used her phone to make a call, Abe schlepped away. Arthur and Quincy sat in their cop car, unsure what to make of this case. "Do you believe in vampires?" Arthur asked. Quincy shook his head as they drove away. A moment later, Will the wino staggered past, still wearing Drac's old cape. Later in the afternoon, Renfield sat in Drac's hearse across the road from Lucy's naturopath shop. He had binoculars and used them to watch her front door with interest. A young mother, Francesca, pushed a stroller with her baby in it. Her stroller had a neighbourhood watch sticker on it, and she was always on the lookout for weirdos, whether they were hanging around at local parks, in shopping centres, or sitting in Parliament. She immediately noticed Renfield. She tapped on his window, and as soon as he rolled down the window, she accosted him. "What do you think you're doing?" "I was watching this woman for my master," and Francesca clenched her fist and "Ow!" She socked Renfield in the eye, then raised her voice. "Now get out of here, sicko, before I call the cops." Lucy opened the front door, exited, and locked it before she went on her way. Holding a hand over his sore, soon-to-be black eye, Renfield saw this. He pointed at Lucy. Okay, I'll move on. I just need to see where she goes first so I can fire." "Ow!" Francesca slugged Renfield in the other eye. Not wanting to be hit again, Renfield drove off in a hurry as Francesca whipped out her mobile phone and dialed 000. "Hello, police? I want to report a creepy stalker." At the police station, Quincy answered the phone as Arthur ate some garlic pizza. "What's that?" "A stalker following a woman leaving a naturopath store." "Tell me more. What did he look like? And if he was in a vehicle, did you get a look at it?" Quincy asked. Chapter 19. Some sicko playing a prank. Heavy rain poured down outside, but Abe didn't care. Eager and ready for another dance lesson, he strode into the Elegance Dance Club. Gabriella saw him and realized she'd have to take another one for the team and dance with Abe again. She sighed and said to Abe, "Un momento, por favor, señor." Gabriella went to the counter behind reception and kicked off her classy dance shoes. Her once elegant toes were now swollen and covered in fresh band-aids, thanks to Abe's dance lessons during the past few nights. She opened a shoebox of steel-capped safety shoes, put them on, and then nodded to Abe. "Ready when you are, signor." Meanwhile, back at Drac's home, the sound of heavy rain awoke Drac. He opened the lid to his coffin, stepped out, and noticed Renfield now had 2 black eyes. "You went a little heavy on the makeup, Renfield. You do realize you still have to shave your head if you want to win an Uncle Fester look-alike competition?" Renfield handed Drac a piece of paper.
I know it's not quite your birthday, but happy non-birthday, master."
Drac read the paper and stared at it, incredulous.
"This is where she lives? It's not the address for some shop that sells dried fruit like the last time I asked you to find me a date?"
Renfield shook his head, and Drac's grin grew quicker than a person's waist size at an all-you-can-eat buffet.
"You know, if you put your mind to it, Renfield, you could be an A-grade stalker."
It was rare for Renfield to get praise from Drac, so he basked in it. This was a night to remember, much like the night when Drac initially employed him. He still remembered Drac's kind words from that night.
"Well, no one else showed up, so I suppose you'll have to do," Drac had said.
An hour later, it had stopped raining. And bzzz, 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 slap! Abe swatted at an annoying mosquito that buzzed around his head as he sat in his parked car opposite Lucy's townhouse, waiting for her to return. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. The mosquito landed on Abe's right ear and slap! Ow! Abe hit his ear hard, but yet again missed his winged foe. Unsuccessful at killing the mosquito, Abe lowered the window, hoping it would fly outside. Zap! 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 Lucy's townhouse had a bug zapper on the patio area that zapped any unsuspecting moths or mosquitoes attracted to its bright light. Zap! 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 Abe hoped that the stupid mosquito would head that way, but it continued to hang around him like a bad smell. Buzz! 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 Annoyed, Abe got out of his car and beep! He was almost hit by a car that had to swerve to miss him, and splash! The car hit a massive puddle, soaking Abe. Much of the water also went through the open window and drenched his car seat. Abe growled, then got back into his car and "Oh, for crying out loud!" Abe said in frustration as he grabbed a newspaper he had brought along and tried to swat at it. Thwap! 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 The mosquito flew out of the open window as thwap! 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 Abe continued swatting, unaware that the mosquito was no longer there. Thwap! 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 A passerby noticed Abe and stopped to stare at his strange actions. The passerby was actually Francesca, the young mother who had hit Renfield in the face earlier. This was not the first time she had noticed a weird guy hanging around her neighbourhood, and she wasn't keen on it. However, Abe's tinted windows made it difficult for her to get a good look at him. Abe sensed Francesca's eyes upon him and realized he must look a bit crazy. He immediately stopped what he was doing, waved at Francesca, then opened his newspaper and pretended to read it. However, in reality, he was hiding behind it, hoping to avoid eye contact with her. Abe waited a short while, then peered from behind his paper to see where Francesca had gone. To his dismay, she entered the massive house next to Lucy's townhouse. Great. Her neighbour probably thinks I'm loony or something, Abe thought to himself. With no mosquito to annoy him anymore, Abe settled into his seat. He was still wet and somewhat cold, but he had no intention of leaving until he had what he'd come for. 10 minutes later, a tiny chihuahua named Chico sauntered past. It sniffed every tree in sight, but strangely didn't lift its leg, as if it were waiting for a better offer. It was then that Abe spotted Lucy's car approaching. He hid behind his paper. He watched as she parked her car in the carport and let herself inside her townhouse. Abe dropped the newspaper and pulled out a camera with a massive lens. He scanned the area and muttered to himself, "If the cops want proof, I'll give them proof. Now where's that freak?" Being a pretty good stalker himself, Abe figured that Drac would show up sooner or later to try to meet or spy on Lucy, because that's what maladjusted guys do. At least, that's what Abe did, so he thought most other guys would do the same. That was only logical, Abe thought. However, Abe didn't realize that high up in a tree, the black kitten with the curious green eyes had settled in for the night and was watching Abe, Lucy's townhouse, and everything that occurred in the street. About half an hour later, Lucy and her roommate Mina were seated in the dining room about to have dinner. Mina looked at her plate, which was tofu with black beans. It wasn't what Mina would usually eat, but she felt sorry for Lucy and didn't want to refuse what she offered her. Still, she pushed some tofu to the side of her plate as she tried a mouthful of the beans. "So are there any clues who broke into your shop?" Mina asked. "No idea. The police think maybe it was some sicko playing a prank or trying to put you out of business," Mina suggested. "No. You don't think so, do you? Anything's possible." The thought of a competitor trying to put Lucy out of business had never occurred to her until now. How could someone stoop so low? Lucy thought. She made a mental list of those who might be nasty enough to do that. There was the butcher she upset when she tried to arrange a boycott of his shop. Her ex, actually all her exes, and pretty much any waiter or waitress who had served her at restaurants that didn't cater to vegans. Cripes, she thought. There could be dozens of people out there trying to put me out of business. "You know the thing that I found the weirdest, Mina?" Mina shook her head. "I found that they'd put one of the blood pouches in the freezer. Why would anyone do that? To be honest, I don't even understand why you take blood samples in the first place. You're a naturopath, not a blood bank. Let's face it, whoever did this is probably just as weird as you. Are any of your clients weird?" Lucy thought about this. What Mina said made sense. Compared to most other naturopaths, taking blood samples did seem a little out of the ordinary. She thought long and hard about her customers, and the sad fact hit her. Compared to Mina, all of her patients were quite strange or possibly mildly deranged. Chapter 20. It was a dog turd. Drac was excited as Renfield drove, then stopped the hearse outside Lucy's townhouse. However, neither Renfield nor Drac realized that they had passed Abe as they parked a few spots ahead of him. Drac undid his seat buckle and had his hand on the handle, ready to exit the hearse. "Thanks for the lift, Renfield." "Our shift starts at 10, Master. I'll pick you up for work later." "Work? You'd think that I'd qualify for the age pension by now. Is it worthwhile trying again?" "I would normally, Master, but the last time I went to Social Security and gave them your birth certificate, they said it was an obvious forgery because no one is over 500 years old." "The morons! No wonder they work for the government. Okay, pick me up later." Renfield gave Drac the thumbs up as Drac exited the vehicle, then drove off. Drac strolled across the road toward Lucy's townhouse without a care in the world. He was high on life and hadn't noticed Abe sitting in his car with the window wound down, watching his every move. Abe was about to snap a photo of Drac. He adjusted the lens on his camera and clump! The lens fell off onto the ground. "Shit!" Abe cursed as he hurried to pick up his lens so he could reassemble his camera, but by now Drac was already next to the bins outside Lucy's townhouse. Drac pulled his cape across his body and poof! There was a puff of smoke, and suddenly Drac was no longer there. His clothes and his shoes lay on the ground, and a bat fluttered for a moment where Drac had stood mere seconds earlier. The bat flew up to the first level of the townhouse. Abe looked in disbelief at what he just saw. The small dog, Chico, wandered over, sniffed Drac's clothes and shoes on the ground, and then peed on them. Meanwhile, in Lucy's kitchen, their dinner over, Lucy loaded the dishwasher while Mina retrieved something from the cupboard.
I forgot to tell you, your mum dropped these off earlier, Mina said.
She handed Lucy a box of chocolates. Lucy stared at the chocolate box in disbelief. Why does she keep buying them? They're full of calories. It's no wonder she has weight problems. By now, Drac the bat flew past a bug zapper and fluttered outside the open kitchen window so he could eavesdrop on the conversation. He saw the chocolates and thought to himself, chockies. Lucy handed the chocolates to Mina. Can you put them in the fridge so they don't melt? It's not exactly summer yet, Mina correctly pointed out, but it probably will be by the time I open them, though. Mina went to the fridge and noticed a fridge magnet on its door that held 4 tickets to the Beauty and the Beast ball. Mina opened the door to put the chocolates in. Some people take time to get over, Mina said, but was cut off before she could complete her sentence. Time? She's had her whole life to get over it. So she never got to meet her dad. Big deal. Neither did I. She should learn to deal with it instead of eating junk food and trying to encourage me to do the same. But everyone copes with stress in different ways. You're a naturopath. Surely you know that. Yes, but it just kills me seeing what she's doing to her body. I worry that one day she'll have a heart attack or something. No, I think your mum's the type that will live forever. Now, change the topic. What do you think of Arthur, the guy I introduced you to at the disco? Lucy closed the dishwasher and turned it on. Mr. Garlic Breath? Yuck! I thought I was about to puke. I'm going to change out of these clothes and get ready for bed. Frustrated, Mina slammed the fridge door shut so hard that the tickets fell on the floor. Shit, Mina said as she bent over to retrieve the tickets. Outside the kitchen window, Drac the bat had heard the entire conversation and flapped excitedly towards Lucy's bedroom. However, in his rush to get there, zap, 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 Drac accidentally flew into a bug zapper. Cartoon-like, his bones appeared in X-ray form as he was zapped. Luckily for Drac, the townhouse Lucy rented had an electrical safety switch to prevent people, or in this case bats, from being electrocuted to death. The lights clicked off instantaneously in Lucy's kitchen and in her bedroom. Damn! Yelled Lucy. I'll get it, Mina yelled out. Mina turned on her phone's flashlight and made her way towards the electrical switchboard to reset the overload switch that had tripped the fuse. Mina reset the switch and the lights came back on. She made her way to the kitchen, picked the tickets to the dance-up from off the floor, and put them on the fridge door again. She stared at them for a moment, then yelled to Lucy, "You gotta find someone for our double date at the ball, remember?" Okay, Lucy shouted back. Meanwhile, Drac had somewhat recovered and once again flew towards Lucy's bedroom window. Abe saw this, fumbled with his camera and poked it out his car window, just as Derek, the dog walker, stormed past with his neck still in a brace. Abe looked up to see Lucy's bedroom light go on. She had her back to him as she took off her top and undid her bra at the back. She was just about to let it drop to the floor and turn around when she pulled the cord on the blinds and wham! Abe was punched in the face by Derek, who snatched Abe's camera off him and then threw it onto the road with all his might, smashing it into way too many pieces on the ground. I'm sick of you guys snooping and taking photos of me. I can't even turn my neck because of the accident, see? Derek said as he turned his neck a full 180 degrees, disproving his own argument. Abe held his sore eye and pointed to Drac, the bat, as Drac flew past Lucy's window. I wasn't taking photos of you. I was taking photos of... Derek turned around to where Abe had pointed, but missed seeing Drac the bat. Instead, he saw Lucy's curvy silhouette. Oh, her? She's hot.
That's okay, but if I catch you taking photos of me or my mum, watch out.
I wasn't taking photos of her. I was taking photos of a bat.
Yeah, right. Pull the other one. It's got bells on.
Derek ambled away as he called for his little dog.
Chico! Where are you, boy? Chico! Chico! Here, Chico!
By now Chico was squatting in the neighbour's front yard. After he finished doing his business, he ran over to join his owner. Abe held his sore eye and stared at his smashed camera on the ground. Meanwhile, a pair of tennis rackets and a baseball bat sat in the corner of Lucy's bedroom, waiting for the warmer weather of spring to return. Spring offered the occasional weekend or late night when Lucy and Mina would sometimes go for a hit of tennis or play softball for a team called the Vixens at a local park. Lucy put her nightdress on. It read, "Mornings suck," in big, bold capital letters. As Lucy turned around, she saw the shadow of a bat on the vertical blinds.
"Ah!"
Lucy screamed.
"What is it?"
yelled Mina. Mina raced from the kitchen into Lucy's bedroom, only to see a bat silhouette on the blinds. Mina grabbed a tennis racket, pulled the blind out of the way, opened the window, leaned out and whack! She swatted the unsuspecting bat with the tennis racket as hard as Serena Williams smashing a soft second serve.
I got it! I got it!
Mina yelled excitedly. But it wasn't a tennis ball she had hit. It wasn't even a real bat. It was Drac, and the force with which she hit him with the tennis racket instantly transformed Drac from a bat back into his human form. Drac fell naked towards the ground below and crash, bang, smash! He landed heavily on some rubbish bins, knocking them over and spilling garbage everywhere. Lucy and Mina heard the loud noise of Drac's fall, which sounded much noisier than any bat could ever make. Still hyped up with excitement, Mina said,
"Some creep's in our rubbish bins. Quick, grab something. Let's get him."
Lucy grabbed her baseball bat and followed Mina, who raced out of the room. Outside Lucy's apartment, Drac was draped over the rubbish bins, naked and still dazed from Mina's blow. He struggled to get up, staggered over to pick up his clothes, and tried to get dressed, but suddenly stopped to feel his clothes. "How did these get wet?" Drac thought as he carefully examined his clothes. He tipped his shoes to see a transparent yellow liquid run out of them. He tentatively sniffed his shoes. His nose screwed up as the unpleasant aroma of sour dog urine assailed his senses. "Oh no, not again," he said. As Lucy and Mina raced towards the front door, Lucy had a moment of clarity. "Wait a minute, shouldn't we call the cops?" she asked Mina as they paused at the top of the stairs. "Yeah, but only after we've beaten the crap out of that dirtbag down there," Mina replied before she descended the stairs, with Lucy hot on her tail. They stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Suddenly, both of them were scared. Mina lacked the courage to open the door. They looked to each other for encouragement. "Let me go first," Lucy suggested as they traded places. "On the count of 3, okay?" Lucy said. 1, 2, 3. Lucy opened the door, and she and Mina both charged outside, ready to smash whoever was in amongst their bins. From his car, Abe watched as Lucy and Mina ran outside towards the side of the townhouse. Lucy was armed with a baseball bat, while Mina still had the trusty tennis racket. Abe sensed this was his chance to not only get rid of his competition for Lucy's affection, but to also become a hero to her by disposing of a creep hanging around her house. He got out of his car and grabbed a crowbar from the boot of it. Empowered and ready to do some serious damage to Drac, Abe strutted towards them, like a heavyweight prizefighter going to the ring for his big payday against a weaker opponent that he knew he could beat. Dressed, but still groggy from Mina swatting him with the tennis racket, Drac buttoned up the bottom button of his shirt. he heard the front door open and turned around to see Lucy and Mina charging towards him with weapons in hand.
Ah!
They all yelled in unison. Then they all froze and stared at each other. Drac? What are you doing here? Lucy asked. Drac stared at Lucy and Mina, then saw behind them Abe marching towards them with a crowbar in his hand. Drac shouted loud enough for Abe to hear.
I saw this fat, furry-bearded, fugly guy with a crowbar trying to break into your house.
Abe stopped in his tracks. Drac had just described him. Not in a nice way, but he was pretty sure that Lucy's friend Mina would put two and two together and come up with the wrong answer of Abe. There was no time to shave or lose weight, but Abe wondered if he should get rid of the crowbar.
He looked suspicious, so I asked him what he was doing. He said he was stalking some girl and wanted to look through her bedroom window up there.
Drac lied as he pointed to Lucy's window.
I told him he should leave her alone and be on his way. But then he king hit me, beat me up, and threw me into these rubbish bins. Oh, my goodness, Lucy, I had no idea it was you he was stalking.
Drac could see the look of shock on Lucy's face. He made eye contact with Abe, who was standing about 15 meters behind her.
That sexual deviant was wearing brown corduroy pants and a drab brown long-sleeved T-shirt. He looked hairier than a yeti and smelt like one too.
Abe muttered to himself, "That lying bastard." It was the first time Abe felt his choice of wearing the same clothes every day had worked against him. However, in reality, it wasn't. If Abe had been more aware of his fashion choices and made better ones, chances are that Chen from the coffee shop or one of the eligible single females at the dance club would have asked Abe out by now. In fact, the only reason why Chen hadn't asked him out was that she thought Abe was so poor that he owned only one change of clothes. Chen already worked 60 hours a week just to keep her business afloat. There was no way she was going to work any more hours to help support a deadbeat boyfriend buy a new wardrobe. Abe gave Drac the finger, but as Lucy and Mina still had their backs to Abe, they didn't see this or realize Abe was even there.
I think he might still be in the area, Drac said.
Shit, thought Abe, and with no other choice, he ran to hide in some bushes in the neighbor's yard.
There he is,
Drac said. Drac pointed in Abe's direction. The girls turned around but just missed seeing Abe as he was obscured by the fence. Lucy yelled in the direction of the neighbor's yard when she saw some bushes move.
"We're calling the cops!"
That asshole, Abe cursed to himself as he hid in the shadows of the neighbor's front yard. Abe looked towards his car. There was no way he could get to it without being seen by Lucy and recognized. Abe weighed up his options. A dash to the car was out of the question, and if he stayed where he was, he would be found and exposed when the cops arrived. What could he say to discredit Drac's version of events that by now sounded credible to both Lucy and Mina? There was nothing that Abe could say to prove his innocence. Abe looked behind him and saw a 6-foot-high fence separating the front and backyard of Lucy's neighbors. There was only one choice. Abe carefully dodged the turd that Chico had left a few moments before, then went to the fence and tried to scale it so he could get to the relative safety of the neighbor's backyard. There was a loud thud as he jumped and grabbed hold of the colour-bond fence and, with great difficulty, tried to scale over it. But Abe overbalanced, and gravity took over.
Bang! Crash! Smash! Ow!
Abe landed on the neighbor's large 240-litre plastic rubbish bins in their backyard, hurting his ribs before he fell to the ground, and his right palm landed in something softer than the earth, yet squishy. What the heck? Abe's mind raced as he tried to regain his breath and figure out what that soft substance was. It was then that the pungent aroma hit him. It was a dog turd. Not Chico's. It came from a much larger dog. "Oh, shit!" Abe swore. He wiped his hand on the grass to try and get rid of the offensive matter when he heard a deep-throated growl. Abe froze in fear as he glanced around and saw a large furry object, an angry-looking Alsatian dog. It bared its large, jagged teeth at Abe. "Good doggy," Abe squeaked out in the calmest voice he could manage, but it was high-pitched and had the opposite effect of what he wanted. The dog's fur bristled, making it probably look 30% bigger than it really was. "Woof! Woof! Woof!" It barked, causing Abe to flee towards the back fence, but Abe knew there was no way he could outrun it, firstly because he was never the quickest runner, and secondly because, ow! The angry dog had already bitten Abe's backside and latched onto it, like a bargain shopper at a 2-for-1 sale, finding the last top in their size. "Let go!" Abe yelled as he tried to swat the aggressive dog away, and for a moment it let loose its grip. It was then that Abe saw what to him seemed like a miracle. It was a tree, and Abe scaled it as quickly as he could. "Ow!" Abe yelled in pain as the dog bit into one of his calf muscles. Abe somehow shook it off yet again, then climbed higher. The ferocious dog jumped and snapped at Abe, and the further Abe climbed, the angrier the dog became. "Ruff! Ruff!" It barked louder and louder. Abe knew that if the police arrived, they would find him like a cat stuck high in a tree. "Ruff! Ruff! 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 Ruff!" The dog barked again and again, and then it happened. A light came on in the backyard, and Lucy's neighbour, Francesca, exited her house carrying a torch to investigate what was causing her dog to go psycho. If she took a look up the tree, she wasn't going to find a possum. She would find Abe, the guy that she saw acting strangely in the car outside her home with a newspaper less than half an hour ago. Abe felt something warm hit the back of his neck. Was that possum poo? It stank to high heaven. He looked upwards, but couldn't see anything, just the darkness of the night. Abe had no idea that higher up in the tree, the black kitten was happy with its aim. Worried, Abe looked around, hoping for another miracle, and there it was. The backyard of the adjoining property also had a big tree, and the branches from it met the branches of the tree Abe was in. If Abe could just climb out on a branch from this tree, he could get onto the other tree in the neighbour's yard, where he could safely climb down and be on his way. Abe tried to move cat-like across the tree limb. Heck, he would have been happy with being able to move possum-like across the tree limb, but in all honesty, he felt like he was moving dog-like across the tree limb, and dogs aren't particularly well known for their abilities in trees. Abe felt like an inebriated, overweight, clumsy British bulldog. He overbalanced a little this way and a little that. But somehow he managed to stay on the branch as the psycho dog below continued to bark. "Woof! Woof! Woof!" Francesca, the dog's owner, yelled out, "Quit it, killer! What's got into you?" Great, thought Abe. The dog's name is Killer. No wonder he wants to disembowel me like he's trying to get a squeaker from a toy. Abe looked down and smiled. Soon he would be no longer in the same backyard as Killer, the roid-ridden dog. He smiled as he was about to cross over to the branch of the tree on the other side of the fence. It was then that he heard it. It wasn't Killer's barking, or even the owner of the neighbouring house stepping out of the back door to their house, peering into the darkness and asking, "Who's there?" It was quieter than that, but nonetheless much, much more scarier. It was snap! The sound of the tree branch as it gave way, and Abe plummeted towards the earth. But instead of hitting the hard ground, there was a giant splash as he did a bellywhacker into the frigid cold waters of the neighbour's pool. The smack as his body hit the water sent a wave of pain through his extended arms and his stomach, which had hit the water hard. It stung like hell. The shock of the cold water almost took his breath away. He felt like screaming, but he couldn't. Instead, he surfaced, then dog-paddled towards the edge of the pool, climbed out, then thrust his right hand into the pool again and swished it about to make sure he got all the dog poop off it. As he escaped the pool area, the wind chill hit him, and Abe made his way to the front fence of the property he was now on as fast as he could. He scrambled up on top of the rubbish bin and then jumped over the fence. But as he jumped, his momentum made the bin topple backwards, causing him to fall forward over the fence. He flipped and landed heavily on his back, knocking the wind out of him. He felt every last breath in his body leave his lungs. It felt like he'd just been suplexed by Andre the Giant onto a hard concrete floor. Abe tried to breathe in, but he couldn't. It was like his lungs wouldn't work. The song Take My Breath Away by Berlin had once been one of his favourite songs. He had always imagined that the singer was singing about the love of her life leaving her forever. But now he thought that perhaps she too had fallen off a fence in the middle of the night in a complete stranger's yard. He wondered if his brain had somehow ceased operating as well, and he accepted his fate. This was it. This was the moment he was going to die on some random stranger's lawn, like a soaked hobo. But then he tried to breathe in again, and an enormous rush of air filled his lungs. His body ached. He hurt all over, his side, his ribs, his backside, his calf, his belly, his triceps, his back, and the back of his skull. He slowly got to his feet, and as he did, Abe noticed the wind had blown the gate to the backyard open. He cursed as he realized it had been open all along, and he didn't need to try to jump over the fence. Abe staggered away with one thing on his mind: vengeance. The utter destruction of Drac. Chapter 21. Rubbing horse dung on it. Drac sat in Lucy's kitchen, holding some frozen peas to his face as police officers Arthur and Quincy took notes while they talked to Lucy and Mina. Mina had been undressing Quincy with her eyes, and she liked what she saw. Arthur became overly familiar and took hold of Lucy's hand. "You did the right thing to report the attempted break-in to us, Lucy." Drac noticed how Arthur held Lucy's hand and became concerned. Lucy pulled her hand away as Arthur tried to stroke it. Starved of her touch, Arthur changed his focus to Drac. "So, what's with the cape?" "Fashion statement. Is there a law against that, officer?" Drac said. "There ought to be, but—" "What are you going to do about the creep who beat him up?" Lucy demanded. Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he paced the room and looked out the window. He noticed Abe's old Nissan Pintara. It stood out like a sore Nissan Pintara, which, if you've ever seen one, you'll know exactly what I mean. "That car parked on the other side of the street. Do you know who owns it?" he asked Lucy and Mina. The girls both peered out the window and saw Abe's car. Lucy knew straight away who it belonged to, and her face reddened. "No, it couldn't be," she said. "Do you know whose vehicle it is?" Arthur asked. "No," Lucy lied.
We'll run a registration check on all the cars parked at the front and patrol the area to keep a lookout for him. If he's stupid enough to return, we'll stop him," Arthur said.
"With deadly force, I presume," Drac added.
Drac hoped that once the suggestion was placed, it might trigger the officers' instincts if they ever did see Abe.
"We'll use whatever force we deem necessary at the time," Arthur responded.
Drac sighed. It wasn't the reply he was after, but it did hold a glint of hope.
"Can you describe the pervert?"
Arthur asked Drac as he cozied up beside Lucy.
"Fugly, totally unappealing. Just imagine what your personality would be like if it was in human form."
Thanks for attempting to detain him, Grandpa. I mean, sir. But next time there's an intruder, call us and leave it to the professionals."
"Yeah, we're physically trained to deal with criminals in unarmed combat," Quincy added, before he flexed his biceps for Mina's pleasure. Arthur saw this and flexed his muscles at Lucy, like a pro wrestler does when cutting a promo. Drac was unimpressed, but he noticed from Lucy's and Mina's eyes that they felt otherwise. Sick of the way Arthur flaunted himself at Lucy, Drac averted his eyes. He couldn't help but notice the tickets to the Beauty and the Beast ball on the fridge.
"Well, now that you've got all our statements, I suppose we mustn't keep you. You must be on your way. After all, you want to catch that beast, don't you?" Drac said.
"Of course we do,"
Arthur replied. "And you're not going to be able to catch him sitting here, are you?"
"No, I suppose not,"
replied Arthur. Arthur suddenly realized that Drac had tricked him into leaving.
"Okay, I guess we'll be off now," Arthur said.
He nudged Quincy, who followed him out of the room. After Arthur and Quincy left, Lucy gestured towards the living room, where there was a 3-seater sofa. Drac made sure that he sat in the middle seat. He wasn't taking the chance of Mina cock-blocking him in his attempt to get closer to Lucy. "How's your back?" Lucy asked.
"Could this be considered a second consult?"
Drac inquired. And if it was? Drac didn't know how to answer. Instead, he touched a cut on his upper cheek and pretended to wince in pain. "Are you okay? Let me have a look at that," Lucy said. She studied the bruises and abrasions on Drac's face intently. If Drac looked straight ahead, his eyes would meet Lucy's. Perhaps, if it was a romantic comedy on Netflix, they would kiss. But he avoided meeting her eyes on purpose. Instead, Drac looked down, not at her cleavage, which most guys would have done. Well, perhaps he did linger there a second or two longer than was strictly necessary. However, Drac's main focus wasn't on her breasts, but on Lucy's neck. In particular, her bare skin, which didn't have a single blemish on it. He leaned in towards her and had to fight the urge to sink his fangs into her neck. Lucy cleared her throat. It was then that his eyes met with hers. She couldn't help but notice his red eyes. She'd seen the bloodshot eyes of many a drunk, yet Drac was different from all those others she had met in the past. Despite being beaten up, he was handsome, suave, and sophisticated. Maybe she would be the one to save him from the evils of alcohol, the devil's brew. "Mina, can you get me the betadine and some cotton balls?" Lucy asked. Mina returned a moment later and handed them to Lucy, who dabbed some betadine on Drac's cheek.
"Oh, that stings!"
Drac exclaimed as Lucy dabbed the betadine on the wound. This was the first time that anyone had done this to Drac. As a young child growing up in Transylvania during the Middle Ages, the medical treatments were a little bit backward. If you cut your face, the best treatment of the time was for someone to spit on it, which seemed quite advanced, for prior to that, it would have been covering it with raw veal, applying leeches, or rubbing horse dung on it. "I didn't imagine us meeting again like this," Lucy said.
"If I knew that you'd be touching my wounds," Drac said as he playfully looked downwards to his groin area, "I'd have asked him to hit me below the belt."
Lucy giggled and slapped him on the arm.
George Clooney really had nothing on Drac, Lucy thought to herself. "You're getting fresh," she said, but as she leaned in close, she got a whiff of something that made her pull back. "Oh, not so fresh." She thought this was going to be a difficult conversation. She knew how brave he had been to try and ward off a peeping Tom. She also knew that many older men and women suffered from bladder mishaps, but she still didn't quite know how to broach the topic in a non-confrontational way. She certainly didn't want to embarrass or get Drac offside in any way, but he honestly smelled like dog pee. Have you ever heard of Depends undergarments?" Lucy asked, not realizing that the offending smell was courtesy from when Chico, the little dog, peed on Drac's clothes.
"It's not what you think,"
Drac tried to explain. Lucy sighed. Denial was not a nice attribute in a guy. Why couldn't he just admit that he had an accident? Surely if he admitted to having the occasional bladder mishap, it wouldn't be the end of the world, would it? Perhaps there might even be some treatment that could help him. Maybe she could tell him of the benefits of Kegel or pelvic floor exercises, cutting back on caffeine and alcohol, practicing bladder training, or taking a magnesium supplement. Mina sat on the other side of Drac and had not said a word during all this time. Instead, she cocked her head this way and that, like a dog would when it was curious about something. She studied Drac's face carefully. To her, his face looked like it had crisscross marks across it, as if he had been hit with a large tennis racket. "You've got some strange marks on your face. Have I seen you somewhere before?" Mina asked.
"There are lots of people who look like me," Drac chuckled, "especially at Halloween."
"Yeah, what's the go with the way you dress? Are you trying to get an acting role or something?" Mina asked.
"If all the world's a stage, where is the audience?"
Drac replied, carefully deflecting her question with another question. It was a question that Mina couldn't be bothered with or didn't want to answer. It was like that dumb question. If a tree falls and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? She hated those sorts of stupid questions, so she just shrugged her shoulders, hoping that would stop him from asking any more ridiculous questions. "Well, we're certainly lucky you came by when you did. I don't know how I could ever repay you," Lucy said. Drac knew this was the time.
"It's now or never," he thought to himself. "There's a dance next weekend called Beauty and the Beast Ball. Come with me, and you can be the belle of the ball."
"And you'd be my beast?" Lucy asked.
Drac nodded eagerly.
For Lucy, it was tempting. All of it was. An older, sophisticated man who displayed a certain charm despite having the most bloodshot eyes she had ever seen. She couldn't help but wonder what hell his liver had been through to have eyes as red as his, and what drove him to drink. Was it pain? Perhaps the love gone wrong. Lucy felt as if she wanted to save him. She really did. But she knew the way he wanted to be saved would be frowned upon by others, and could never be. "Sorry, but I can't date my clients," Lucy said as she secretly cursed ever taking the medical ethics class.
"I could find myself another naturopath, if that helps,"
Drac offered. "I'm sorry, but it's still not ethical for me to date an ex-client."
"In that case, it's not a date. It's a social engagement, or if you like, you can be one of my clients."
"Huh?" Lucy said, puzzled by Drac's words.
"Sometimes I teach dance classes," Drac said.
"Really?"
"I held the national waltz title back in '95.
"Wow! You won the 1995 national title? That's impressive. You must be famous." Drac muttered under his breath.
15 in '95, but what's a few hundred years between friends?"
"What?" asked Lucy.
"Oh, nothing. I was just hoping that it's not unethical for you to take a class that is run by a client."
Lucy's brow furrowed. She couldn't recall if they covered that in the medical ethics class. Perhaps she would have to consult her course notes, or phone a friend.
But before she could say anything, Drac continued. I'll take that as a no for now, shall I? Okay, call me if you change your mind. It's almost 10. I've got to be going.
Don't tell me. I know. If you don't get home by midnight, your carriage will turn into a pumpkin, Mina said.
Something like that. Now, if you'll excuse me, my fair ladies, I bid you both adieu.
Drac bowed to both of them and kissed each of them on the back of their right hand. Despite their obvious age differences, both ladies were aflutter. Neither of them had ever been charmed like this. Lucy and Mina both thought this was old school charm 101, but in reality it was old school charm from the year 1601. Drac made his way to the front door, followed by Lucy and Mina. After Drac exited, Lucy couldn't contain herself. She squealed with excitement, unaware that on the other side of the door, Drac stood there with his ear against it, listening. Drac smiled as he heard Lucy say, "Oh, Mina, I think I need a cardiologist. My heart feels like it's going to explode." But then Mina replied matter-of-factly, "And I think your date needs a urologist, because his bladder has already exploded. He smelled like he pissed himself." "A little bladder mishap can happen to anyone. It's not the end of the world." "Maybe not, but I want that sofa clean before I ever sit on it again." "I'll call Electrodry and see if they can do it, but you're paying for it." Of course," Lucy said as she nodded. "And did you see how bad his teeth are?" Mina asked. Drac touched his fangs with his thumb, and at that moment Renfield pulled up out front and tooted the hearse's horn. "Master will be late for work," Renfield yelled. Drac raced over to the hearse.
In a moment, my dear Renfield.
Drac picked up the crowbar that Abe had dropped and smashed the windscreen of Abe's car. Drac then noticed the driver's window of Abe's car was wound down. He opened the door, leaned in, and turned the headlights on. When he saw the car keys still in the ignition, he took the keys out and threw them away as far as he could. Then he undid his zip, stood against the car's open window, and relieved himself.
There's just one more thing, Drac said to Renfield after he zipped it up again.
Drac strode to the front of Abe's car and examined the tyre. In a frenzy-like manner, he bit it with his fangs again and again in rapid succession. Pshhh! Within moments, air rushed out of Abe's car tyre. He then went to the next tyre and repeated his actions. Thanks to Drac, Abe's car soon had 4 shredded tyres. Drac then entered his hearse and sat beside Renfield, who drove them to work. Drac thumbed at his fangs.
Renfield, I want you to book me a dental appointment.
Of course, master. Back at work, Drac manned the cash register like he did every night. He scanned items for a customer who didn't appreciate Drac's clothing style. Trying to be friendly, Drac said,
Blood plums are on special tonight.
No, thanks, came the awkward reply of the customer, who didn't know what to think of Drac. As that customer exited the store, Abe entered. He was tired and sore from his long walk, soaking wet, freezing, and hungry. But mostly he was angry. He confronted Drac. I know your dirty little secret, Abe said.
And I know yours, countered Drac. You were perving on her, weren't you? How long have you been stalking her?
I wasn't perving. I was trying to protect her from you, you monster. I love her.
As much as you love desserts?
Leave her alone. Drac poked Abe in the chest.
If you had testicles, you'd have told her how you felt by now. You're like a neutered pup.
I'll tell her when I'm ready.
By then, it'll be too late. She'll be mine, Drac gloated.
You'll keep away from her if you know what's good for you. Ah! Drac's mobile rang. The ringtone sounded like a person screaming. Drac looked at the screen and smiled, then held the phone in front of Abe's face.
Look, it's Lucy calling for me, not you. Drac answered the phone in an upbeat manner. Hi, Lucy. You would? Sure. I'd love to take you to the Beauty and the Beast ball on Friday night. See you then.
Drac hung up and smiled at Abe.
I'll report you to the cops.
Good. It will save them the trouble of looking for a mummy's boy pervert who wears brown corduroys to match the inside of his underwear. Last seen loitering outside Lucy's townhouse.
They won't care about that when I tell them the truth and that you're a vampire.
Oh, and what do you think they'll do?
They'll...
Think about it, Monsieur Mummy's boy.
Drac advanced towards Abe. He snarled, bared his fangs, and poked Abe in the chest again, then hissed, "I'll tell you what they'll do. They'll lock you up in the nut house. No one believes in vampires, you moron. They're a myth, like Pegasus, Medusa, or Donald Trump's natural skin color. They don't exist." Abe realized Drac might have a point, as Drac continued. "I've seen what happens to people who claim to have seen a vampire before. They end up in a lunatic asylum, and by the time they're let out, if they ever are, they've been driven insane, hosed down with cold showers, medicated up to their eyeballs, and forced to share the same rooms with the truly insane. They're broken, just as easily as a bride's promise to stay a virgin until the wedding night. They become a shell of their former selves, like a pistachio shell. They're easily discarded and forgotten by the rest of society. They die lonely, bitter old men who have lost the best years of their lives. For what? Nothing. Because in the end, no one will ever believe them." Abe's eyes widened as he realized he couldn't go to the police or report Drac to anyone.
You just keep away from her.
Or what, Agent Mulder? You'll host the UFO party? Get out of here, you loser.
Temporarily defeated, Abe retreated.
But when he got to the store entrance, he made one last act of defiance before he exited. He shouted at Drac,
"This ain't over. It'll never be over."
Chapter 22. Bladder Problems and Stiff Shit. Back in Lucy's bedroom, Mina braided Lucy's hair. "So, what do you think about him?" Lucy asked Mina.
"I've got to admit, he's absolutely charming. But what about his age? He's old enough to be your... Geez, I don't want to even think about it. Then there's the bladder problems, and he looks like he got his teeth from Cujo."
"Ugly teeth never killed anyone," Lucy countered.
"There's always a first,"
Mina replied as she left for her own bedroom.
Lucy lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. A million things were going through her mind as Mina said,
"Good night."
"Yeah, night, Mina," Lucy said, sounding disheartened. A moment later, Mina knocked and then entered Lucy's room. "Hey, what's up? You sound down. I thought you'd be happy that you've got a man. An old man, but he's still breathing. At least for now." "It's probably nothing, but I was just thinking about something." "What?"
"Who owns that car across the road?"
When Abe got home, freezing and still soaking wet, the last thing he wanted to do was go out again, but he knew he had to go and retrieve his car. Abe had a hot shower, then changed his clothes and thought about Lucy's threat to call the cops. If the police were already there, it might not have been the best time for him to show up wearing his signature brown corduroy pants and drab brown long-sleeved t-shirt. No, it was best to wait until later. Surely the cops couldn't afford to stake out her house or street the whole night. Surely there had to be other crimes that they had to go to. Abe kept his fingers crossed that hopefully there would be a gangland hit,
or someone forgetting to pay for their fuel at a petrol station somewhere. Abe went to his iMac computer to Google Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but somehow mistyped Muffy the Vampire Layer.
So the movie he ended up watching was quite different than what he had expected.
He had to admit that Muffy had some interesting techniques for killing vampires, but none that he could do or was prepared to try because, number one, he wasn't a woman, and number two, he wasn't keen on doing that sort of thing to a guy, even if they were a buff-looking vampire. Around midnight, Abe thought it would be safe to go and retrieve his car. Then he realized he didn't have his car keys with him. His spare set were with his mum and dad, and there'd be hell to pay if he disturbed them at this time of the night. Abe figured his keys must have still been in the car. Hopefully no one had noticed the keys in the ignition, stolen them, or taken his car for a joyride. If Lucy did call the police, then the chance of someone stealing his car would have to be low if the police did attend. And besides, it seemed like a pretty quiet street. Abe tried opening up the Uber app on his phone so he could get a lift to where his car was. But since his unplanned dip in someone's pool, his phone wasn't working. Damn it, he thought. He Googled taxi on his iMac, then ordered a taxi online to pick him up and take him back to the street Lucy lived on. The taxi ride there was uneventful enough, although the taxi smelled worse than a crowded elevator on a sweaty day. His eye was on the meter as it continued to creep higher and higher with every red light they hit. To Abe's great relief, when they pulled into the street where Lucy lived, he saw his car ahead, just where he had left it. He asked the driver to pull over now so he could pay the fare before it went any higher.
"Any tip?"
asked the taxi driver as Abe pulled out his wallet. "Get some deodorant," Abe replied as he paid the exact amount for the fare and then got out of the taxi.
The unimpressed taxi driver drove off,
and Abe could swear that he saw the driver give him the middle finger as he disappeared into the distance. Dark, ominous clouds rumbled overhead.
"Never mind," Abe thought as he made his way to his car. "In a few minutes I'll be snug and warm in my car and on my way home." And that's when he saw it. His windscreen had been smashed, and all 4 of his car tires had been slashed, or perhaps shredded. There was no way he could drive it home like that. "Damn it," he cursed. "How on earth could he get his car home now?" Abe tried his mobile, but it was still not working. Double damn it! That meant he would have to walk all the way home again to book online for someone to tow his car to a garage. Then, to his delight, he noticed headlights up ahead, coming his way. His hopes of being saved from another long and tiring walk were raised when he realized there were lights on top of the vehicle. It was a taxi. "Yes," thought Abe, "there is a God." Abe stood in the middle of the road and waved his arms to slow the taxi, and it did. As it got closer, he recognized the driver. It was the same driver who had dropped him off moments ago. The taxi slowed to a stop. "Need a lift?" the taxi driver asked Abe. "Yes, please," said Abe in a polite voice. "Stiff shit," replied the taxi driver. "You could do with some deodorant as well, you smelly furball," he said.
As the taxi driver drove away, he gave Abe the finger yet again. Abe sighed. He should have expected that. He watched as the taxi drove for another 50 meters, then stopped to pick up another passenger before driving away. There was only one thing for it. Abe opened his car door to wind up the window and noticed the keys he had left in the ignition were missing.
Then an unpleasant aroma hit him.
It smelt like someone had used his car as a urinal. "Damn it," he thought as he started the long trek back towards home. As he did, he heard a deep rumble. The heavens opened up, and a torrential downpour left him feeling like a drowned rat. It was almost 2 a.m. when Abe got home. He showered again in an attempt to warm up. After that, he used his iMac to order a tow truck, so he could get his car to a local garage to have the windscreen and tyres replaced. He could finally go to sleep. That was when a black cat outside decided to have a cat fight with a ginger tomcat. They screeched and hissed and caterwauled for what seemed like ages. Then Abe realized it wasn't a cat fight. It was a pair of cats getting romantic. They were probably singing the feline version of Julie London's song, "I'm in the Mood for Love." Abe sighed. It seemed that he was not going to get any sleep tonight. Not with those beastly cats outside. Chapter 23. I had some creepy stalker outside my unit. The faint morning sunlight highlighted the faded writing and journalism awards that hung on the walls of Yolanda's apartment. The room was cluttered with old newspapers. Overdue rent notices and electricity bills were piled high on the table next to her laptop. Yolanda paced the room, frantic as she muttered to herself, "How will I pay the rent if I don't find a story? I've got to find a story." She glanced at a newspaper, saw the photo of Serena, and noticed something strange. After a few minutes of searching, she found her magnifying glass and studied Serena's picture. There were 2 bite marks on Serena's neck. No, it couldn't be, she thought to herself. Maybe that crazy guy, Rob, had actually been telling her the truth. She studied the paper intensely, then opened her laptop and Googled one word: vampires. Lucy wore dark sunglasses and a hat to shield herself from the sun as she unlocked the front door to her shop. Abe approached her with a couple of takeaway cups of tea. He had a black eye from when Derek, the dog walker, had punched him. Lucy scanned the street and noticed Abe's car missing from the parking space in front of his store, where it usually was. She snapped at him. "Where's your car?" "What?" "Where is it? And where were you last night?" "What is this?" "You didn't answer my question. What were you doing last night? Stalking someone? Fighting old men? And don't lie to me or I'm calling the cops." For a moment Abe was flustered. He didn't like to lie to Lucy. I went for a swim." Which was factually correct. He did go for an unplanned swim when he fell into a pool. But in his heart Abe knew that omitting important items in his response was lying. Abe had just lied to Lucy. Just because Abe didn't like to lie to Lucy, it didn't mean he wouldn't. Then why was your car parked on the road out the front of my townhouse? I got assaulted and someone stole my car keys. That's the honest truth," Abe said truthfully, although the timeline might not have been accurate, and his swim was definitely unplanned and unintentional. Lucy stared intensely at his face, thought about what he had said, then softened. "Oh, sorry, Abe. I'm a bit tense because I had some creepy stalker outside my unit last night, and for a minute I thought it was... Well, never mind. Thanks for the tea," she said. She took the cup Abe had offered her and entered her store. "No problemo," Abe said. "I'll see you later." He headed towards his store, relieved he didn't blow it. Chapter 24. The Culture Club Cafe and the Weird Sisters. The Culture Club Cafe was already busy by the time Renfield arrived. It was decorated in a quirky manner with items from the 80s. Its furniture looked like leftovers from a hippie commune, and funky items from the 80s, such as Rubik's Cubes, VHS tapes, and Cabbage Patch dolls, sat on tables. Photos of Boy George and his band, the Culture Club, hung on every wall, while songs such as Love is Love, Time, and Do You Really Want to Hurt Me played on the sound system. Renfield sat and waited alone, anxious. He had arrived half an hour earlier and couldn't believe he was doing this. He checked his watch for the umpteenth time. The song, "I'll Tumble For You," played as the door to the cafe opened, and Renfield's heart skipped a beat as he finally saw who he had been waiting for. He stood and straightened his tie.
Nice to finally meet you,"
Renfield said. Renfield offered his hand to Anita, June, and then Ruth, the Weird Sisters, and boy, did they live up to their name. They were in their 40s, possibly 50s. Renfield couldn't help but notice that all three of them had the same haircut, with fringes that looked like they had been cut by putting a bowl on their head. They had thick white makeup on their faces, like actors wore during the golden age of silent movies. Their eyeshadow was black, as was their lipstick. They wore identical black blouses with pink polka dots, ankle-length black skirts, and stockings. Sexy is not an accurate description. Frumpy or dowdy might be. The closest one to him smiled, which set off a chain reaction as the others, in turn, smiled. Renfield was delighted. He had never seen such beautiful smiles. Each one was more beautiful than the other, but only if you lined them up in the correct order. In fact, Renfield even considered asking them if they would mind changing seats so he could see that. However, his thought process was disrupted when Karma Chameleon played on the shop's stereo, and he thought about how lizards change their colours to blend in. It was then that Renfield noticed that the sisters all seemed rather well endowed in the bosom department. Yet he failed to notice that all three were also rather well endowed with Adam's apples.
So do you girls have any hobbies?"
June giggled, then said in a voice that was a little deeper than Renfield imagined it would be, "I'm not sure if we should tell. You might think we're strange or something."
"Strange is my middle name,"
Renfield said. The Weird Sisters looked at each other and seemed to communicate non-verbally that it was safe to proceed. "Anita likes to crochet leg warmers," June explained.
"That's not so weird," Renfield said.
"For chickens?" June asked as Anita held up an example of her multicoloured handiwork. It was then that Renfield noticed some coloured wool under one of Anita's fingernails.
"Oh, nice," Renfield said.
"And Ruth here collects navel fluff," June continued.
"Really?" asked Renfield. "Only the blue stuff, though. I've got over £20 so far," Ruth said.
Renfield caught a glimpse of some blue fluff under the index finger of Ruth's right hand. Fingernails were a clue, he realised, and he was getting better at working out what a woman might do based on their fingernails. Renfield thought about Ruth's hobby for a moment, then lifted his shirt and dug deep into his belly button with his finger until he retrieved some belly button fluff. He offered it to Ruth.
"Is this blue enough?"
"Oh, indigo blue," Ruth said. She nodded, gladly accepted the fluff, and put it into a little Ziploc bag she carried in her purse.
"And you, what's your hobby?"
Renfield asked June.
"You don't happen to collect earwax, do you?"
Renfield asked as he drilled deep into his ear with his index finger. "I collect coprolites. Do you know what they are?" June asked. Renfield looked at June's fingernails for a clue. There was black dirt under all of them. Not just a little bit, a whole heap. She obviously liked digging into the earth for something. Maybe she was a gardener. Perhaps she planted vegetables like carrots, parsnips, or potatoes. Were coprolites some sort of weird potato species he hadn't heard about? Or perhaps they were some sort of fancy yuppie food like kale?
"Are they edible?"
Renfield asked. June and the other sisters burst into laughter. After a few minutes, June finally regained her composure. "I highly doubt it," June said. "Ever heard the saying, eat shit and die?
This caused all three sisters to burst into hysterics and wild laughter. Their bellies ached from laughing so much. June laughed so much that she snorted, which set them all off again. Tears of laughter streaked down their faces, ruining their white pancake makeup. Renfield scrunched his eyebrows as he thought what coprolites might possibly be, but he soon realised that, like Grade 2 maths, it was something that he would most likely never be able to figure out by himself.
"So, what are they?" he asked.
"Fossilised feces," June explained.
"Interesting," Renfield said, not entirely sure what they were. "And do you specialise in a particular era?" he asked, hoping to sound intelligent.
"Anything from the Mesozoic period onwards. You don't want any old piece of crap, you know what I mean." Renfield nodded like he knew what she meant, but the conversation was already a little over his head. "And do you know what the girls and I have been doing?" June asked excitedly. Renfield shook his head. No. "We've started a little project. We want it to be immortalized, so we've been experimenting in our backyard to see if we can make our own coprolites." The other weird sisters grinned and nodded excitedly.
"Really?"
asked Renfield. "The only problem is you have to be real careful where you step now," June explained. A broad smile erupted on Renfield's face.
"This is great. You know what this means?"
asked Renfield. The weird sisters all had bewildered looks upon their faces. They had no idea what it meant.
"It means I've finally found someone weirder than me."
"Who?" asked the weird sisters in unison.
"You three,"
Renfield said. The weird sisters appeared unsure what to do. Did this mean their date was already over and that they should leave? They hadn't even ordered yet. They looked at each other and then at Renfield to try and ascertain what he was thinking. Renfield gulped involuntarily as he considered his next move and studied each of the weird sisters. Anita had what appeared to be man hands, possibly caused by crocheting too much, Renfield thought. June had a square jawline a heavyweight boxer would have been proud of, possibly caused by the worry of whether her coprolite experiment would work. Ruth seemed to have some navel fluff on her chin, or was it a 5 o'clock shadow at 11 in the morning? Afraid that he might be physically assaulted if this went wrong, Renfield finally summoned up the courage to say what was on his mind.
"Would you all like to go out with me?"
The weird sisters all smiled and nodded eagerly in unison. Renfield was happy with this response, but he really wished he had asked them to change their seats earlier. Renfield caught the attention of the waitress and asked,
"Do you have worms?"
June immediately thought of her coprolite experiment and wondered if they could compromise it. "Excuse me?" replied the astonished waitress.
"Do you have any worms?" "Mealworms. I'm told that they are an excellent source of protein. I was thinking of ordering a gluten-free mealworm blueberry crumble."
"Oh, wouldn't you know it? We just ran out this morning," the waitress lied. "How about I get you some banana bread instead?"
"Well, I suppose a banana is sort of in the shape of a mealworm," Renfield said.
"A banana's also sort of shaped like a healthy human coprolite," June said. Renfield considered this.
"Could you get us 4 servings of banana bread?"
he asked the waitress. After the waitress left to get the order, June gazed at Renfield. He was going bald, yet still had long, greasy, stringy hair with rat ends. The pustules on his face and neck that threatened to erupt at any moment seemed to give him the energy of a young teenage buck. She wasn't put off by his breath, that smelled like he had swallowed a dead rat, saggy belly, or skinny legs. He could be dangerous, yet she craved danger and wanted to know more about him. So tell me, have you read 50 Shades of Grey?
Renfield had never read a book. In fact, he thought it was quite an accomplishment to read a menu that was more than a page long. But there was no way he would let them know that. Luckily for Renfield, he'd seen a poster for it, so he had a rough idea of what might be in it.
I thought it was just like the Bible. Plenty of sex, violence, and plot twists I didn't fully understand,
Renfield said. June nodded in appreciation of his remarkable answer. She was just about to open her mouth to ask another question when Renfield cut her off.
Books are for smart people. You and me, we don't need books.
The waitress returned with their order, which thankfully gave Renfield a reprieve from having to talk about books. As he nibbled at his slice of banana bread, he could feel Ruth's eyes on him.
"There's something about you. You're different from all the other men we've met," Ruth said. Renfield grinned like an idiot.
Well, I do have one hidden talent, he said.
"What is it?"
June asked.
Yes, tell us what it is,"
Ruth chimed in. Renfield leaned in and gestured for the sisters to do the same, as he revealed his biggest secret to them.
Well, you see, most men can undress a woman with their eyes, but me, I can undress a woman with my ears just by listening to them.
"Hear that, Ruth?" June said. Ruth had heard it, but it was Anita who made a quiet hissing sound like a slow leak from a car tire as she uncrossed her legs and sat with them spread as wide as the Grand Canyon, just like a man would sit. "Do you know what that sounds like?" Anita asked. But before Renfield could answer, she added, "Me getting hot." Later, Renfield exited the cafe with one arm around Ruth and one around June. Anita tagged along on the other side of June. Renfield adored them, and it was clear to anyone who saw them that they, in turn, adored Renfield. As they strolled along the sidewalk, Renfield also wondered if they were like him and wanted to have a lot of kids. They certainly wouldn't have any trouble breastfeeding them, he thought to himself. He also wondered why he had been too scared to try this internet dating in the past. Obviously, the horror stories of people not being who they said they were had scared him in the past. Still, he thought that was now behind him, as he noticed how many similarities they had. For one thing, all three sisters were similar in height to him. He had noticed that a couple of them had even used the gents' toilet at the cafe instead of the ladies'. Renfield initially wondered if it was because they had poor eyesight, like him, and mistook the gents for the ladies. But when he asked them about it, they said they preferred to use the urinal. He couldn't believe how much he had in common with them. He had never met any woman like them. As they approached a newsstand, two hormone-filled boys pointed at some plastic-wrapped men's magazines with scantily clad ladies on the covers. "Look, twins," one boy said to the other, thrilled with his find. Renfield overheard this as he strolled past with the Weird sisters. "That's nothing, boys. I've got triplets," Renfield boasted, then winked at them. A king in his own mind. The boys looked on incredulously as Renfield and the Weird sisters passed by. The boys couldn't miss the sisters' streaked makeup, their man hands, the size of their feet, or their awkward walking style, as if it was the first time they had ever worn high heels. Both boys looked at each other and pretended to put their fingers down their throats to gag. Chapter 25. Eau de Pie. Abe's day at his shop had been busy. He felt like he had been run off his feet all day. He hadn't had time to eat or grab a glass of water. His throat was parched. So the first opportunity he got, he drank a whole can of cola, followed by another just before he closed his shop early. He had to get a taxi to take him to the mechanics to pick up his car, but heavy traffic meant the cab was taking a lot longer than he expected. Even though she wasn't aware of it yet, Abe was looking forward to his date with Lucy tonight, and he hoped it would all go to plan. The taxi pulled up, and Abe got in. They were soon on their way, but traffic was going at a snail's pace. It stopped and started. Abe worried about another hefty taxi fare, and that the mechanic shop would be closed if they arrived too late. If that happened, he'd have to repeat the process again tomorrow. At least this taxi smelled better than the one he was in last night, he thought. Abe sensed his bladder was full, but thought nothing of it, because he could always ask to use the facilities at the auto repair shop. As the taxi pulled up, Abe was shocked to see a worker closing the gates. Abe quickly paid his taxi fare and dashed over to him. "Hold on, I've got to pick my car up." "You'll have to come back tomorrow. We close at 5:30 p.m, Harry Higgins, the man closing the gate, replied. Harry had worked at the shop for 15 years, and almost every night, without fail, someone would rush up after everything had been locked up and ask him to get their car out. It will only take 5 minutes, they would say. But Harry knew better than that from bitter experience. Often it would take at least 15 minutes by the time he unlocked the gates, opened the shop, waited for the roller door to go up, turned on the lights, walked to the office, found the keys and the invoice, turned on the point-of-sale machine, waited for it to warm up, processed the transaction, gave them the keys, turned off the lights, closed the roller door, locked the shop, and padlocked the gate. If they haggled over the repair price, it would take even longer. And to make matters worse, he didn't even set the bleeding prices. The boss did. And by the time he got the padlock on the gate, chances were that there would be some other jerk who couldn't properly manage their time asking him if they could pick their car up, and it would only take 5 minutes. It was all well and good for them, but Harry was paid to finish at 5:30 p.m. on the dot. He got no overtime, and there was no way in hell he would waste his time opening the shop back up for anyone unless they made it worth his time. Abe glanced at his watch. It was 5:35 p.m, and he thought about the cost of the taxi fare he had just paid to get here. If he couldn't take his car now, he'd need another taxi fare to get him home tonight, so he could shower. Then he would need another one to pick him up and then drive over to pick Lucy up for their date. One more to get them both home after the date, and another to bring him back to the auto repair shop again tomorrow after work to pick up his car. He did a quick calculation in his head. That was going to cost him heaps. "What if I give you $10 cash so I can take it home now?" Abe asked. "What if you get out of my way so I can close this gate?" Harry countered, unimpressed with Abe's lowball offer. "I'll make it 20. "Sorry, I've got to be somewhere," Harry said. This was Harry's favourite line. Of course he had to be somewhere. If he wasn't somewhere, he wouldn't exist. Being somewhere could mean being in the same spot he was standing right now, but the customer didn't need to know that. Abe reached into his wallet, pulled out a $50 note, and held it in front of Harry's face. "What if I give you $50 cash to let me take it now?" "It will only take a few minutes," Abe said. Harry slowed as he considered the offer. He knew that it would be closer to 15 minutes than 5, but $50 for 15 minutes of work would equate to being paid $200 an hour. That was a lot more than he would make even if his lousy boss did pay him overtime. Heck, it was more than his supervisor earned per hour. "All right, but make it quick," he said. Harry opened the gate. "I've got tickets to the Parramatta Eels game tonight and don't want to be late," he lied, knowing full well he didn't have tickets and that he would go home and sit on his sofa with his pet cat Bella to watch a DVD of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Abe followed Harry inside. Harry took Abe's keys off a peg on the wall and looked at the attached invoice. "Sorry, but I have to adjust this." "What's wrong with it?" Abe asked. He gestured for Harry to hand the invoice over, which he did. Abe looked at the bill, and his mouth dropped open. It was an invoice for $1,200. $1,200 for 4 lousy tyres? Abe asked. Harry took the invoice off Abe and looked at it, reading it line by line.
There's also the out-of-hours call-out fee, cost of towing, a new windscreen purchase, fitting and balancing of 4 new tyres, fitting of new wiper blades. That seems about right, unless you want to leave your car here overnight, so you can discuss it tomorrow with the boss.
Abe muttered, "No, let's get it over with."
"I've also got to add on that,"
Harry said as he pointed to the wall. A sign read, "Overnight fee $100. "But it hasn't been in overnight."
"Do you want me to charge you that fee instead?"
Harry asked as he pointed to another sign. "Reopen shop fee after hours, $200. "What? But I just gave you $50.
"Well, that was for opening the gate, not for opening the shop. Your car is in the shop."
"What the Oh, forget it. Fine, I'll pay the friggin' thing. $1,300, right?" Harry nodded and keyed the amount into the point-of-sale machine so Abe could pay. Abe snatched his car keys and drove off in a huff, completely forgetting about his need to go to the toilet until after he had already driven off the lot. He contemplated driving around the block and asking Harry to use their facilities, but he figured he'd probably have locked the gates by now and would charge him to open them again. As Abe drove, he noticed that the aroma inside his car still didn't exactly appeal. It would have probably been called eau de pie if it was a fancy-pants perfume. He made the mistake of turning on the heater, and the smell of stale urine became even worse. Abe began to gag, so as soon as he saw an auto shop, he pulled into its parking lot. The clock on Abe's car's dashboard read 5:59 p.m. The auto shop store had a large sign out the front that read 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Abe swiftly unbuckled and got out of his car. Ian, a pimply-faced store employee who was still trying to grow his first whiskers, stood at the closed door at the store entrance. He opened the door to let customers out of the store. He saw Abe hurry towards the entrance door that he guarded like his and his colleagues' unpaid overtime relied upon it. "We're just about to close, sir," Ian said. "I'll only be a minute, I swear," Abe said. Ian sighed and gestured, pointing his head towards the sales counter where his girlfriend manned the register. "Hurry up then. We've got a date." The young lady at the counter saw Abe enter and gave the pimply youth a stern look as if to say, "WTF?" There was an unwritten rule at their workplace that any customer arriving after 5:55 p.m. would be politely told to fuck off. Just not in those words, so they could get rid of the remaining customers in the store, balance off the till, and shut up shop by 6 p.m. Once inside the store, Abe rushed to purchase some air fresheners before they closed for the night. He quickly grabbed an armful of different scented air fresheners at the counter and gave them to the young lady who manned the cash register. She wore a name badge. Her name was Eleanor, and she was stunning. She looked like Megan Gale, and then some. Ian, the pimply youth at the entrance, was clearly punching above his weight, Abe thought. This gave Abe some much-needed confidence that he desperately needed. If that scrawny-looking guy can get a woman like this, then I might just stand a chance with Lucy after all, Abe concluded. Abe watched as Eleanor quickly scanned the items and rung up the total amount. When did air fresheners become so expensive? Abe sighed, pulled out his card and tapped on the point-of-sale machine to pay. "Thanks so much. I hope I haven't made you late and that your date goes well tonight," Abe said, trying to sound polite and gracious. "What date?" asked the woman. Abe gestured with his thumb to the scrawny standing at the door entrance. "Young Romeo over there let me know you guys were heading out on a date. Seems like it might be a special occasion." "He what? He said that?" "Well, he mentioned about you guys going on a date. I just added in that last bit about the special occasion, sort of ad-libbing. That's it. I'm going to report him. Can I get your name and number? She asked Abe. I'm sick of him pretending that we're a couple. That's sick. That's harassment. That's what that is. Oh, yeah, right, said Abe, as a sickening feeling seemed to enter the pit of his stomach and take up residence like a squatter who had just found an empty mansion. He wondered if he should write his real phone number or a false one on the card before deciding to write his real one on the back of one of their business cards and pushed it across to Eleanor. Abe glanced at the wall clock above her. It read 6:05 p.m. He grabbed his items and headed towards the exit. As he exited, he said one word only to Ian, who had let him in. It wasn't the word thanks that he had planned to say to him just a couple of minutes ago. Liar, Abe said to the pimply youth. And you weren't just a minute either, you lying arsehole, Ian replied. Ian closed the door, locked it and spun the sign around from open to closed. He knew that he shouldn't swear at a customer, but then he saw Eleanor call his supervisor over, hold up a business card and point at Ian. Ian knew that look that Eleanor had and the elaborate fantasy that he had concocted and began to believe that she was secretly in love with him was over. He had seen that look of disgust and loathing before. He also knew the look that his supervisor had given him. That was the same look he had given before when he had to reprimand him. It was the same look he had when he had sacked one of Ian's colleagues for the same offence of making unwanted advances to Eleanor. Ian knew that swearing at Abe wouldn't get him sacked. Ian could read the body language of his supervisor. Ian had already been sacked. He just hadn't been told yet. Ian wondered if he should apply for a job at McDonald's, Burger King or KFC. Regardless of where it was, Ian knew one thing. He wanted to pay back that guy who had just screwed him over. He stared out the window at Abe and watched which car he went to. Abe knew he probably shouldn't have called Ian a liar, but he had built up Abe's hopes by spinning him a lie that he was dating one of the most desirable women in Sydney. That gave Abe false hopes that he, in turn, could date Lucy. But once the kale-tasting bitter truth had been revealed to Abe, his hopes of dating Lucy seemed to vanish into the night, like a felon vandalizing a car. What was worse than Ian lying to him was Eleanor's reaction when Abe said that Ian had told him they were going out on a date. A sense of shame sucker-punched Abe, like he had been punched in the balls. Wasn't Abe behaving in the same underhand way to Lucy as Ian had been to Eleanor? What if Lucy reacted in the same way Eleanor had? Would Abe be strong enough to handle her rejection? Would she ever want to talk to or see Abe ever again? Perhaps he had made a mistake in buying car deodorizers. Maybe he should have bought a rope to hang himself with instead. Once he was back inside his car, Abe closed his eyes and sat for a while as tears streamed down his face. He knew he had behaved appallingly in regards to Lucy, but how could he fix that now? It was too late. Maybe, just maybe, she would be able to forgive him, to overlook all of his misdemeanors like a dog owner would overlook their pooch peeing on a rug. Abe held on to that one small glimmer of hope. When he opened his eyes once again, Abe stared at the newly purchased car deodorizers sitting on his lap. There was no way he was going to give up on winning Lucy's love now. He hung several of the car deodorizers from the rear vision mirror and liberally sprayed some throughout, hoping this would fix the problem. He wasn't sure if it was the thought of a pooch peeing on a rug that he had a moment ago, the smell of the pine deodorizers, or the smell of the stale urine already in the car, but Abe really needed to pee now. He looked back to the store, but the closed sign now hung on the front door. Abe scanned the area and couldn't see a public toilet nearby. Maybe he could hold it in if he crossed his legs. He turned the key in the ignition and drove away. As Abe drove, he saw a lovely big pine tree beside a drinking fountain in a park. He wondered if that tree smelled the same as the scent in his car. He wondered if that tree would smell even closer to the smell in his car if he peed on it. Abe took his foot off the accelerator and quickly scanned the area, but he couldn't see anyone. Would anyone notice if he used the tree as a urinal? He pulled over and Abe got out. He quickly made his way over to the tree. He checked to ensure no one was coming. There was no one in sight. He lowered his hands and was about to unzip his pants so he could relieve himself when a woman came along the path. It was Francesca, Lucy's neighbour. She was pushing her baby in a stroller with one hand while holding a leash in the other, attached to Killer, the Alsatian that chased and bit him last night. Killer strained in Abe's direction. Abe's eyes widened when he saw and recognized the dog. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Killer barked at Abe and lunged towards him as soon as he recognized him. Luckily for Abe, Francesca didn't seem to recognize Abe from last night because of the dark tint of his car windows and the fact that she didn't look high enough up into her tree branches to see him in her yard the night before. Abe protectively covered his groin as Francesca commanded her dog, "Killer, heel!" Killer instantly did as he was told and sat. Relieved he was safe, Abe grinned and made the mistake of making eye contact with the dog. Killer's fur bristled, and he let out a low growl. "Killer, no," Francesca said. Killer instantly obeyed her command. "Sorry about that," she explained. "He gets a bit protective when we're out in public." "Oh, that's okay," Abe replied. Confident that Killer would not attack while she held his leash, Abe pretended to be studying the tree. Killer lunged towards the tree, forcing Abe to step away from it again. Killer vigorously sniffed the tree. "You might want to step back in case he splashes," Francesca said to Abe. Abe did as he was told. He watched Killer relieve himself on the tree in what seemed to be a never-ending stream, making it even worse for Abe to hold on. Killer wanted to assert his dominance, and he wanted Abe to know it. Abe knew he'd have to keep up the pretense that he had been studying the tree and hoped that she would move on as quickly as possible. "Nice tree. How old would you say it was?" Abe asked. "Do I look like a tree surgeon to you?" "No, I guess not," Abe replied. He watched as Killer finally finished giving the tree a good soaking. "You know what I saw the other day?" Francesca asked him as her eyes set on the water fountain a few yards away. Abe didn't really care because he had more pressing matters, namely his bladder pressing against his urethra. But as she had made eye contact, Abe feigned interest to be polite. It was just then that Killer put his snout into Abe's crotch to have a good sniff. Embarrassed, Abe pushed Killer away politely so as not to get bitten. "Sorry about that. Just his way of being friendly and saying hello," Francesca explained. It may well have been, but if Killer wasn't careful, Abe might pee his pants. Francesca turned on a tap below the water fountain that filled up a dog bowl, so Killer could lap up some water to rehydrate himself as Francesca continued talking. "The other day, I saw some sicko pervert with his old fella out," she said. Then Francesca turned on the upper tap and drank a mouthful of water that streamed from the water fountain. Abe couldn't take his eyes off the steady flow of water coming from the tap and hitting her mouth. The pressure inside Abe's bladder made it feel like his teeth were swimming. He wished he could tie a knot in his old fella. "He was standing right where you were when I came around the corner with his hands on his what's-it. So I called the cops quick smart and I got him arrested. He reckoned he just needed to urinate, but you never can be too careful. That's what I always say." "Yeah," agreed Abe. "Anyhow, the cops arrested him. I hope he got what he deserved." Abe gulped involuntarily. "Good. Gotta go." Abe headed back towards his vehicle, but he knew that if he got into his car, it would be too late. He would wet his pants before he got to drive to the nearest public toilet. He didn't even have a bottle or a jar in his car that he could use. And that's when Abe noticed a pawn shop nearby that was still open. He knew they'd have the one thing he wanted. He ran into the store, passed the stock for sale, and headed straight for a door with a sign that read, "Employees Only." Abe opened the door, continued as the shop owner yelled, "Hey, you! You can't go back there!" But it was too late. Abe was already back there. He scanned this way and that, then opened the toilet door just as the pawnbroker held up a gun and BANG! The pawnbroker shot it in the air as a warning shot. Abe was so scared he nearly pissed himself, but luckily he had aimed correctly and was peeing into the toilet bowl instead. "You've got a lot of nerve," the pawnbroker said. "You better have a big wallet too, because if you don't buy up big, I'm calling the cops." Yeah, whatever you say," Abe agreed as he continued to relieve himself. "I'll buy something, anything, just don't call the cops." The pawnbroker smiled and then sang a twisted version of an old song. "Hey, big spender, spend a lot of cash with me." After Abe washed his hands, he returned into the store and browsed the items that were for sale. "Sorry about that," Abe said to the owner. The ticketed prices in the store were less than brand new ones, but perhaps more than he really wanted to pay. But now was not a time to haggle. Abe really needed a new phone to replace his current one, which was pretty much useless after his unintended plunge into the pool the previous night. Ever since that swim, his cell phone had worked like a politician in a non-election year. Barely at all. Abe purchased a replacement phone and then noticed a necklace in a display cabinet. He had no idea that it was Serena's crucifix necklace that she had lost when she was chased by Drac. After Will the wino had found it in the park, he had sold it so he could buy some more grog. Abe wasn't normally much into crucifixes, but he realized that he needed one in a hurry and purchased it on the spot as well, paying cash. Abe was about to leave with his purchases when he stopped in his tracks and turned back around. "Tell me about your gun," he said to the pawnbroker. "Is it registered?" Chapter 26. God, they're like fangs. Drac always thought that brushing your teeth was for sissies. There weren't many dental clinics open at night. This one was on the wrong side of town, but that didn't worry Drac, as he figured that everything was always on the wrong side if it was on the opposite side of where you were. Anyway, a young dental nurse, who looked like she was still in her teens, led Drac into the room, where a dentist greeted Drac and gestured for him to sit.
"I'm Dr. Bob, so I'm told you want a better smile. Okay, open wide, and let's have a look-see."
Drac did as he was told, and Dr. Bob peered into Drac's mouth and noticed Drac's canine teeth were enormous. "God, they're like fangs," he said before he put a dental mirror into Drac's mouth. A moment later, Dr. Bob pulled the dental mirror out and scratched his head, perplexed. "What the—" Dr. Bob said aloud, almost to himself. He put the dental mirror back in, watched it for a moment, then pulled it out again. "How can that—" Yet again, Dr. Bob cut his own sentence short. Dr. Bob placed the dental mirror back in Drac's mouth and tried looking from different angles. Then he pulled it out again and momentarily stared up at the ceiling. "Well, I'll be," Dr. Bob said before he asked his nurse, "Can you get me another dental mirror?" She handed him one, but it was the same result when he tried it. Dr. Bob scratched his head and sighed. "Something wrong?" Drac asked. "It's bizarre. You wouldn't believe what I'm seeing," Dr. Bob said. He shoved the dental mirror back into Drac's mouth. "What I should be seeing is the other side of your teeth reflected in my dental mirror, but for some reason all I can see is the ceiling." Drac's eyeballs nearly popped out of his head as he realized what the problem was.
Vampires can't be seen in mirrors. It must be an intermittent fault, Drac offered.
It's strange. Maybe I should just take a photo instead, Dr. Bob suggested. But Drac knew that wouldn't work either.
Why don't you just tell me what treatment you'd recommend for me?
Well, you have 3 options. The first is I could file your teeth down, but that will hurt like hell.
I don't mind pain, Drac replied.
Oh, I'm talking about me, not you. Do you have any idea how hard it is on my hands to file down fangs like yours?
Drac shook his head. No.
Well, it hurts like bloody hell, so we can cross that off the list. Another option is I could take out your canines.
Dr. Bob clicked on his computer, and an image showed a smiling young hunky man surrounded by several dogs. Drac smiled. Did he really look as handsome as the guy in the photo?
You'd probably go from looking like that to looking like this,
Dr. Bob said. Then he clicked on his computer, and it showed the same smiling man, but this time surrounded by cats.
Dr. Bob burst out laughing. You get it? You get it? See? I got rid of his canines.
Drac quickly realized that Dr. Bob must be a father, because he loved telling dad jokes.
So what is my third option?
Drac asked.
Another option is I could cap the other teeth so that they're all the same size.
What would I look like? Dr. Bob pointed to a children's poster of a beaver with enormous front teeth.
Something like that. Maybe not as cute, though, because you wouldn't have a tail.
Drac got up to leave, but as he did, Mina's words echoed in his mind.
Did you see how bad his teeth are?
Defeated, Drac turned around, sat back in the seat and said,
Okay, new plan.
Chapter 27. Throw me the money! Later that night, Lucy and Abe entered the Elegance Dance Club. Abe felt his pants pocket nervously to ensure he still had the crucifix necklace.
I don't understand. I thought you were going to give me a lift home.
Why did you bring me here? Lucy asked as Abe led her into the club. Abe gave Gabriella the thumbs up, and upon seeing him with Lucy, Gabriella hit play on her phone. Music filled the air as Whitney Houston's hit song, I Want to Dance with Somebody Who Loves Me, played. Abe grabbed Lucy's arm and spun her towards him. She ended up in his arms, and he held her in a classic dance hold as if he were about to waltz her across the room. Then Abe danced in a style that only he could do. After all that training and all those classes with Gabriella, he was finally elegant and light on his feet. In fact, he was fantastic. He swirled Lucy around the room, pirouetting her this way and that, heel turns, reverse turns, outside turns, crossbody lead, closed change, New Yorkers, every dance move you could imagine. He even dipped Lucy. Lucy was inches from the floor. Her mind was overwhelmed by the brilliant dance moves that Abe had shown her. But then Abe overbalanced and accidentally dropped Lucy and collapsed on top of her, accidentally headbutting her face.
Ow! Get off me!
Lucy cried. They both got up slowly. Lucy's left eye was now sore and red.
You brought me here to do that? Lucy asked.
Sorry, you're a bit heavier than what I expected, Abe said. It was an innocent remark, because his dance partner, Gabriella, was a kilogram or 2 lighter than Lucy.
That's a bit like the pot calling the kettle fat, isn't it?
Lucy snapped back at him. Abe was lost for words. He pointed to Gabriella and Max, who waltzed effortlessly across the dance floor.
I meant to do that.
Take me home, Lucy said abruptly. I have a date.
Who with?
Drac. Not that it's any of your business. Later, as he drove Lucy back to her townhouse, Abe dared not look at her. Things hadn't gone to plan. He tried to hide how downhearted he felt from her. Lucy held something to her eye. I heard a raw steak is good for a black eye, Abe said hopefully. You know I'm a vegan. Besides, I think this tofu is working.
Lucy took the tofu away from her eye, but parts of the tofu still stuck to her face. Abe reached into his pants pocket and took out Serena's crucifix necklace. He handed it to Lucy, who stared at it. "Why does it feel hot, like it's burning?" Lucy asked as she held it by her fingertips. A look of worry, or perhaps disgust, registered on her face as she thought of all the possibilities as to why it would feel so warm. "Where exactly in your pants were you hiding this, Abe?" "I want you to wear it for protection," Abe said. "What do you mean?" There's something I've got to tell you about your date." "Don't go there, Abe. You're not my dad." "He's not good for you. He's dangerous." Abe pulled over in front of Lucy's townhouse. "He's the one that broke into your shop." "Where is this coming from? Are you jealous of him? Is that it?" "I didn't want to tell you this, Lucy, but he's a vampire." Lucy burst out laughing. "Whatever drugs you're on, Abe, I want some. It's the truth, I tell you. I've got proof. I have footage of him in your kitchen drinking blood." "What?" "I taped him raiding the fridge in your kitchen with the hidden camera I set up." Lucy's jaw dropped open. For a moment, she was dumbfounded. She was so speechless that she couldn't even mouth words. Her mouth was open like that of a blow-up sex toy, and her mind was just as blank. Once she regained her faculties, she let loose. "You had a hidden camera in my kitchen? You've been spying on me? It's not like that, it's slap!" Lucy slapped Abe hard across the face. "So it was you who parked outside my home? You're a bastard, a pig. I can't believe that you'd do that. That's a total invasion of my privacy. I feel like I've been violated. But I was trying to—" Wham! Lucy slammed the door shut after she exited and yelled at him, "I never want to see or speak to you ever again." She hurled the crucifix necklace that Abe gave her away into the darkness and stormed off. Not far away, Karen, the mourner to whom Serena still owed money, sat on her porch step as she chatted with Jan, the mourner who had loaned Serena the crucifix necklace. For them, it was just like any other night, except whack! Serena's crucifix necklace that Lucy had just thrown hit Karen in the face, then dropped to the ground. "Ow!" Karen said, momentarily stunned. It was as if a magpie had just swooped her. She looked up at the nearby trees, trying to determine what had hit her. But Jan had seen the whole thing. She looked at the ground and couldn't believe her eyes. There was a necklace, and not just any necklace, a crucifix necklace. Jan bent over and picked it up. It was her crucifix necklace, the one that she had loaned to Serena. Jan recognized it and knew instantly what it meant. This was a sign from Serena, a message from beyond the grave. It meant that there was an afterlife. Overwhelmed with the fact that there was a heaven and a possibility of eternal life, Jan jumped up and down joyously. "Thank you, Serena! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you!" Jan yelled to the heavens above her. Karen held her stinging face and watched as Jan clutched her crucifix necklace close to her chest and shouted to the heavens. Karen looked up to the dark night sky and yelled, "Where's my money, Serena? You money-grabbing bitch! Throw me the money! Throw me the money!" "But I love you. I was just trying to protect you." Abe pleaded to Lucy from his car, but it was too late. She didn't hear him, and after she entered her townhouse, she slammed the door shut behind her, locking Abe and the outside world away. Chapter 28. A famous creek you don't want to smell. Over at the police station, Yolanda handed Arthur a magnifying glass. Then she showed him a copy of the newspaper that had Serena's photograph on page 1 and pointed to it. "See the bite marks on her neck? See? That's proof right there. He's a vampire, just like Rob said."
"Rob? You mean the guy who held up the supermarket and tried to tell us an old guy turned into a bat?"
Yolanda nodded enthusiastically.
"That's him." "Rob is hardly a reliable witness, is he?"
Arthur looked at Yolanda and then looked back at Serena's photograph. He used the magnifying glass to try and get a better look, but felt like a self-conscious Sherlock Holmes. He set the magnifying glass aside, took out his camera and snapped a photo, then enlarged the image with his fingers.
"I don't know, Yolanda. It could just be a coincidence, like a couple of freckles, or a couple of beauty marks, or a tattoo or something."
"You have to act," Yolanda urged Arthur.
"But who believes in vampires nowadays?"
"Look at the evidence. That young guy's witness statement, the old guy wearing the cape, the bite marks on her neck. I bet they matched that old guy's teeth."
"That's it,"
Arthur exclaimed excitedly as he picked up the phone and dialed. Drac answered his phone, and when he realized it was Arthur from the police station, he secretly wished the call had been from a scammer instead. He listened to Arthur politely.
"In person. Is that really necessary, officer?"
Drac waited for the response, but it wasn't what he was after.
"Fine. If you wanted to talk, you know where I am."
Arthur drove as Yolanda sat beside him, riding shotgun. "It feels pretty good to be working together again, doesn't it?" Yolanda said. Arthur nodded. "What do you say we give us a second try?" Yolanda asked Arthur. She touched Arthur's leg with her hand, then rubbed up and down along it, giving him a very sensual and pleasant sensation he knew all too well. Arthur wasn't sure how to reply. Sure, the sex had been great, fantastic actually, but Yolanda wasn't like any other woman he had ever met. She was batshit crazy. He knew that, and he knew what sort of trouble he'd be getting himself into if he was foolish enough to hook up with her again. Yolanda waited for Arthur's response, but it didn't come. "Well?" she asked.
"I'd like that,"
Arthur replied, knowing that stepping back into this relationship was like saying, "I'm just going to walk across this crocodile-infested lagoon to have a dip in the shark-infested water over there." Sure, it was a dumb thing to do. She was batshit crazy. But the sex, oh my God, the sex would be so fantastic. The best he had ever had or would have. There was no way in hell Arthur would ever say no to that. Not long afterwards, Arthur held a dental impression kit in his hand as he knocked hard on Drac's door with the other hand. Yolanda stood beside Arthur. Her excitement grew as she anticipated Drac's arrest and her breaking story, winning a host of prestigious journalistic awards. She quivered at the thought of Arthur holding her in his strong arms and taking her to bed. She wondered if he would still get turned on when she pretended Arthur was a bus driver and she was a famous female gymnast who didn't speak English and was short of her bus fare. Or would he prefer it if she was an Antarctic explorer whose clothes got wet and it was essential that she strip off and be warmed by his body warmth to be kept alive? Or perhaps she could be a jailbird, a female nymphomaniac who hadn't seen a man in over a decade, and it's Arthur's first day on the job as a prison guard. She looked over to Arthur and saw that he was wearing his handcuffs on the side of his belt. She knew then and there that this was going to be a memorable night in more ways than one. "Once we get an impression of his teeth, we'll match them to Serena's wounds and we can nail him," Arthur explained. "And I can get a front-page scoop," Yolanda said.
"Two, if I can get the death penalty reinstated."
Arthur and Yolanda could barely contain their excitement. Both had huge grins. Arthur knocked on Drac's front door again. The door opened, and Drac smiled at Arthur and Yolanda instantly causing their smiles to evaporate. Drac's top row of teeth were now pearly white falsies, and they were all the same size as his fangs. His upper teeth seemed way too big for his mouth and made him look like the dentist's poster of a beaver.
Arthur and Yolanda both knew straight away that their plan to put Drac away, based on his dental impression, was now up shit creek, and they both silently cursed.
The only good thing to come out of this, Arthur thought, would be the sex. OMG, the sex. Now instead of happy sex, she would want aggressive sex, where she would be so mad that she would try to choke him. Arthur beamed. Tonight was going to be fantastic.
Chapter 29. You want to stab him? I guess that's only natural. Drac and Renfield watched from the window as Arthur and Yolanda drove away.
I must act quickly, Drac said to Renfield.
Later that night, at Finito's restaurant, Lucy appeared glum and jabbed at the pumpkin on her plate.
Drac couldn't help but notice this. "What's wrong?" he asked.
"Nothing," she lied.
"Then why have you been repeatedly stabbing your pumpkin to death? I should report you to the Royal Society for Preventing Cruelty to Vegetables."
"If you must know, it's Abe."
"You want to stab him? I guess that's only natural."
"I certainly feel like it."
"That's perfectly understandable. I'm quite surprised nobody else has already done it. He's a detestable hairy buffoon."
"You know what that creep's been doing? Spying on me. And then he lies to me and makes up this ridiculous cock and bull story that you broke into my shop and drank all the blood out of my fridge."
There was an awkward moment of silence, as Drac was lost for words. He hoped his face hadn't turned a whiter shade of pale than it usually was. "Preposterous! Crazy!" he finally said.
"That's what I said to Abe."
If you'll excuse me, I've got to go to the little boy's room."
Lucy raised an eyebrow and glanced down at Drac's crotch, and he noticed this.
"Or, in my case, should I say the big boy's room? The real big boy's room?"
Lucy giggled. Drac always seemed to have the knack of making her laugh. Drac excused himself, and as soon as he was in the male restroom, he took out his mobile phone and dialed someone. Renfield had his socks off and was lying on his queen bed as Papa music played in the background.
"Oh, yes, yes," Renfield said. "Oh, yes, yes, more,
he continued, sounding like he was in pure ecstasy. But Renfield was alone on the bed, wearing boxer shorts, socks, and a singlet while waving a conductor's baton. In each corner of his bedroom were the three weird sisters. Anita played the tuba, Ruth the French horn, and June vigorously played the trombone, the slide constantly going in and out. They played the Papa music that Renfield loved so much. Renfield's phone rang, and he answered.
"Hello? Yes, why, of course, master, I'll do it straight away," Renfield said as he continued to listen to Drac's instructions.
A short time later, Renfield's hands were on the steering wheel as he drove quickly across town. The Papa music that sounded a bit like the Mission Impossible theme continued as the weird sisters were lying down in the back, where the coffins usually lay, and they played the musical instruments. Drac returned to his seat at Finito's restaurant, but Lucy appeared to have returned to feeling down in the dumps.
"I know how to get you out of this funk you're in. Let's go dancing."
Renfield crouched down to pick the lock on the front door of Abe's computer shop. The familiar Papa-inspired Mission Impossible theme music continued as the weird sisters played their musical instruments behind him. Renfield put his index finger to his lips and motioned to the weird sisters to be quiet. But instead of stopping, they just played softer.
Chapter 30. Grabbed his groin. Drac stood in the middle of the ballroom floor at the Elegance Dance Club. He held out his hand and Lucy joined him. Despite what had happened earlier, she had far more faith in Drac's ability than Abe's. DeBella Morgan's catchy song, Dance With Me, played, and Drac was superb. As he led, Lucy followed. They salsaed, lambaded, and tangoed across the floor. Lucy was entranced by Drac's elegant yet sexy moves, powerful presence, and intoxicating aftershave. Other dancers watched Drac and Lucy with their mouths open wide in astonishment. Although they could see Drac and Lucy dance in front of them, the mirror that ran the entire wall's length only showed Lucy's reflection, not Drac's. His clothes could be seen, but not his face, hands, or neck. Drac and Lucy continued to dance, unaware of the effect the bizarre images in the mirror's reflections was having on others. There were so many moments when Drac almost bit Lucy's delicious neck, but he restrained himself. But there is only so much temptation that any man or vampire can take. Drac leaned in and was about to bite Lucy when he finally noticed the mirror only showed Lucy waltzing with his clothes. He panicked and abruptly stopped dancing.
"Do you mind if we call it a night?"
Drac said. Lucy shook her head no, and Drac scampered away. Lucy's phone dinged. It was a text from Abe. "I'll show you footage of the break-in tomorrow." Abe was unaware that at this very moment Renfield was at Abe's work computer, deleting files in the cloud and backups on the hard drive as Papa music played. With the help of the Weird Sisters, Renfield successfully guessed that Abe's password was 69 Lucy forever. After he found a crude drawing of Abe and Lucy doing, well, perhaps we'll leave that to your imagination. Underneath the drawing were the words 69 Lucy forever, so that sort of helped as well. Anita was suspended by wire hanging from the ceiling, like Tom Cruise from the Mission Impossible movie. She was just inches above a white-tiled floor, but instead of stretching her arms and legs out like Tom did, she played the Mission Impossible theme on her tuba. Ruth stood near Renfield and played the French horn, but occasionally stopped to check her belly button for navel fluff. "Where's June?" asked Renfield. Crunch! The side of June's trombone hit Renfield's crotch hard. "Ah!" Renfield groaned. He leaned over in agony, grabbed his groin, and then slid back in his chair to look under the desk to see June crouched beneath it, playing the trombone. Chapter 31. Your Disgusting Nose Hairs. The next day in Abe's computer shop, Lucy stood with arms folded, unimpressed, as Abe frantically pressed buttons on his computer. "I swear I had footage backed up on my computer and on the cloud. Someone's erased it." "Oh, and I suppose you're going to blame that on Drac too," Lucy said. "He could have." Abe spotted his incriminating crude drawing of him and Lucy, along with his password 69 Lucy forever, at the same time as she did. Her eyes widened, and he swiftly turned it over, hoping she hadn't seen it properly or had time to read his cryptic password. "I thought you were my friend, Abe, and that I could trust you, but this sickness and obsession you have with me and Drac has just got way, way, way out of hand. Just stay out of my life, or I'll call the cops. I never want to see you again as long as I live." As hot, angry tears made their way down her face, Lucy savagely ripped out the cords connecting it to Abe's computer and yelled, "And stop spying on me!" Lucy stormed out of Abe's shop, sobbing. Later that night, Drac and Lucy were in each other's arms, but they were at Lucy's reception office, not at a fancy restaurant, nightclub, or event. She couldn't stop staring at Drac's new teeth. They seemed too large for his mouth. "I don't understand why you wanted to come here when we're on a date," Lucy asked. "I want to show you something in your kitchen." "My kitchen?" It was at that moment that Abe burst in. "Hold it right there, Drac! Let her go!" Abe yelled. "Abe, what are you doing here? You told me you weren't going to spy on me anymore," Lucy said to Abe. "He's a vampire. I can prove it," Abe said. Abe then pulled out a hand mirror. "You brought a mirror. That's good. Now perhaps you can trim some of your disgusting nose hairs," Drac said. Abe immediately stopped pointing them in Drac's direction and instead used the mirror to view his own nostrils. "They're not that bad." "Come on, Lucy. Let's go. I've had enough of this imbecile," Drac said. "No, wait. A vampire's reflection can't be seen in a mirror," Abe said. "And I suppose you think the tooth fairy leaves money under your pillow. Grow up and leave us alone, you foolish furry man-boy." But Abe disregarded Drac's command and blocked the exit. Meanwhile, back at Drac's home, a birthday cake with blood-red raspberry icing sat on the table. Renfield blew up crimson-red balloons. He wanted to make sure that this was going to be a night that Drac would never forget. Chapter 32. Believe me, because I'm a liar. Drac pursed his lips, concerned with Abe's presence. This unwanted interference wasn't what Drac had planned for. "Lucy, have I ever lied to you?" Abe asked her. "Yes," she swiftly replied. "What?" Abe said, surprised. "The pervy hidden camera you set up without my knowledge or permission. Or did you forget that already?" "Okay, the camera was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that, and I apologize. But apart from that, have I ever lied to you?" "Plenty of times. Jen told me about the apple turnovers, the sugar in the hot chocolates you had when you told me you were having decaffeinated tea and that you were on a sugar-free diet. There's also the fact of you being out the front of my townhouse in your car spying on me. Have I forgotten anything else?" Okay, so I made a few dumb mistakes, but you gotta believe me, Lucy. I'm saying this not as a liar, but as a friend. And if you don't believe me as a friend, then believe me because I'm a liar. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Forget what I just said. It doesn't matter. Lucy, believe me when I say this. Drac wants to kill you and make you his slave for all eternity. All I'm asking for is for him to do the mirror test. Nothing more, nothing less. Lucy rolled her eyes, obviously fed up with this kerfuffle already. "And if he does the mirror test, will you stop carrying on with all this silly vampire nonsense?" Lucy asked. Abe nodded, and Lucy turned to Drac. "Why don't we humour him? Then perhaps he'll leave us alone." "What?" Drac exploded in rage. "Are you seriously considering this and his insanity? I've had enough of him and his idiotic parlour games. Come on, let's go." Drac grabbed Lucy's arm to leave, but Lucy was not having any of that. "No, I've had it with you two and your petty bickering and jealousy. Let's settle this right here, right now," Lucy demanded. "Can't you see he wants to suck you into his deluded game that he—" But before Drac could finish his sentence, Lucy snatched the mirror from Abe and held it up to Drac. She stood behind him, stared at the mirror, and saw for herself that there was no reflection of Drac. She could only see herself in it. Her mouth slowly opened, and finally, Lucy realized the awful truth, that she was dating a vampire. And not just any old vampire, but the Dark Lord and Big Daddy of all vampires, Count Dracula. Terrified, Lucy dropped the mirror, which shattered on the floor as she backed away from Drac. She was desperate to get as far away from him as she could be. "You're a vampire! Get away from me! You
You beast! Lucy snatched the letter opener off the reception desk and threw it at Drac, but he ducked, and it hit the heart of the beast in the Beauty and the Beast poster on the wall instead.
Lucy, calm down. There's no reason to be that way,
Drac said. He took out his false front teeth to reveal that his fangs were still as big and nasty as ever.
Come, join me, and we can have eternity together,
Drac offered. Lucy backed away even further. Her lip curled as her face registered a look of disgust. I don't want eternity. Not with you. Not with anyone.
That's a pity, Drac said, 'cause I was going to wine and dine you, make this a night of never-ending pleasure for you. But now you give me no choice.
Drac lunged forward and seized her wrist.
I lost you once. I'm not foolish enough to make that mistake again. Now I'll take what is rightfully mine.
Whack! A cricket bat slammed into Drac's face, and blood spurted from his nose. Drac held his hand to his stinging nose and looked to see Abe holding the cricket bat. You'll take her over my dead body, Fangface! Outside the naturopath shop, the black kitten with green eyes stood at the glass door and watched what was going on inside with interest. Drac didn't bother trying to stem his bloodied nose. Instead, he stared at his bloody hands. He licked his middle finger and tasted his own blood.
Yummy.
Seething, Drac wrenched the cricket bat off Abe.
Prepare to die, you son of a female canine!
Ah! Abe screamed. He panicked and fled towards the kitchen. Run, Lucy! Run! Abe shouted, but Drac moved quickly to block Lucy's path.
Come with me, my darling. Let's make our love last forever.
No! Never! She ducked under his arm and dashed past him towards the kitchen with Drac in hot pursuit. Abe was already inside the kitchen, trying to open the jar as Lucy ran in, with Drac hot on her trail as he chased her. Ah! Lucy screamed as she tried to close the door, but she was too slow. Drac blocked it from closing with his foot. Then, with brute force, he shoved the door open and entered. Wait! Stop! Abe yelled. Lucy and Drac both froze and stared as Abe held the jar aloft. I have something here that'll stop you in your tracks, Drac.
Nothing can stop me until I get what I want. Her, now stand aside, blubber boy.
No! Abe opened the container and threw all its contents on the floor. It was uncooked rice. Ha! That will stop you, Abe said with 100% confidence.
What makes you say that?
Asked Drac. Drac quickly scanned the scene, then walked past the rice on the floor to grab Lucy's arm. Hey! That's not what should have happened, Abe said in astonishment. Vampires are supposed to be intrigued by counting things. It should take you hours to count how many grains of rice there are. That's what would have happened to the Count on Sesame Street.
Why would those rice grains slow me down? Anyone can see that there are 5,468 grains there.
You just made that figure up, Abe said.
Oh, really? Prove me wrong, you mathematically challenged mama's boy,
Drac replied. A thought flashed through Abe's mind. There was only one way to prove Drac wrong, so Abe crouched down to count the rice. 1, 2, 3. Drac cornered Lucy and said quietly,
You've heard of speed reading. I can do speed counting.
He seized Lucy's wrist and tried to drag her away. Abe, help! Help me! Lucy begged, but Abe put his hand up as he was already busy. Wait on, I'll be there soon, Abe said, not wanting to be interrupted as he counted the rice grains on the floor. 5, 6, 7. Lucy inwardly cursed Abe's inability to prioritize or even multitask.
That fool will be there for hours,
Drac told Lucy. Lucy reached out, took a kitchen knife from her Ginsu knife set on the counter, and with all of her might, she savagely thrusted it deep into Drac's chest. Drac let go of her and, in shock, stopped to stare at the knife now deeply embedded in his chest. Then he stared at Lucy.
Now, that wasn't very nice, was it?
Drac said. Lucy backed away from him as he took a step towards her.
But how? You should be dead. Only with a wooden stake, my dear. Stainless steel just hurts like hell,
Drac said. He grimaced as he pulled the knife out of his chest. His shirt was bloodied. Drac stared at it and then rubbed his hand over his wound. The blood magically congealed.
But it's not life-threatening for a vampire.
Lucy tried to flee, but Drac was too quick and blocked her exit. With no way of escaping, Lucy grabbed the vacuum cleaner arm and, with her other arm, made the sign of the cross. "Aha! You're afraid of the cross, aren't you?" Lucy said, confident that she had the upper hand against Drac for the first time.
Drac yawned. No, not really. You see, after I became an agnostic, the cross and the holy water bit doesn't work on me anymore. Thank God for that. Or should I say, thank nothing for that, Drac said.
Shit, Lucy thought to herself. That leaves me with just one option, she said, thinking quickly as she was suddenly inspired by a new plan. Lucy turned the vacuum cleaner on and sucked up some rice grains that were on the floor next to Abe, who appeared so terrified by the noise of the vacuum cleaner that he scuttled backwards into a corner. So she turned it off. "Hey, I was still counting those," Abe whined. "Help me escape, you idiot." Abe got up, but Drac acted quickly and smashed a plate over his head, knocking him senseless. Terrified, Lucy fled from the kitchen, with Drac chasing after her in hot pursuit. Lucy raced through reception to the front door and reached for the handle. She turned it to escape, but she was too slow. Drac grabbed her wrist. They struggled, but despite his age, he was way too powerful. He pulled her away from the front door as she screamed. "No! Help! Somebody help me!" Lucy yelled.
"Don't fear! This will only take a minute, Lucy," Drac said.
His mouth opened wide, ready to bite her. Lucy stared in horror as Drac's large canine teeth came towards her. They were close to her neck, about to pierce the skin, and whoomp! Abe shoved a handful of ginger into Drac's mouth. Against all hope, Abe had saved Lucy. "Eat that and die, Dracula!" Drac spat the ginger out of his mouth. He paused and looked at it for a moment.
"You know I'm allergic to garlic, not ginger, right? What were you planning to do? Make some gingerbread men and force-feed me to death?"
"Damn! I knew it was something that started with a G," Abe said. "That was all she had in the kitchen." Abe turned to Lucy. "You really should shop more often." Drac's face reddened as he spat out his words in a venomous tone.
"I am sick of you and your interfering, you mummy's boy. Why don't you accept defeat and realize you're too late? Just because you didn't have the testicles to tell her that you love her, it doesn't mean that I can't."
"Abe, is that true? Do you have feelings for me?" It was then that Lucy and Drac both glanced and noticed something scary. It looked as though Abe had a stiffy. Drac and Lucy both tried to avert their gaze, and Drac gestured at it.
"What are you, blind, woman?" said Drac.
What I mean to say..." But before Abe could finish his sentence, Drac cut him off.
"You're too late. She's mine and will be forever."
"Wait!" Abe yelled. Abe fiddled with the zipper of his pants while Drac and Lucy shielded their eyes.
"You really don't get out much, do you?" Drac said.
"Abe, now's not the time for that. And can't you do it in the privacy of your own bedroom?" Lucy added. Abe was ultra careful as he grabbed something hard and long from his underwear. He didn't want it going off by mistake and leaving a horrible mess in his underpants. Abe pulled out a gun. Abe pointed it at Drac. The pistol is what made it look like Abe had a boner. "No, you stop right there, Drac," Abe commanded.
"Phew, what a minute there. You had me worried. I thought you were grabbing out your..." "Well, never mind," Drac said.
"You mean you had a gun all along and you didn't use it before?" Lucy asked. Abe did up his zipper and glanced at his crotch, which was no longer impressive. It looked kind of good down there and felt better than putting socks down there, so I... And Abe realised by the look on Lucy's face that he had already said too much, so he shut up. Abe's cheeks coloured red with rage as he pointed the gun at Drac's face. "I bet you don't even have a clue what my last name is, do you?"
Is it Hutt? As in Jabba the Hutt? But no, you're much hairier than that. I'm guessing it's either Doo, as in Scooby-Doo, or perhaps Bugger, as in Chewbacca.
Guess again, you old bat-toothed prostate problem. I am your worst nightmare, Drac. My surname is Van Helsing. I am Abe Van Helsing, grandson of the famous vampire hunter Abraham Van Helsing. When he heard the name Abraham Van Helsing, Drac immediately thought of the last time he had met Abraham Van Helsing, the leader of the unwashed and unruly mob that had chanted, "Kill the beast! Kill the beast! Kill the beast!" all those years ago. Chapter 33. Your cousin deserves to marry a virgin. Drac stared at Abe in amazement.
"You're the grandson of that great pain in the posterior?" Drac asked.
Abe nodded.
"Your grandfather knew all about vampires, but you don't have a clue. He was fighting fit, a man's man. I look at you, and it makes me think one thing." "What?" "How did you come about? Was it your father or grandfather that had sex with a hairy hippo? Or perhaps with some fat cow?"
"That's it. I've had enough of your insults," Abe exploded in rage. "This," he said as he gestured to the pistol in his hand, "is loaded with silver bullets. Step away from it, Drac, or I'll shoot." Abe's hand trembled as he held the pistol to Drac's chest. "I mean it. Step away from her." But there was a quaver in Abe's voice. He didn't sound as confident as a man holding a gun should have in this situation.
"How can you afford silver bullets? You have a business with no customers or discernible income."
Seeing the danger both she and Abe were in, Lucy took out her phone and dialed 000. "I'm calling the police."
"Good idea. That way our rotund Romeo here can see that he's fourth in line for your affections, behind me and those two cops, Tweedledick and Tweedledickhead."
Abe's nostrils flared, and his frustration rose as he was on the verge of losing it. "Shut up! You've ruined it! You've spoiled everything! Do you know how many years I've waited for the right moment to tell Lucy how much I love her? Do you? Do you?" Drac's face displayed a range of emotions, from dreamy reminiscing, sadness, grim determination, and then an outburst of anger. "Has it been a lifetime? No. Has it been 10 lifetimes? No. If anyone's waited long enough to find everlasting love, it's me, not you. I've waited over 500 years to find true love. I had it once and lost it. I won't let that happen again," Drac said, and whack! Drac hit Abe, knocking him to the floor, then grabbed Lucy. "She's mine now." "No!" Lucy screamed. Drac dragged Lucy back into the kitchen against her will. A stunned Abe got up and staggered after them. When he got to the kitchen, Abe's vision was still blurry, but he saw Drac was about to bite Lucy's neck. He still felt woozy from the hits he had taken, but Abe pointed his gun at Drac and shouted, "No!" Abe pulled the trigger. Bam! 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 The noise was deafening. Blood ran along the floor of the kitchen. Lucy couldn't look at it, but Drac watched it, stunned. "You're a rotten shot. You know that," Drac said. Both he and Abe looked towards where the blood trail started. Abe had missed Drac and shot the fridge instead. Lucy opened it to reveal blood bags that were hanging inside the fridge door were leaking everywhere. Her face reddened. Great. Now I've got to buy a new fridge, fill out more insurance forms, make all those phone calls to my patients again to get more samples, and clean up this mess. Do you have any idea what the excess is on my insurance, Abe? Then Lucy noticed what else Abe had shot. Oh no. You didn't, did you? How could you? You shot my vacuum. It's a Dyson vacuum cleaner. Do you know how much that thing cost? It's not like I planned to. I was aiming at him. Well, be careful next time. You could have had someone's eye out, Lucy said. Abe raced forward, put the pistol to Drac's chest, and pulled the trigger again and again. Bam! 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 He unloaded the last 3 bullets from his gun. Blood spurted from the holes in Drac's chest. All is lost, Drac said. Drac fell to the floor and gasped. Blood oozed from his mouth. It was horrible to watch. The dreadful pain on Drac's face was evident to both Abe and Lucy. He gasped in pain, shuddered, then his eyes finally closed. And Drac gave a death rattle, and, "He's dead," Abe said. Lucy rushed to Abe to embrace him. She had never been so thankful to anyone. He had saved her life. Abe raised his arms to celebrate his victory, and then Drac's eyes opened. He was still alive. He watched as they celebrated. He smiled, then sat bolt upright. "Ha! Sucked you in, you woefully inadequate baboon," Drac said to Abe. Abe and Lucy were gobsmacked. They couldn't believe that Drac was still alive. "I bet you got those bullets online, didn't you?" Drac asked. "You got ripped off, my fat, furry, canine-smelling friend. They're not even silver-plated." "Damn! I knew I should have bought them from a seller with a higher positive rating," Abe muttered to himself. "You know something else? Silver bullets kill werewolves, not vampires," Drac said. "Really?" exclaimed Abe, genuinely surprised they didn't kill everything. Wham! Renfield burst into the kitchen and dived on top of Abe, knocking him to the floor, where the two of them wrestled with each other. "Good timing, Renfield. But what were you doing here?" Drac asked. "I was going to steal some blood for your birthday tomorrow," Renfield replied. "Oh, how sweet, how thoughtful of you, Renfield," Drac said. Drac watched as Renfield and Abe grappled on the floor. "Get off! Get off me!" Abe yelled. "Ha! You sound like one of my dates," Renfield replied. It wasn't long before Renfield got the upper hand in the fight. Renfield punched Abe in the stomach, causing Abe to break wind. Lucy and Drac turned away in disgust. "Don't you know it's not good manners to break wind in front of a lady?" Drac said to Abe. "That's right. You should ask her if she wants to fart first," Renfield added. Renfield punched Abe in the stomach again, causing him to break wind a second time. Renfield kneeled on Abe's arms and pinned them to the floor, just as Drac took Lucy by her wrist once again. Abe felt powerless lying on the floor. All he could see was Renfield's crotch above him, and Drac near the fridge, holding the helpless Lucy. Abe did the only thing he could. He raised his head, opened his mouth, and bit Renfield's crotch as hard as he could. Renfield's eyes widened in horror. "Ow!" Renfield cried out in pain. Renfield rolled off Abe, holding his crown jewels. "Oh, you really are just like one of my dates," Renfield said. Outside the naturopath shop, Will the wino, who was still wearing Drac's old cape, staggered past. He drank from a bottle of wine, waved to someone who he saw had just entered Lucy's shop, then kept going. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, as Renfield lay helpless on the floor, holding his groin, Abe got to his feet again. He pointed at Drac and growled, "You and me,
fight to the death. Bring it on, you flatulent furball.
Abe and Drac lunged at each other. In the ensuing scuffle, they used whatever kitchen item they could grab to belt their opponent as hard as they could, as they tried to inflict as much damage as possible. Lucy was horrified, as many of her precious kitchen items were smashed or damaged. "Oh no, that's my Royal Dalton plate. That was part of my Princess Diana collection. No, not that, not the juice extractor. Use the toaster, that's cheaper." Renfield gazed at Lucy's lovely figure as she watched Abe and Drac fight to the death. Renfield winked at Lucy.
"Fancy coming down here for a wrestle on the floor with me?"
Lucy bit her lip, then stomped on Renfield's groins, smashing it as hard as she possibly could, then twisting her heel like she was destroying an ant's nest.
"Oh, I'll take that as a no," Renfield gasped.
Renfield rolled over on the floor in pain, holding his crotch.
"I've got to start wearing a cap for protection,"
he groaned. With Renfield out of the way, Lucy's attention returned to the fight, just as whomp! Drac knocked Abe out with Lucy's Thermomix bowl. Abe fell to the floor with a resounding thump. The Thermomix bowl had a large dent on the side. "Great! The warranty on that expired last week. That's just typical," Lucy complained. Drac reached for Lucy, but she ran, and just at that moment the lights suddenly went out. In the darkness, Drac grabbed a wrist and pushed someone else to the floor.
Ah!
Lucy and someone else screamed. Then Drac turned the light switch back on. Drac looked at whose wrist he was holding, but it was not Lucy's. It was Lucy's grandma. Abe came to and opened his eyes. Lucy was on the floor beside him. They and Renfield watched Drac with Grandma. Drac was transfixed by Grandma's intense green eyes. He helped her to stand. "Is it really you?" he asked.
"Drac?"
Grandma asked. They both nodded. "I don't understand," Abe said. "Grandma, what are you doing here?" Lucy asked.
"I heard about the break-in and the blood samples being stolen the other night. I thought, well, I hoped it might be him," Grandma explained. "I figured with his birthday coming up, it might pay for me to keep an eye on your shop."
"You mean you know this creep?" Lucy asked.
"Of course I do, my dear. This is your grandfather."
"Grandfather?" Abe, Drac, Lucy and Renfield asked in unison, all clearly astonished by this revelation. Grandma nodded, then asked Drac,
"Why do you think my village wanted to kill you?"
"Because I'm a vampire."
"Oh, fiddlesticks. They didn't give us stuff about that. They wanted to kill you 'cause you got me pregnant out of wedlock, you dumb dick. You knew I was from a very conservative village?"
"Really?" asked Lucy.
"Yes, my parents were very traditional. They'd say to me, 'Stay a virgin until your wedding night. Your cousin deserves to marry a virgin.'"
"Your cousin?" questioned Lucy.
"Well, it was a small village."
Abe whispered to Lucy, "Did you say your grandmother was from Transylvania or Tasmania?" But there was something that Drac needed to know. "But how did you come to be here?" Chapter 34. Mount Druitt's Too Scary. Grandma's eyes went misty as she explained.
"The week after we separated, I made my way to Austria and sat in front of the Linz coffee house, just as we had arranged. I waited for you for weeks and weeks, but you never came. I thought maybe the mob had got you, and as my belly grew bigger and bigger, I knew I couldn't stay, and I couldn't go home. So I travelled to Trieste, sneaked onto the first boat I could, and ended up here in Sydney."
They all stared in disbelief at Grandma.
"You mean all those years ago I searched for you and thought I'd lost you, and you've been here all along?" "Yes, in Mount Druitt."
"Mount Druitt? Oh, that explains why I didn't see you." Drac whispered to Abe. "Mount Druitt's too scary, even for me."
"Wait on," said Abe as he finally put two and two together. "If you're Lucy's grandfather, that means that you and Lucy were almost going to—"
"I feel sick," Drac said.
"I'm going to throw up," Lucy said. "Ha! Now you both sound like one of my dates," Renfield said.
Lucy rushed over to the sink and vomited in that, while Drac grabbed the nearest thing within arm's reach and threw up into the Thermomix bowl. Lucy finally recovered and splashed water over her pale face. There was another thought that had crossed her mind. Almost as disturbing as nearly getting down and dirty with your grandfather. She looked at her grandma and asked, "So, if he's my grandpa, and he's a vampire, does that mean I'm part vampire too?" Grandma nodded. It was the answer that Lucy was afraid of. Nothing could be worse. Well, apart from the almost about to get it on with your grandfather business. Lucy turned to Abe. "So, if I'm part vampire, does that mean you're going to come hunting for me?" Abe nodded. "Oh," Lucy said, as she realized she would never be safe. "But only to give you this," Abe said. Abe went down on one knee. "I've been a big schmuck. I know I shouldn't have installed the hidden camera, but I made a mistake, and I'm sorry. I love you. I adore you and want to live with you for the rest of my life. Lucy Westenra, will you marry me?" There was a moment of silence as Lucy looked at the ring box that Abe offered her. She had waited years and years for someone to express an undying love like this to her. How many nights had she dreamed of finding her very own Prince Charming? She paused momentarily, looking at the big shiny ring it contained. She took it from his hand, and then she hurled it back at Abe with all her might. "Why would I marry you, after all the beastly things you've done? You've lied to me, spied on me, and worst of all, you broke my juice extractor, dented my Thermomix bowl, and shot my fridge." Defeated and broken-hearted, Abe slowly and carefully put the ring box back in his pocket and turned away. Tears welled in his eyes. He didn't want to show the pain her rejection had caused him to anyone, but it was clearly evident to everyone in the room that not only had his heart been shattered, it had been stomped on harder than a cockroach being squashed by a 400-pound pro wrestler. Abe sniffed. Even Drac felt sorry for Abe. Drac cleared his throat. "Excuse my interjection, but may I say a few words?" Lucy nodded. "Abe, how long have you been secretly in love with Lucy?" Abe was too ashamed to make eye contact with Lucy. He sniffed again as he wiped his eyes dry. 5 years. "And why did you lease the store next to hers?" "So I could be close to her." "See, how creepy is that?" Lucy said. "Is it as creepy as the beast holding Belle's father and keeping Belle captive in his castle in the hope that she would fall in love with him?" Grandma asked Lucy. "That's major creepy, even for me," Renfield admitted. The truth finally dawned on Lucy.
Oh, my God, you're right. How sick is that? I've grown up all my life wanting to be like Belle, but in reality, what I'd been pining for and hoping to come true was to be held prisoner against my will by a beast. Oh my God, that's so messed up. I wasn't actually spying on you in your shop, Abe finally admitted. I installed the spider cam because I knew you couldn't afford a proper security system and would be too proud to accept it. I just thought I'd test it before I told you about it to make sure that it worked okay. And when you got broken into, it was too late to say anything without sounding like a major creep.
Lucy was stunned by this revelation. Drac stepped forward.
Lucy, Abe's a dick. We all know it, but he's loyal and he wants to be with you. He's not afraid to spend money on you. He learned to dance because he knows you like it and thinks you're the best thing since they invented blood banks, or, in his case, since they invented self-sourcing puddings. I could be wrong, but doesn't he have many of the things you want in a man?
Abe was surprised. This had been the first time that Drac had said anything nice about him.
Yes, but he lied to me. He lied, Lucy yelled as she stomped her foot in anger. Lucy, grow up and cut the crap, Grandma said. Everyone lies. Your new haircut doesn't always look nice. A politician will never lower taxes. And sometimes your bum does look big in a dress, especially the one you've got on now.
Lucy glanced at her own backside and felt her buttocks.
So my bum does look big. I knew it. Damn, why'd I buy this outfit? Just because it's on sale doesn't mean it's a bargain.
Meanwhile, in an office far, far away, a female hand opened an iPhone, went to her contacts list, and dialed the name of someone she unfortunately knew. Chapter 35. He willingly put his mouth on another man's testicles. As Lucy complained about Abe lying to her, her grandma's face reddened, and she vented at Lucy.
Lucy, wake up and...
Smell the roses? Lucy said as she ended her grandma's sentence.
No, wake up and smell the tofu. Apart from your weird old Uncle Jack, Abe's the only one who could put up with you droning on about your vegan diet all the time. But Uncle Jack's deaf. Precisely. You have to choose. Do you want to live alone as a miserable old spinster, or live with someone who's obsessed with and madly in love with you?
He risked his own life trying to save yours, Drac offered. Still in pain, Renfield held his groin as he added,
and he willingly put his mouth on another man's testicles for you. And he eats that tofu crap you feed him every other day, Grandma said.
Drac stepped forward to say what everyone in the room was thinking.
I think I speak for all of us when I say tofu is worse than testicles.
Abe, Renfield, and Grandma all nodded in agreement. Lucy slowly realized what Abe had been through to try to save her life and win her love. He had risked his own life and financial ruin to try and save her. Drac nudged Abe.
Now's your chance. Say something stupid. I never liked your juice extractor, Abe said. Not stupid like that, you blithering idiot. Ask her again, you know, Drac said as he pointed to the ring box still in Abe's pocket.
Abe finally got the clue Drac was hinting at. He went down on his knee and produced the ring box once again.
Lucy Westenra, I can't promise that I'll never lie to you, or cheat with food, or shoot your fridge, but I can guarantee that you won't ever find anyone so obsessed with you as me. I worship the ground you walk on. Heck, even if you step on a dog turd. And I want to spend every single moment I can with you, even when you're on the toilet after having a bad curry. And Drac rolled his eyes and whispered to Abe, "Way too much information, big boy." Abe tried to get back to his point. "Lucy Westenra, I spent my whole life being too afraid to tell anyone my true feelings, but I'm not afraid any longer. Lucy Westenra, I love you. Will you marry me?" It might have been the result of too much wine that she had earlier, a bump to the head, or something else, but Lucy smiled, grabbed Abe's shirt, pulled him in close, and they kissed. It was a passionate, white-hot kiss, hot enough to melt stone. Their lips finally parted, and Abe wiped his mouth. "Ew! Yuck! Tastes like spew," Abe said. "Maybe I should have got you to rinse with Listerine before I proposed to you." Drac and Grandma looked lovingly at each other, a glint of hope in their eyes. "What about us? Do you think we could try again?" Drac asked. Grandma handed Drac a stick of gum. He quickly unwrapped it and chewed madly as Grandma said, "Sure, we could try again now, but I'm in my 90s. How long do you think I have left?" "Forever, if you let me," Drac said before he went down on one knee. "Peasant woman, will you—" "Wait a minute. You don't even know her name?" asked Lucy. "It was a long time ago. We were at a party. One thing led to another." "You mean you had sex with my grandma and you didn't even know her name?" Lucy asked. She was horrified to learn Grandma hadn't been the Vestal Virgin she had always imagined her to be. "Well, she answered to peasant woman, so I just presumed," Drac said. "He's got a point," Renfield added, and Abe nodded in agreement. Lucy looked at everyone and couldn't believe they were all okay with it. Forget it. Just get on with it," she said. "Peasant woman, can I bite you?" Grandma nodded. Drac stood, then stepped closer, looking for her jugular vein. Renfield rushed over to Drac. "You might want these, master," Renfield said. He handed Drac the tortoiseshell glasses Drac threw away in the bin many days earlier. "So you can see her veins better," Renfield added. Drac smiled and nodded appreciatively before putting them on. "Thanks, Renfield. I probably should have said this a long time ago. Sometimes I've been a bit of a, what do they call it? Oh yes, that's it, a rectum hole. I want to apologize for the way I've treated you. You're more than a drudge. You're a good friend. The best I've ever had or could have hoped for." Renfield looked like he was about to burst with happiness. Drac turned his attention back to Grandma and sank his fangs into her neck. Grandma smiled deliriously. Lucy watched this, unsure of what to do. "Abe, my breath is... well, we don't have to kiss if you don't want to." "No, we don't," Abe agreed. Instead, Abe offered the side of his hairy, unshaved neck. Lucy hesitated for a moment, then thought, "What the heck?" She bared her lips and sank her teeth into Abe's neck. There was an exquisite look of pleasure on both their faces. "Ah! Ring! Ah! Ring!" Drac grabbed his phone and saw Serena's photo on the screen. He hit the loudspeaker to answer. Serena sat at a desk in a plush office. Nigel was with her. "Pack your bags, Drac," Serena said. "You and the whole crew. I've got us a dream gig. Are you high? No one wants to employ a vampire, Drac said.
These guys do, Serena said. Serena looked at the logo behind her for the taxation office in Canberra. The writing pad in front of her had a tax office logo, and the words printed at the bottom of the page. The only two certainties are death and taxes. Serena crossed out the words death and, then wrote, and more taxes at the end of the sentence. So it now read, the only two certainties in life are taxes and more taxes. There's nothing they love better than sucking the last bit of life that they can get out of every single taxpayer, and I thought, who better to do that than you? You'd be a natural, Serena said. Drac laughed. He looked at Serena's face, then spoke. I've got something to tell you first. I hope it's not too painful, but I'm over you. I found someone else. I know. Renfield just sent me a text. Drac stared at Renfield, who appeared guilty, phone in hand. And you can tell him he can stop sending me selfies. Renfield was about to take another selfie of his groin, but then he stopped, disappointed. A week later, Renfield knocked on Drac's coffin that was on the landing between the basement and the ground floor at Drac's house. Master, it's time. Drac opened his coffin and stepped out. I slept so well. And you, my sweet? How did you sleep? The candy-pink coffin lid opened, and Grandma stepped out of it. Good, my dear. Drac took her hand and kissed it. Eternity doesn't seem long enough, now that you're in my life. Chapter 36. Mr. 58.5 years old. It was late at night in Lucy's shop. Lucy and Grandma had just finished hanging a "Welcome Home" sign above the reception counter. Abe had some serious puncture wounds on his neck, but he looked happy. He sat on the three-seater sofa lounge. Drac was next to him, and Renfield was on Drac's other side. They looked at photos from Drac's engagement album. In every picture, Drac was roughly hand-drawn. It's a pity we couldn't take your photograph, Abe said. Renfield added, The good thing, Master, is that no one can see how you've aged. Drac appeared concerned. Was this a subtle dig of his deteriorating looks? What was worse was that it came from Renfield. But then Renfield continued, You've aged like a fine wine, Master. Drac smiled appreciatively. It won't be long until you-know-who's back from her holiday, Abe said. I'm finally going to meet my daughter, Drac said. It's hard to believe that after all these years of sowing my wild oats, I didn't have any other children. Are you sure you were ploughing in the right fields, Master? Renfield asked, with all sincerity. Lucy's phone dinged. Mum's here. Close your eyes, Grandpa. Drac closed his eyes, but then he sneaked a peek. No peeking. Cover them as well, Lucy said. Lucy directed Drac to sit in a single chair. Drac put his hands over his eyes. He had a huge smile. The shop's door opened. You can open them now, Grandpa. Drac opened his eyes, and his huge smile evaporated. A look of horror dawned on Drac's face as Bertha, the huge woman who broke Drac's back on the dance floor and then bitch-slapped him around Nightcrawler's disco, skipped towards Drac, and as she did, mountains of her flesh jiggled. Daddy! 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 Woo! Bertha said. She continued to skip his way and then playfully jumped into the air. Drac's eyes widened as he realized her trajectory would mean she'd land on his lap. No! Shouted Drac. But it was too late. Bertha landed on Drac's lap and crash! The chair collapsed. Later on, at the hospital emergency department, the nose guy sat in the emergency department with the arm of a Barbie doll stuck in his ear. Drac was brought in on a stretcher, surrounded by his family. Dr. Seward instantly recognized him.
Well, 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 if it isn't Mr. 58.5 years old. Something tells me that you haven't been doing any weight-bearing exercises.
Or perhaps a little too much, Drac replied as he gestured to Bertha.
Dr. Seward, I'd like you to meet my daughter, Bertha.
Dr. Seward was fascinated by Bertha and smiled at her.
No wedding ring, I notice.
Later, after Drac was discharged with crutches and had his leg in a cast, Grandma, Bertha, Lucy, Abe and Renfield were with him.
"Now what, Master?"
asked Renfield.
For the first time ever, I'm with my best friend, wife, beautiful daughter, lovely granddaughter, and soon-to-be grandson-in-law. Let's celebrate!
Later, at the Nightcrawler's disco, a going-away party was in full swing. A banner read, "Good luck in Canberra." Drac, Grandma, Abe, Lucy, Bertha, Dr. Seward, Serena, Nigel, Renfield, the Weird Sisters, Arthur, Yolanda, Mina, Quincy, and even Nose Guy were all grooving, laughing, and having fun. Drac wore his tortoise-shell glasses, had crutches, and his leg was still in a cast. But he still somehow danced like a star. The curious black kitten had somehow snuck into the disco and watched from a secluded corner as they all danced to the same song from their previous night at the disco, Dracula's Tango by Toto Colio. Everyone followed Drac's lead, having a wow of a time. The black kitten, however, was already planning its next move. The end.